Howdy, kinfolk. Most of you watching this probably don't know me. I'm Coco Loco. I'm a small Marvel rival streamer. I started streaming on March 10th, 2025, and immediately dove in full time. I streamed Marvel Rivals for over 2,000 hours last year. That's almost a fourth of all hours in a year. It's sufficient to say that I love this game and have found a ton of passion for it almost immediately. Some of you guys may know me as the guy with a bunch of bag avatars. Some of you may know me as, oh yeah, that Bucky Moon Knight player. Some of you may know me by my social security number, 426-5, and some of you guys may know me as a horrible villain whose sole purpose of living is to be miserable and make those around me miserable too. That last one is why I'm here. On February 8th of this year, 2026, I got in a heated argument with my close friend and head mod Shelby, known online as Lobotomommy. This caused an immediate ousting of myself from our friend group, and since then, the individuals in that group have sought more people to help them in the continued harassment and leaking of information that I shared in private with the expectation that it would always remain private. This includes creating Twitch accounts just to chat and leak my information, or generally harass, getting together in a Discord call to stream snipe me and throw my games, watching who I'm playing with or co-streaming with so that they could reach out and message them about how awful of a person I am, love bombing my streamer friends and causing a scene when I arrive to show support, or generally just spreading lies and rumors about me to anyone who will listen within the Rivals community. That seems pretty bad, right? That's genuinely only the start. Just as a warning, this video will talk about my experiences with clinical depression, anxiety, and the thoughts and steps taken towards unaliving myself. It's not something I'm proud of, something that I enjoy talking about, or something used to garner sympathy. In this case, it is an unfortunate part of the story, and it is relevant. I will put a warning on screen before I talk about it, with an associated timestamp for when that's over, so you can skip that part if it may be too much for you. Before we begin, please, just remember, you are loved. Someone will miss you if you are gone. There are resources if you feel alone, and with no way out, down in the description below. Also, I hope it goes without saying, do not engage with any of the behavior that you are about to see here today. Do not, under any circumstances, harass, threaten, or engage in any toxic behavior towards any of the individuals seen in this video. This video has an implicit bias, and is the other side of a story that has been passed around for the last few months. But there are two sides to every story. I will try my absolute hardest to call myself out on my own bad behavior and where I have done wrong, but there's always that inherent bias when someone is telling their own story. A big theme around this harassment campaign has been Coco is lying, or Coco was mean and awful the whole time to everyone. Whether or not my lying or being awful warrants this level of harassment I've received, I think is an obvious no, but I'll let you be the judge. Along with recounting the details, I will also be showing screenshots taken directly from text messages and Discord messages. I have not intentionally left anything out that would make me look better or the other parties involved worse, which you will see, I am not always the most kind individual. I have only removed things that did not either help articulate the point I was trying to make or did not shine a positive light on the individuals who were trying to make a statement. In preparation for this, I asked the individuals involved whose messages would help prove my point, whether or not they would be comfortable being shown on screen. Those who aren't will be redacted and replaced with a separate name. Shelby also uses a picture of herself as her avatars on all social media platforms. Because of this, I have blocked out her avatars and any messages she is involved in out of respect for her, as this video will not be shedding a positive light on her, and that it is about her actions, not her personal life. Also, there are two names in this video who will be changed for general privacy reasons. Callie and Will76 are not the individuals' actual names, or their online pseudonyms. These individuals are minors, and I ask that above all else that you respect their privacy above and beyond every single other person in this video. Teenagers are easily influenced, and while they can still be held accountable for their actions, when the people they are surrounded by are twice their age and show that certain behaviors are okay, they may act accordingly. Just a quick editor's note before we get too into it. When I was recording this, I got some of my time frames mixed up with the seasons of Nova Aurora. You should be able to map the date of the seasons with the message timestamp though. If I remember, I'll try to put it on screen, the actual seasons, to correct it myself. It doesn't change any of the actual happenings, and the only difference would be it happened in X season versus Y season. I just don't want that to be a reason that people try to disprove anything that I'm saying. Okay, back to recording, Bagman.
Literally no vibes, Church Angles. You're kicked.
Church.
I don't know.
Luna or Cloak?
You play someone with anti-dive, bro. Come on.
I am anti-dive.
No, you're not.
Like it is like canonic. Like I mean, it's
He's
like
not swapping, so stop asking.
So I started a competitive Marvel Rivals team back in Season 2. I didn't have any connections really, so I just recruited people I knew in various Discords and who I met in game. No teams are without drama, and there was lots of turnover over the months. Not everyone meshes well all the time, and not everyone is going to love my leadership style. That's totally fine. I'll skip over the tips that we had over the months, as it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Just know that it hasn't always been the cleanest overall. In Season 3, my competitive team Nova Aurora was, to put it lightly, a clusterfuck. We were in the process of rebuilding the whole team basically, and I was the captain, the manager, and the player for the team. Pro tip, don't ever do this. It's too much, and you should only have one job because it complicates relationships too much, and you're gonna burn yourself out really bad. Okay, and by we, I mean myself and Church Ingalls, the co captain. He stuck with me from season 2. I do not have enough good things to say about this man. Anyway, we were trying to not only get a team together fast, but also do somewhat decently. We needed another vanguard, duelist, and 2 strategists. We reached out to people we knew and formed a team. I brought in Odie, aka Odysseus, on most platforms, and aka Overwatch 2 in Marvel Rivals. Someone who I had on the team in Season 2, but who I had to remove for personality clash reasons. Odie brought in his friend Preview on DPS, and Abe on support. Then we invited Kalek, a tank and a mutual of Churchingles, Odie, and I. The season went decently smooth, all things considered, but there were a few standout issues that are important to the bigger picture. 1. Odie pushing the team's buttons. 2. Odie and Kalek specifically butting heads hard. 3. My subpar ability to be a team manager. 4. Kalek's less than stellar performance. 5. Odie missing the final games of double elimination. And 6. Most dramatically, Odie committing to 2 teams and telling us the day of open qualifiers that he wouldn't be there. As for Odie pushing buttons, we'll talk more about this later. There's a lot to unpack here, and it's easier to do all at once. Well, we can talk about a little bit because the next point is about him and Kalek butting heads. Odie and Kalek butted heads a lot. Odie did not like Kalek in Marvel Rivals. He did not like his ideas, he did not like his gameplay, he did not like anything. Looking back, I should have stepped up and been a better captain. I shouldn't have let a lot of this stuff happen. I actually feel really, really bad about this. If it was anyone other than Odie, I would have immediately kicked them off the team. But Odie has that, well, that's just Odie air about him, and I didn't give it near the attention that I should have. Kalek, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I definitely failed you as captain. You are on the record of joining in on the harassment, weirdly enough, with these people who are absolutely awful to you, but that doesn't mean that I don't take responsibility in the actions or inactions that led to you feeling absolutely alone. When shit hits the fan in a way that takes me totally off guard, I tend to freeze up, and that inaction on my part was unacceptable as a friend, and I'm genuinely very sorry. For the uninitiated, the specific instance that I'm referring to is during the open qualifiers of Season 3, Kalek had to miss the first day, so Shelby brought in her friend Jayton, aka Thunderblaps. During that first day, we performed better than we had with Kalek during the previous scrims. The team was very excited, and there was a lot of hype going into the next day. I should have just had the foresight of looking at the situation and talking to Kalek beforehand about how the team felt more comfortable with Jay. However, my loyalty to Kalek overtook that, and Kalek was still set to start. Odie immediately threw an objection in the worst kind of way. When Kalek was questioning whether or not he should start or we should put Jay back in, Odie said, "Okay, I'll be the bad guy. Kalek, hop off. Jay is starting." I was too stunned to speak up for him. I was just super uncomfortable. Everybody was super uncomfortable. Everything was whisper quiet. Again, most of us were live at this point. Kalek just took it like a champ, though, and did in fact just hop out. I still wish I said something, though. After that happened, I got a DM from Kalek. TPH, I have not played one game with our starting lineup this season, never in scrims up to this point either, so obvious our comms and positioning were just not aligned. It just hurts to immediately be pointed at as the problem without any discussion and being pushed around like 6 characters after already expressing my main being open. It sounded like people's minds were already made up anyways, so I'm not sure why I was even invited to start. I wasn't expecting to start with all of your momentum from yesterday. It's not fun to be called out in front of all of your teammates and people you consider friends as the problem and to just hop off. I have more in-depth observations, but not something I'm going to dump in DMs. Just didn't feel good even though I was in agreement. I let him know that because I'm captain, my Discord had to be linked to Rivals, and so people could see his DMs on screen, and so if he could just message me on Twitch, that would be preferred. And the message that I got on Twitch was, "Yeah, I don't know, dude. I just feel so alone here." So that was the big thing, but not the only thing. There's a ton more examples of Odie and Kalek butting heads, or more specifically, Odie just being unkind to Kalek. Here's Odie on October 6th saying Kalek is pressuring me to invite people because MRC is Saturday and it's stressing me out. He needs to calm his tits. Can you tell Mo to apply to the faction? Here's Odie on October 11th saying, "You'll be good. I think we just go 2-2-2 every game, except full hold. If Kalek brings up any triple support comp to run, I'm going to shut it down." Back in August, I reached out and I said, "Hey, my guy, how are you?" "Yo, what's up?" I was referring to Odie jumping on you. LOL. "I don't give a fuck." And I said, "Oh, okay, good." LOL. Odie and Kalik going at it was not out of the norm. Next was my ability to be a team manager, or subpar ability, rather. I don't really have much to add other than that I sucked. I was a stressed individual with a fucked up sleep schedule who was overworking himself. I was ass at it. I know I was ass. I did go out of my way to fix the issue as best as I could. I did get a team manager for season 4, so I didn't have to focus on the administrative stuff quite as much, but I was bad at it, and I know that did add extra stress to everyone's plate unnecessarily so. As for Kalik's performance, as we saw with a lot of Odie's frustrations, Kalik did struggle a lot. He would often get in his own head and manifest this idea of what a perfect player comp would be and would not let it go. Oftentimes, these ideas would put us in precarious situations. Often he would say, "It's just scrims. When else are we going to practice new things?" Which is a fair shout. Doing new things every scrim, whenever everyone is still trying to establish synergy, was a very difficult thing to manage as captain, and this ended up being something that we fought about quite a bit. Often in our scrims, Kalik would have a negative KD at the end of the round. Regardless of whether we won or lost, he was negative. This frustrated energy would translate into how he felt about the team, and how he spoke to the team, and how the team spoke to him. I'm sure he was also feeling a lot of the pressure of everyone counting on him to improve. It was just a very frustrating time. For Odie missing the final games of Double Elim, Odie does what he wants when he wants. When he cares, he will be there. He will be just as engaged as he needs to be. For example, 2 days before Double Elims, one of his parents invites him to some charity gala, and he immediately agreed. This was on Thursday, when the tournament was on Saturday. I was really upset, and so we had a chat on Discord. The chat was quite a while. I said, "I feel like you had more stuff to say about the rival stuff. Do you have anything else to add?" He said, "No, we Gucci. We just need to schedule a meeting or something, and maybe some new recruits for scrims. I also hope you know that I know that life gets in the way, but I really, really want to emphasize that I need you next season to be as committed as possible so that we could eventually play up on that stage in China and show our worth." And he said, "Word." Now let's talk about Odie committing to 2 teams. This would also be enough to normally kick somebody off the team. To be fair, I absolutely did. If it wasn't for the rest of the team saying that we wouldn't be able to win without him, and that they wanted to play with him, I would have stood by my decision. At the beginning of the season, I was playing a round of Fate Trigger when Odie jumped in the VC and started chatting. He talked about how he was going to be a sub for Magnetics this season. Magnetics was a team inside this greater rivals organization called Globogym, where Odie and I actually met. I said, "That's awesome. Don't let it interfere with Nova, though." He said, "No, don't worry. I'll definitely make sure I work something out so everyone is happy." I said, "Odie, I want to be very clear. You are starting on this team. Do not let it interfere." He said, "Like I said, I'll make sure everyone is happy." I said, "Odie, that is not what I'm asking. If something came up and you had to choose, I need to know who you would choose." He said, "Well, Nova, obviously." I said, "Okay, good. There is no problem then." And he said, "Let's just make sure that none of our stuff gets in the way of their stuff, though." I dropped it. He obviously wasn't going to listen. Like I said, he does what he wants when he wants. Though he did emphasize that he was a substitute for Magnetics. This roster from the Magnetics Discord at the beginning of the season also shows this. Fast forward to the day of opening qualifiers, when he posts in the Nova Roar Discord saying, "Alright, I'm going to start with Magnetics today, and when we finish our 10 games, I'll come back and we can get started." Mind you, he did not ask, he did not make sure that it was okay with everyone. He just stated that he was not going to be doing anything with the team until his other team was done. This really rubbed a lot of us the wrong way, so I asked him why he thought it was okay whenever I told him that our team needed priority this season. He said it wasn't a big deal and Nova would get him all day Sunday. I told him that it would not be acceptable since that pigeonholes us into an uncomfortable position. He again emphasized that it was not a big deal. But then I realized, wait, he's a sub. So I asked him, "Why do you need to be there if you're a sub?" He says, "Oh no, I'm starting for them." Do you see any issues with this? Starting for 2 teams in a tournament where there are eventual scheduled times to show up, where we could be paired against each other, etc., etc., etc. Well, he didn't see any issues with it, and he said that we'd cross that bridge when it came. And he also didn't say who he would be playing for at the time, because that's what subs are for. That is a direct quote. Not a single person I know who witnessed this was okay with it or understands why this was 100% okay in his head, so I told him that he needed to pick. He said that he was starting with them, so I kicked him. I told him that he promised that Nova was the priority, but he made us plan around the other team. My co-captain Trichingle sent me a DM. "What's going on with Odie?" Little confused about the situation. I said he's not giving a straight answer. I'm getting frustrated. It's a big reason things have been so delayed this season. Yeah, plus he edited his answer to say that his other team is meeting at 7 today. He just DM'd me saying he's playing for his other team tonight. I'm very upset. He threw our season. Blair is more than competent. What I'm referencing here is that we did have a sub on our team named Blair online, and I was saying if we kick Odie, we have Blair, and she's more than competent. Church said, I didn't even know he had another team. We just need time for them to play, which is me saying, let's just get Blair acquainted with us. Responding to the other team comment from Church, I said, he's a sub for them. Why is he prioritizing his sub team? Well, apparently he told the other team he wants to be a starter for them. So that's fun. So he can't be around at all tonight? He basically chose them. I guess not. That's crazy. I'm flabbergasted. Like, this is unacceptable. Yeah, this is just so unfair to do to us. Yeah, I have no words. If you need any help trying to figure things out, I'm around. Just let me know. He told both of the teams that he would start for them. Bruh. Odie's chat? This is so confusing. Oh, this was referring to something that was going on in the general Discord at the time. Odie was kind of in damage control mode, trying to tell everyone that it's fine, and everyone's just overreacting. I said, I had to kick Odie off before he agreed to do the right thing. That's insane. Big bruh. I'm so lost, Church. I'm sorry to drag you through this. Nah, man, you're fine. Nothing here is your fault, lol. We going through some crazy situations with people, LMAO. I just hate that it's the day of, and there is so much conflict and blah. True. Unfortunately, I think we kinda need Odie today, so I want to hear what he gotta say. I do agree, he's too good not to have. I think we qualify with Blair, but we have a chance for a 10 out of 10 with him. What I'm referring to with I had to kick Odie off before he agreed to do the right thing, whenever I told Odie that he's no longer on the team, he started messaging and saying, wait, I'm sorry, I'll start for you guys. I didn't realize how big of a deal it was, and etc. Church said, did he tell you in DMs that he wouldn't be playing with us at all? Such an odd situation. I said, yes. Did he say that he wouldn't play today, or that he was completely done with us? He said, I told them I'm starting with them at 7. I said, okay, then you made your choice. He said, I told you I wanted to play on both, and I said, you told me that they wouldn't interfere. The messages between me and Odie were, I told Magnetics that I'm starting with them at 7. I said, well then you will be a sub with us for the remainder of the season. He said, I told you that as well. I said, what? He said, I told you that all I know is I'm starting with Magnetics at 7, and then I saw you announce that we were playing together at 7:15. I said, I don't really care, Odie. You fucked us. Why are we acting like this? I said, you said Nova Aurora was your main team. Now we're playing around your Globo team. Again, Globo Gym is the overarching parent organization of Magnetics. Let's not say stuff like this. I said, okay, I'll rephrase. And I said it in a more kind way that was also way more direct. Could I have been more kind? Yeah. Do I feel betrayed and like a second choice after giving him a second chance? Also, yes. I do want to emphasize that I did kick Odie off of Nova Aurora in Season 2 for personality clash reasons. So this was kind of a, hey, we're feeling this back out. I think that we can make this work. Odie was a close friend of mine, and we had kind of repaired everything after kicking him off of Nova Aurora in Season 2. And again, it just felt like a giant betrayal. Church and I continued talking, and I said, I talked with Odie. All is good. We'll make an announcement. He said, awesome. I said, summary. He thought he could start on 2 teams and have it not be an issue, since he was a sub on 3 teams last season and made it work. He didn't understand the commitment difference, so I told him the position that it puts us in is tough. It took a while for him to see it, but we got there. I also apologize for the rashness. I know I shouldn't have done it. I was so mad I could have punched a wall. My thumbs couldn't stop typing. I shouldn't have done it though, and I gotta be better about that. This last part was a message specifically to Church. I also appreciate your support and understanding. I'm not perfect, but I am trying really hard to be a good captain under these circumstances. Your support has been amazing though, Church, and I'm very grateful. He said, no problem. You've had your fair deal of unfair situations, so it's completely understandable to have a crash out every once in a while. LOL. I'm just happy to take any weight off your shoulders where I can. Now that that's settled, we can put our heads back in the game. Just as an aside, try to say you've had your fair deal of unfair situations 5 times fast. That was one of the hardest things I've ever had to record and say in my entire life. I said it like 10 times. That shit sucks. Kalik was understandably also very confused about the situation, so he reached out to his friend in Globo Gym. One was Odie made a starter. Roster lists him as a sub. He's a starter for Nova Aurora, so now we're running into issues. Day of the tourney, might I add. Odie made it seem like he was going to start for us, so ask him. If he can't make it, we will run day blank. Evie is listed as a starter on Globo. Yeah, that was an old list, and we have gotten a lot more practice with Odie as our starter. Yeah, our only practice has been with Odie. Our team will be at a serious detriment. If he can't make it, that's fine. Day and Blank have a bit more practice with each other, so we will still be okay. Yeah, it's just up to Odie at this point. Shitty situation. And then we have Kalik DMing Odie directly. We haven't run one match with A Blair heels. I'll probably just end up overextending or getting myself in worse situations because I haven't played with them. Play 5 with them and 5 with us. I think that's the fairest situation. Odie said, we start at 7:15. Kalik said, it's your call, just shitty situation, and I'm sorry you're in it. I told you all that I will play with them at first, then with you guys. I told you all that. And then you get me later in the day on Saturday and all day Sunday. I already told Magnetics I can't play with them. It seems like he thinks because he told us that he's playing with them means that it's okay that he gets to do what he wants without talking to the rest of the team or confirming that it's okay. I was not only confused, but really hurt by how nonchalant he was acting about all of this. But after everything was said and done, the team wanted him back. Many said that I acted too irrationally, which to a certain extent I do think is fair. I felt immediately betrayed and acted too emotionally. So I reached out, and he said that he would play for us and that he would commit to Nova completely. He said that he completely quit magnetics and chose us. I thanked him and apologized. Thankfully, we had Odie for Saturday, because a few games in, Preview tells the team that he just found out that he had plans for the next day that he would not be able to get out of. In my opinion, this is not how teams are supposed to work. I played football my whole life, even into college. D3, don't get too excited. And I cannot imagine telling your teammates that you dip. Like there is no world in which you ever have a game and somebody says, "Oh, sorry, I'm playing for my other team that day, I can't." And before anyone says it's esports, everyone on the team understood the commitment that they were making, and we all were, what I thought, was completely bought in and all on the same page. I guess he never told MK, who was the leader of Magnetics, that he quit, because after open qualifiers, MK reached out to me to schedule closed qualifier game time with Odie. I bit my tongue. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't get mad. I just took it on the chin and worked with MK. Yo, Coco, I wanted to message you about the time scheduling with Odie since we share him as a player. I wanted to know what times your team will most likely be playing MRC so we can start later in the night and make sure that Odie can make it on time. Again, I want to emphasize, Odie said that he quit Magnetics. He never told Magnetics that he quit. Yo, MK, sorry for any confusion on the issue this weekend. When I talked to Odie before the season started, he confirmed with me that he was only a sub for any other team and that he would make Nova Aurora his top priority. If I had known that he told you that he wanted to start on 2 teams this season, I would have planned the season much differently in how I approached it in general. Seeing as after this weekend, if we both succeed, the following weekend we will have games at set times that we can't change. So again, my apologies on any confusion. I genuinely had no idea that there was any desire for him to start on 2 teams. As far as start time goes, I'm not sure. We will probably do most of our games on Sunday this time around. Preview is gone for the week camping and comes back Sunday. I imagine he'll be pretty beat and will need some time to rest. If you want to get started right on time, we will probably get started later and maybe get like 2 or 3 games on Saturday and the rest is on Sunday. Does that sound fair? He said, that sounds completely fair for double elim. I don't really say anything about double elim other than it's an issue. But he said, we'll try to reach out to the other team and schedule match times earlier. If that can't happen, that's fine with us. We're willing to work around whatever schedule you guys set up so we can get Odie in. Again, all I said was that the games set times that we can't change. I appreciate him trying to work around it though. Saturday afternoon, I reached out to Odie directly when all of this was going down to talk to him and let him know how I felt. You'll see that this is iMessage. Odie and I were very close friends. I want you to know that I'm very fucking hurt by what you did after giving you another chance to be on the team. If it wasn't for the team telling me that we can't win without you, I would have kicked you immediately. To be clear, this is not a misunderstanding. This is you telling 2 teams that you wanted to start for them, and then choosing them. Odie kept saying that this is all one big misunderstanding and that it's not a big deal, and that we're all upset over nothing, so that was me just emphasizing that it's not that. You told us yesterday that you had plans to play for both, but we told you that we need you to prioritize us. But then you picked them. At the beginning of the season, I was worried about this, and you said that there would be zero conflict since we are your main team. And then you're trying to get us to plan around your sub team. That makes us your sub team. I want to just sweep this under the rug, but the implications of what you are saying are beyond, it's just Saturday. What if we both qualify? How would you try to make that work? It's not fair to commit to both. Choose one, then get upset, and then play confused whenever you can't have your cake and eat it too. You're still not starting until you apologize to the team for making them feel like your backup. I've never been this upset at a teammate before. Holy shit. I said sorry at the end of my explanation and tried to defuse it with humor. We got it all figured out, so it's all good. Sorry to make you feel that way. It wasn't my intention. We got it all figured out, so it's all good. This is the kind of stress that I was being put under. Odie would make decisions for himself, only himself, disregarding anybody else's feelings. And then when the world bends around him to make it fit what he thinks that his perfect life situation should be, he says, hey, no harm, no foul, right? So whenever I asked him for a call, he said, I can't. I promised Kate that I would play some quick play right now with them, but I can do a quick call while I dry off. Was thinking about you in the bathtub. Naughty things. Not funny. I'm grateful for the humor, but now is not the time. This is not friend Coco, this is Captain Coco. All good, King. I'll refrain from expressing our needs for our sexual advancement. I'm not kidding, Odie. The SpongeBob gif, aye, Captain. And then he said, I know. I don't know how many times I had to emphasize that I'm not kidding and this is not the time for jokes. And he did it time and time and time again, despite me saying, please stop. And I said, let me know when you're free. And he said, I'm ready. So I think it's fair to say I was not happy with how this went. I understand that he said that he reacts with humor when he's uncomfortable. Like, I get that 100%. But I asked him to stop, and he did not stop. What really upsets me about all of this is how nonchalant he was about everything. He made us feel so bad for being upset with him. He acted as if we were the bad guys for being upset when he said, I told you guys that I'm going to play with him first and you guys later. I told you guys that. He never really understood why we were all upset with him. Even when it was brought up later, he still viewed it as the time that we got unnecessarily upset with him for trying to play on 2 teams. So that was all season 3. Put it in a box, put a little bow on it, got top 128 and moved it behind us and said, hey, we're done. We did our thing. Let's go. Moving into season 4, it did not feel like any of those issues would be actual issues since they were noticeable but seemed to be emphasized by stress rather than anything else. Or any issues that did happen, they could be worked out. I was wrong. I am really bad about assuming that things will work out while simultaneously waiting for the other shoe to drop. Maybe that's something that I should work out in therapy. But you guys aren't my therapist. Do you guys want to be my therapist? So, when I was a kid, season 5 started well. Abe had some issues about time commitment, so we thanked him for his contributions, and he left with a smile. We were super excited to pick up our newest player, Callie, and after I invited them to join Quick Play one day on stream, I realized quickly that they were one of the best supports I had ever played with. I recruited almost immediately, and shortly after, the rest of the team really wanted her to join too. We wanted to have her on the team for season 4, but she had already committed to another team, so we waited it out, and here we are. I also realized my shortcomings and asked my head moderator, Shelby, if she would like to be the team manager, since herself, Callie, Preview, Odie, and I all played together every day anyway. Kalik and Trichingles would occasionally hop in too. We were all happy to have her on board. This season, we hit top 64. It was an incredible performance from everyone, and I was so proud of how the team came together. Mostly. This is where my sunny disposition bit me in the ass. Though I did try to mediate a lot of the issues from last season, some of the cracks were becoming a bit too intense to work through. The 5 main issues were 1. Our depth chart, 2. Odie's personality clashing, 3. Kalek's personality clashing, 4. Odie missing double elims again, and 5. Odie and Kalek demanding a coach. Depth chart. We didn't have enough subs for how often people were out. Mostly Odie. We even tried out Blair for an emergency when Odie would have been out, and it went less than stellar. During the scrims, Shelby sent me a text. I want to emphasize, yes, a text message. Shelby is one of my close friends as well. Blair had ult 2 times and just let you guys die. Church asked for it the first time, no response. This is miserable, Shelby. She said, bruh, is Emily cracked on support? Honestly, should run 1 scrim with her. I said, yeah, she's eternity. Blair is not looking at me at all, Shelby. She said, I think you should honestly try one with Emily to see if there's any way to salvage this. This is miserable. She is not listening to you guys at all. Callie is also messaging me about it. Sorry, we have to try something else if there is any way chance of getting somewhere, lol. You know what she meant. I hope this isn't me overstepping, but I think everyone is miserable at this point. Even Kalek was saying that he was about to leave, lol. I said, no, that was perfect. Thank you for doing that. Did Kalek DM you? And she said, texted. I watched Blair waste her freezes on more people than having any healing priority. Yeah, I know. I watched her freeze instead of healing me. I appealed for her and she let me die. Did you see my damage taken in my deaths? That was fucking miserable. Like, I was about ready to end the scrim. And she said, I know bringing Emily in would either be fine to try or it would go horribly wrong. So I'm glad everyone seems fine with it. I hope this goes so much better. I do remember talking about it afterwards, and a big thing that I emphasized was how we hadn't played together as a team in a while with Blair, so we might not have had synergy, and Blair wasn't used to this level of gameplay because at the time, they were playing rivals off and on. It is interesting that everyone reached out to Shelby specifically to shit talk though. Shelby then reached out to me to talk shit. This will become a very clear pattern later on. Lots of the ways that I try to approach this issue and like other issues that we have on the team is something's wrong, how can we fix it? That's the perspective that I like to take. I don't want people to be bad. I want everyone to feel empowered. I just see that there's a lot of code switching going on that is not really pretty, and I really don't like how I'm engaging with people either at this time. So it was very clear that next season we would need to do some really intense recruiting, and Shelby did a really good job of bringing people in to try out. You'll even see later, whenever everything eventually explodes, that I mention it mid-fight, that she was such a good manager. She did a really, really good job. Now we need to talk about Odie's personality clashing. Odie has a very strong personality. He clashes with a lot of people a lot of the time. Unhelpful callouts of, you shouldn't have done that, were becoming much more prominent over time. He oftentimes, mid-match, will backseat game for other people, not making callouts, but to tell them what to do or what they should have done. Receiving a message saying, Odie is really pissing me off from someone on the team was not an uncommon thing and was becoming more and more common. It wouldn't be far off from Preview, Odie's best friend, to message me specifically and saying, Odie just pissed me off, like my head hurts hearing him. That was too much for me. I really, really hate when he gets in his head and says my way or highway. On October 13th, Shelby messaged me, Bruh, I'm gonna lose it with Odie, I swear. Like, did I do something wrong, even after I ran it by you? I said, let me take the heat. He has bad blood with them, and I didn't realize the extent, so I should have just pushed it aside. What is happening here is Shelby was reached out to by MK to set up a scrim with magnetics, and Odie was very adamantly against doing this. He said he really wanted to get a starting team set up and he really wanted to make sure that we had the best showing. And the whole time that we scrimmed with magnetics, he threw a fit and was very unkind to everybody the whole time. He didn't want his new team to be beaten by his old team. But the interesting thing is, every scrim before this, he was upset with me for not letting him try new and fun things like, hey, can we run this comp? I know that we haven't played it, but I think it would be really fun. He always viewed scrims as, hey, let's try new fun things. And that's what he always emphasized to me, is scrim is for trying new fun things to see what works. But when it came to scrimming his old team, he did not want to be beaten. In fact, any time that they had any advantage over us in any one of our matches, he would immediately shut down, and it was very uncomfortable for everybody, as we can see here with him and Shelby getting into it. Shelby said, that was never relayed to me. Like, he mentioned something about waiting until you guys figured out who was actually playing, that's all. But I basically said, like, I can't keep making plans for the group and changing them every 5 minutes after everyone else has already confirmed that they are okay with it. I said, I don't disagree with you. He has been very hands-on lately, and we need to find a way to make sure that he is satiated and doesn't want to meddle. Odie is a very hard person to please, so it seems. Odie? No, you must be confused. Next, we have a message from Shelby on the 15th saying, I played one game and Odie was just complaining about heals the entire time, when I had more heals than him. And both Preview and Wath said I was doing just fine. I hate that Odie can be that way. Sorry, I just saw you called. Did you want to chat? She said, I typed it above, lol. Figured you were actually away from your computer. I said, thank you for all that. People are getting a little too comfy with each other. Glad Preview said something. LOL, Preview was like, go back in the VOD, Odie, and see how you were acting. This is going to be something that is mentioned multiple times. Telling Odie to go back and watch how he was acting becomes a theme. Here's on the 24th, Shelby saying, nothing is ever Odie's fault. Nothing. It's absolutely infuriating. Shit fuck. Whenever you see random cursing like this appearing in a DM, just know that's because I'm live and Discord DMs pop up on Rivals, and you can't disable it if it's linked. God, I wish you could disable it. NetEase, please. Here was Shelby the next day saying, biggest baby I know for real. Shelby saying, get in there. Odie saying, why'd you leave? Shelby saying, I want to read. Odie saying, so let me get this straight. You push me out and insult me to play like 2 games. Crazy girl. Shelby said, no one pushed you out. Literally, Schneebs and I said we were joining in his chat way before you joined. I also generally only play few games anyway because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I said, you asked first. And she said, actually so annoying. I said, I'm actually confused, not gonna lie. This is about Shelby and Schneebs hopping in a quick play session with us on stream, and Odie staying in his spot. Shelby was making jokes about how Odie hopped in the VC, took her spot, really without asking, and then she was like, God, must be nice to just be able to skip the line. And then when she finally got in, she played 2 games and hopped out, and this is Odie's way of shading her for it. Next, we have messages from Callie. On November 21st, she said, not sure if this is something to talk about right now, but Kalik has been struggling in recent scrims. Is it just me thinking that? No, he struggles to go positive, which is really not good for us. Yeah. Also, I feel like people are picking and choosing when to learn and when to lock in. I'm starting to fear it's about wanting to have fun, but only when Kalik and Odie want it? Thoughts? She said, 100% agree. It's Odie wants us to solely listen to his comms and playstyles, which is frustrating, you know? I said, Odie saying dive when both DPS said no is unacceptable in my opinion. We're referencing a scrim, and in this scrim, Odie said we need to try dive and we need to hard commit to the dive because this needs to be what we focus on and what we learn. So, trying hard to commit to the dive, Preview and I both went dive DPS, and we had a lot of success on it. And then the next round, they went 100% anti-dive, like everything front to back anti-dive. And then Preview said, nope, not doing this anymore. And then I hopped off the dive. Odie said, wait, what the fuck? Why are we off dive? And I said, they went full anti-dive. He said, so? I'm going to play Loki and I'll help you. I said, no, it's not going to work. And he said, well, I already swapped. Swap back. And we said, Odie, it's not going to work. Both Preview and I said that we're not diving, so we are not diving. If we are having difficulty getting picks, we are not going to dive. It doesn't make any sense. He got really frustrated with us and said, well, when somebody comms dive, you comm dive. And I said, well, when both DPS say we can't do it, we can't do it. But he said, well, we need to commit to it. We're not just going to change it mid-game. Yes, you are. Everybody can change mid-game. It's a hero shooter. Callie then responds, I agree. This is bad to say, but I feel like Odie and Kalek are very replaceable if we can find players. I don't want to gossip in DMs about our team, lol, but IDK. Well, feel free to stop at any time. I'm kind of using you as a sounding board. Oh my god, I misspelled board. I hate myself. Since everyone else is too close to the problem. Can't talk to Preview about it, and church is always busy. I genuinely appreciate your input. I hope you always say what's on your brain, including if I'm being a shitter, LMAO. Also, feel free to delete any DMs about it if that makes you feel better. Oh yeah, totally. I feel the same. Like if I went to someone else, it's hell. She said, but we can both see the problem, and it's definitely not me, you, or Preview. LMAO. Odie's comms are starting to be a worry for me. Kalek dying first is also a consistent issue that's not being fixed, and I'm kind of at wit's end. It's actually driving me mad, and like I can hear Kalek's frustration, but man, it's not supports. It's probably you trying to 1v6. Oh, absolutely. I can hear him getting frustrated, but we can't help you when you're just barely too far forward. Like, how do you burn every cooldown you have before the whole team engages? Next, we have Kalek DMing me again on Twitch. Why is Odie coming off mad hostile right now? He hasn't slept yet today. Usually he's making calls in the back line, but we're just wasting time and fighting. Okay. Because he started being very aggressive and rude to the rest of the team. I had to bench him. Yeah. But we have him for tomorrow, so I said, yeah, gonna tell him to sleep it off. Another set of messages with Callie, where I just sent 3 dots. Dude, I can't. I low-key feel like the Ultron was a throw. It was. Like, he's so, like, hard-headed with picks, lol. I said, sorry about the games. I had so much fun, and I'm still up. So, for context, Callie, Odie, and I were playing comp together. I said, I think in general, when it gets late, I lose more than I win with Odie, which sucks. Responding to her saying I had so much fun and I'm still up point-wise, I said, fuck yeah, okay, that's good. And she said, yeah, he's doing some interesting things, ... That Ultron game pissed me off, I can't lie, lol. Here's some text messages from Shelby saying, am I getting on or what's the plan? Starting some QP, then up to you, Chica. Greg is on as well. Us 3 and Greg. I'm gang. Who is the 3? You and Callie, of course. Preview's playing with Super. I said, is she around? Referring to Callie. And she said, yes. Greg is down, but... And then I redacted because it's personal and not relevant. And she said, I'm online, just invisible because Odie asked to play again and I cannot have a repeat of last night. I just want you to pay attention here to the date. January 27th. Okay? January 27th. That'll be important. We'll come back to that. On December 19th, I DM'd Odie and said, let's bring it down a little, King. That was spicy as fuck. And then next game, I had to message him and say, that was really sloppy, is not a good comm, King. I never liked to be messy when it came to my captain responsibilities, so I took a lot of the upset feelings towards him and passed them off as things that I noticed and things that I've heard and felt myself whenever I'm relaying the team's issues to Odie. Pro tip, do not do this. If you are a captain, you make other people work out their own shit. Like, if they are shy, you can be there to help facilitate the conversation, but do not take the brunt for other people's words. It will haunt you for, like, the rest of your friendship, and then it'll explode, and it'll, like, ruin your entire being. I swear, don't do this. Don't. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Next, we'll talk about Odie's commitment issues. Again, this is about missing double elims. Again. If you have, like, just the personality clash, that on its own could be potentially workable. You can really facilitate a lot of conversations and stuff like that and really try to make things work, but not when you pair it with the most insane amount of commitment issues I've ever seen from a single individual. Missing scrims, constantly late, and then missing double elims for 2 seasons in a row. He missed the double elims part of MRC. He told us a few days before that he was leaving for a week to visit family in Florida. A trip planned during the season. There was no emergency, it was just to say hi. He did not give any details such as when he was coming back, people that he would recommend as subs, or offer to help with literally anything. Odie is in his 30s. He is a full adult. When confronted, he said, well, this is what we have subs for. I want to remind you, at the end of last season, I sent Odie this. I know that life gets in the way, but I really want to emphasize that I need you next season to be as committed as possible so we can eventually play on that stage in China and show our worth. And he said, word. He knew how important this was to everybody involved. Callie also is going to have to miss a few games of double elims because her family planned a trip overseas. She told us 3 weeks in advance, before Odie even told us about his trip, tried to come up with solutions, and even took a portable gaming setup to Europe and actually played it, only missing a few rounds of double elims. Callie is a teenager. Callie is half the age of Odie. The difference is insane. One is committed, one is not. And it wasn't just me who was blindsided by all of this. Shelby was too. On Christmas Eve, Shelby messaged me, bruh, did you see what Blair is posting in the Nove chat? We're cooked if Callie can't play. What did she say? She's playing on a fucking laptop and didn't test it or tell anyone. Of course it's having issues. Do you want to get Emily on Odie's alt? Also, if we win Saturday, we lost Sunday because Odie is leaving and didn't tell anyone either. LOL. What the fuck? Yeah, he's trying to make it no big deal, but I'm upset. We asked people's availability forever ago. He made such a big deal about Callie leaving. Like, what? Yeah, Chevy, I'm pretty fucking bummed. He did this last season too. Oh, and then there's a little Merry Christmas there. Odie made a very big deal about Callie's family scheduling a trip overseas, and that he decides to do it without making plans and then just says, whatever, that's what subs are for. This is the behavior that I'm talking about that frustrates everybody around him. The difference in how Callie and Odie approach this, especially after the commitment issues that we had with Odie last season, are just unacceptable. And now we get into the coaching. All teams need a good coach. We wanted to be a good team, so we needed a coach. Odie was very adamant about getting the team a coach. He was the person who championed it. In fact, he was so gung-ho on the idea, he said that he would front most of the money. He made it very clear to everyone that anything would help, but he is not going to reveal how much or who put in what, so there is no hurt feelings and that nobody is called out. I thought that was a really kind gesture, and it was also very considerate and aimed directly towards me, which is incredibly kind. For the context, I've been a software developer my whole career. I did internships in high school and college, and once I graduated, I started full time. I love being a developer. I love coding. It's why I made all the bots and stuff for my Twitch. I love making things for people to use and get value of. But software engineering was always one of those fields that was like, oh, you'll always have a job kind of gigs. And then AI came in and promised CEOs that they could get rid of half their employees and replace them with a little box. While it's not true, lots of people saw dollar signs and it became basically impossible to find a job without knowing somebody somewhere. That was fine for me because I had a job and I loved it until I was laid off and replaced with overseas developers. I found another job in 2 months, only ousted again with the rest of the new hires in my same onboarding class, and that was at the end of 2024. Fast forward to the end of 2025, I'm streaming 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I'm still applying to jobs and going to interviews and trying to be with family. I was spread thin and growing more depressed. 1,000 job applications later, still no job. Lots of companies didn't want to hire out of West Virginia, which sucks ass on its own, but the job market is filled with ghost jobs and the real ones are hyper competitive and it's all about nepotism. And I now had a 1 year gap on my resume where I was trying to find something but couldn't. My wife has an amazing job that she loves, which really helps a ton. Realistically, we could live on that and just be fine. However, due to a really unfortunate insurance issue that started in 2024 that ended in a lawsuit, we still haven't seen anything from. We were being financially starved out of our assets. After much deliberation and research, we ultimately had to file for bankruptcy. It was a very hard time in our lives, and we are still feeling the effects of that. Odie knows how bad that we are doing financially. I'm very open and honest with a lot of my personal life, and again, Odie was a close friend, so I really didn't have any problem with it. So for Odie to do that was a very kind gesture, and it was greatly appreciated. When we got the coach, I noticed some really strange behavior from Odie. During VOD reviews with the coach, he would often engage in what I can only describe as being a teacher's pet. The coach would say things like, I think in this case I would want X to happen. And Odie would say, oh yeah, I know, I tried to tell them. Most people just let it brush off their shoulders, but it was very obvious, and it was very unlike him. He would even stay after the session ended to go over more stuff with him and set up as many one-on-ones as he could. It was like he needed the coach to like him the best. And for what I could tell, he did. The coach would often defer to Odie as the de facto person of recounting in-game thoughts or lean on him for comms. An issue on the team that we had was one of saying, can I get some help? Or can I get a little more attention? As that would cause fights with Odie. He always took it personally. I never meant it offensively. I even told him this. I meant in the sense of like, hey, this is a team game. I need more resources than I'm getting right now. Can I get some more? He always felt that I was telling him that he was not doing his job properly. And again, this is not true. Even when he would say, hey, preview, go flank and I'll pocket you, as long as it was working, it was fine. I was okay dying. I was okay with not being the beneficiary of all this extra heals and all this extra attention. We have 2 tanks, 1 DPS, and 1 support now, while Odie and Preview are in the back line doing whatever they're doing. I'm going to explode the quickest. That's fine, as long as whatever we were doing has worked. I'm okay with being the person who's not going to have the most fun, as long as the team wins in this team-based game. I just didn't feel like I could say anything to him in general without being yelled at or called out for being in a bad position or being told that I'm doing something wrong. If I ever said, hey, can I get a little more help here? He would say, I can't see you behind a wall, Coco. Or he'd say, well, maybe play a little closer to the team then. Or saying, hey, we're getting dove. I can't do anything. I know, like, I'm standing in front of you, like, I'm trying to help you, right? I'm not trying to be aggressive. I'm just saying, hey, can I have some more help? I was thinking now that we had a coach, maybe the coach could help him see things differently. Then one day I was talking to Preview about just that thought. I told him, as a clear, exaggerated joke, I said, hopefully the coach can tell him to fucking look at me, you know? Again, it was obvious a joke. Me and Preview laughed. And then Preview stopped and said, that's funny. Odie wanted the coach to tell you to be better. My jaw dropped. But what? Preview said, yeah, he wanted the coach to prove to you that you were the problem. Wow, okay, good to know, thanks. The teacher's pet behavior kinda started making more sense. The late reviews, the, yeah, I told you so, during VOD reviews, all that really started to form a very clear picture of what was happening. So I talked to Odie, and we had talked about this before too. Odie has a history of telling me that I'm bad at the game. He blames me for a lot of our issues. It's become a meme amongst those who know for me to be the GG no heals type of guy. But I genuinely started doing that in response to how I was being treated by Odie. I also never say GG no heals unless it's as a joke, just to be explicitly clear. Anyway, I'm the first person to compliment my healers in game. Watch any VOD. I always say, amazing heals, thank you so much. It's something that I like to say in every comp game because I know that in general being a support is a thankless job. So I kind of developed a sort of complex with it to the point where we had talks about how he was getting too comfortable about how bad I was at the game. On October 18th, I messaged Odie and said, hi friend, I want you to know that our relationship is in a weird spot for me. I feel like you're getting a little too comfortable telling me that I'm not good at games, or that I'm bad in some scenarios. It has been an issue with us before, but I was able to get over it. Now it's at the point where I'm having less fun gaming with you because of the comments being made. I really don't want to be in this position, and I would like to find a path forward. I figured that was the case. I'm up to talk about it whenever you are. Thank you for being open to talk about it. And he said, when do you want to talk about it? And then we planned and we had a conversation. I also worked with friends to try to figure out if there was a solution that we could have. Here's the messages with Callie, November 25th. I said, quick question for you. How do I ask him to look at me more without it coming off as mean? She said, he doesn't like it when I ask. He takes it offensively. And she said, honestly, with Odie, I'm not sure. He doesn't understand it as like a non-insult. You could just be like, I promise this is not an insult, but could you please try to look at me a little more? It's not that I'm not getting looked at, it's just that I can't trust the other support like I can you. And she said, I'm so sorry, bro. This was an issue that a lot of people noticed. Odie tunnel visions one person on the team more than anybody else, and that's his friend Preview. That's fine, as long as we're winning. But whenever that weird pocketing behavior doesn't work, then we just lose, and he gets mad at everybody and says that, well, I can only do so much as a support. On October 22nd, I messaged Odie and said, do you see what I mean about asking for heals nicely? I never mean for it to be mean or shady. I'm not trying to start anything, but I want you to know I never meant it maliciously, King. And then he said, nah, I was just getting frustrated and shouldn't have said that, TBH. So there is a pattern of me asking for help and him getting mad. I've never seen him get mad at anybody else for asking for heals. It's just, he just doesn't think that I'm good at the game, and so when I ask for heals, it obviously has to be my fault. He's admitted to it, and he's apologized for it. It didn't matter. In his head, I was still always the one who's wrong, and he will talk about this indefinitely. To this day, he still talks about how bad I am at the game, and how all I do is complain about heals whenever I and everyone else around me noticed he didn't heal me, and he blamed me for it. The earlier messages about me not feeling comfortable in our relationship because he is too comfortable telling me that I'm not good at games was a direct reference to the fact that one day I was hanging out in the practice range and Odie came in and wanted to talk. And so we were just talking and shooting the shit and talking about the team. And I was just kind of brain dumping on him and saying what I'm thinking about in terms of where the team is. And I said, Kalik is really struggling right now, man. I don't know what to do. I feel like there's a weak link and we need to figure out how to fix that. He responded immediately without hesitation, like he has been waiting for a moment to say this. Well, if we're being honest, I think you're the weak link. My jaw dropped. Really? He said, yeah, I do. You have really bad positioning and you just blame heals. I said, okay, well then, if that's all true, and you just brag about your OAA team all the time that you sub for, and that you were a starter for Magnetics last season, then why the fuck are you on my team? And he said, well, I have fun when we play together, and you're my friend. I want to compete, but I just want to play games with my friends, you know? Thanks? I think I I think he meant that as a compliment of like, I pick you over winning, but it didn't feel good. Still, reading that back makes me feel really, really sad. So yeah, coach was great in theory, but in execution, it wasn't for the right reasons. Along with the team having personality clashes with Odie, the team was feeling less than stellar about the recent clashes that had been happening with Kalik. Much like the messages of Odie is upsetting me, I started getting messages of Kalik is upsetting me. Kalik would say something to upset you, and then when you tell him you're upset, he would say, that's just facts, or that's soft. It was becoming increasingly obvious that he wasn't pleased with how I was running the team and kept superseding me by setting meeting times, making calls about what we're going to do next, etc. It was growing increasingly uncomfortable, and the gist of the call out was Coco wasn't doing it, so I did. I ate a lot of shit as captain. Like, I ate a lot of shit. In fact, Kalik called me Crapton. I understood my position of captain, player, friend, streamer, and that it could potentially create uncomfortable moments if I spoke up every time there was an issue, so I did try to take it all on the chin as much as I could. I learned from past experiences in Season 2 and before. I am someone who sets clear boundaries with people whenever I do not like specific kinds of interactions and will ask to be spoken to in a nicer way. I am all about getting the respect that I give, so Kalik's overstepping was fine until other people were not happy with how things were going too. We have here our first message from Shelby. On November 22nd, she says, yeah, I just think you kicked Kalik, LMAO. You've had to say the same thing 3 times every game so far. Yeah, that was super fucking frustrating. I hope everything is okay. If you need to talk about it, I'm here. If you need space as well, take the time you need. Thank you, Chevy. Next, we have a message thread from Callie. I said, holy shit, he pisses me off sometimes. Good fucking job, Coco. He was micromanaging the shit out of you. LOL. LMFAO. Thank you, Callie. It was a lot to articulate that I wasn't ready to do so. You did amazing, twin. I said, thank you so much. I really hating doing that. I cannot stress how much the reassurance helped. And she said, oh, I'm so glad. You did amazing, trust. I could hear a bit of the nerves come out, but 10 out of 10. And you got Kalik to agree. You know how hard that is. The context here being Kalik just basically demanding that we all try new things all the time. And I had to basically say, everybody, stop saying that we try new things all the time. Shut the fuck up. Stop it. Kalik, he had this like super big hard on for like, we need to run a comp with like Cap. So let's try that. Let's try that this scrim. So again, we're in the band phase and we're like, oh, we're going to run Cap this game with no plan on who's going to run captain. We have no plan on anything. Everyone gets all jumbled up and then we get a late start and then we lose the scrim because nobody at this point understands their foot from their own ass. It wasn't that we weren't ready to explore these changes. It was that change for the sake of change is not progress. That is just, I'm bored and I don't want to commit to making sure that our synergy is right. And so I said, flat out, foot down, we're not making any changes, okay? If you guys want to run a specific comp before a scrim, I need everybody to say who's playing it and what. The end result was that we needed Preview to play Cap. Preview had never played Cap in his life. He didn't even know the animation cancel at the time. And so it was like, yeah, like, no shit, we're not going to do well. So I said, if we want to try anything new, plan it in advance and make sure that the person gets enough time to practice a new hero and that we're not trying a new hero in a scrim. That was the whole thing. That was the big overstepping. It was really fucking stupid. I can't believe that I even had to say that. I can't believe that I had to explain that there's practices, there's scrimmages, and there's games, and scrimmages are not for hey, let's just try different positions. Like it just blew my mind. Last, I want to come back to this other message thread from Callie talking about how Odie and Kalek are replaceable because the issue with Kalek dying first and being so frustrated about it all the time was becoming a big issue. Now, I know that these all seem like minor things, and to be fair, they are, but the big one that rubbed everybody the wrong way was Kalek's actions right after we were eliminated from MRC Season 4. We had a friend and streamer, we'll call her Emily, because she asked not to have her name involved, helping us with subbing during Callie's absence. This round, we knew for a fact, way in advance, that Callie would not be able to make, so we confirmed in advance that Emily would be there. What we were not prepared for was Odie not telling us when he got home. His plane kept getting delayed, and at a certain point, he just went AFK. Nobody had any idea about when he was going to be home, if he was home, if he was going to sleep through his alarm like he had been doing recently for most of our scrims. We had no idea. Odie went dark. Our games were at 1 p.m. EST, so at 3:30 a.m., when I still hadn't heard from Odie, I asked Emily if she had any friends since I had completely exhausted my network. I just wanted a backup. That's all I needed. I was hoping that she would see it when she woke up so she could find somebody by the time that I was up. When she responded at 10:30, Odie had still not responded to anybody. These are my messages with Emily. Do you know any other supports, Queen? Hello, we still need? Haven't heard from Odie, so unfortunately, I think so. I can start looking. Give me a sec for coffee. Then she asks, would you be able to put away the past with Perry? Perry is my eternity duo. We have the best synergy. If I can't find anyone, I deadass don't even really remember what happened with Perry. I just remember he was a dickhead. LOL. I'm sure he was. I said, I really don't give a fuck. Perry loves me, and he is genuinely extremely sweet. This is important to you? Because I was like making a joke how sweet it was that she said that this is important to her. He probably was just doing bad, and you asked him to swap, and he was in one of those moods where he didn't want to. I think everyone gets in those moods. And then she responded, yes, I love competing. I only hold grudges against unapologetic assholes who were assholes all the time. I'm not going to say no to someone who is willing to help in a time of need. Okay, perfect. I'll look for other first. He is just my duo for literally every game. We play everything together. I said, take your time, Queen. I'm going to try to get another hour of sleep, lol. If he's your duo, then let's grab him if he's available. Then she says, okay. Again, he would never be disrespectful, and he would never do anything to hurt us. I trust it. I doubt he even remembers me. I'm very important to him, and whatever is important to me, he will help me. In responding to, I doubt he even remembers me, she said, probably. He argues with a lot of people. I got that vibe, LMFAO. Not gonna lie, we instigate together with oop, and I wouldn't take that. Again, it wasn't bad enough that I even remember what happened specifically, so that usually means it wasn't bad. He also hasn't played Magic for like seasons. I'm thinking it was probably like season 2.5 when y'all argued, so it's been a bit. And I was, again, responding to other things. I said, I play things up for stream sometimes too, so that makes people think that it's more serious. And I said, rip, double rip to what she was saying. I trust it. I'll have someone for us. Don't worry. I said, okay, BRB, actually gonna try to get another hour of sleep so that I can not die. Get some sleep. Much love, Queen. Less than 4. And then I fixed it with a heart. I said, fuck is a less than 4. I'm tired. Fuck me. Good night. Whilst I'm asleep, something goes down. And she says, yeah, fuck Kalek, because he knows damn well that minority joke was not about sleep. As he backtracked the second time I mentioned it. Also, if Blair's coming at 12, I'm not needed, I'm guessing? I said, no, we need you at 12, please. And Kalek does talk about majority minority a ton, so I don't think he meant it in a racial way. I wouldn't take it like that. Also, your frustrations, all valid. And she said, I didn't see it as a racial way. I saw it as, I'm new, and so sucks to suck I wasn't alerted. I probably overreacted, but I'm a bitch when I first wake up. Yeah, no, I'm very upset too. Odie didn't let a single person know. If you can't get a hold of Preview, do need a DPS. We've never had an issue with him, so I think we'll be fine. She said, you okay? I said, pretty upset, not gonna lie. Why? I'm so sorry if I cause anything. You wanna call and vent? I said, not you at all, Queen. I'm making food. If you're around, I'd love to chat. And she said, yeah, of course. So what the fuck happened with Kalek? Emily put in the group chat at 11 a.m., is Odie home? Kalek responded, yes. So I don't need my fill. We're all good for today. Okay. Next time, if you could let everyone know, I concur, so I'm not getting text messages in the middle of the night. Much appreciated. We love you, Emily. I don't love getting my sleep fucked with. Unfortunately, you're deaf in the minority here. LOL. I don't give a fuck if I'm new here or not. It's common courtesy that if everyone is lying on me to get a sub, that the person who may need subbing for lets everyone know. I think I remember you saying something like, Emily will pull out her magic or some shit like that. So next time, y'all got it then. Don't ask me to sub and take my time out of my life just to throw in my face that I'm new. Because I ain't fucking stupid and I know I'm new, but also thought I was here as a team player. This was intended as a joke, since Coco, Shelby, Odie, and even myself notoriously stay up late beyond our sleep schedules. My apologies if it was not seen in this light. I had just texted Odie to confirm that he was home, so we all found out about the same time. Hope that clears it up for you, Emily. You clearing up with if Odie was home or not is a whole other thing than telling me that I'm new here, so I don't know what the fuck you're clearing up. I'll see everyone at 12. Y'all ain't find out at the same time, as again, I was asked like an hour ago to find a support. Context. That's true. Kalik messaged Odie and said, "Hey, are you around? Are you home? Are you awake? Are you okay?" Odie was like, "Yeah, ready to go." Odie did not message anybody. He did not tell anybody. He was just going to show up and act like everything was okay. Whenever the last messages were him like in the group chat of me saying, "Hey, what's going on? Are you going to show up? Let us know when you're back." We're all at wit's end trying to figure out what was going on. But he responded to a message from Kalek and didn't tell everyone that he was home. So all of us were just left wondering. He even left some of us on red. So Emily was frustrated because of all the work she put into getting a sub, not feeling appreciated for doing so, and thought it was odd that everyone seemed so nonchalant about the sub putting in all the work to do something for someone who was being non-communicative with the rest of the team. She admitted she overreacted. I think her feelings were valid though. While I was asleep, nobody thanked her for showing up. Nobody thanked her for all the help that she did for a team that wasn't even hers. It's not a fun place to be, and I sympathize completely. We ended up losing the best of 3 right afterwards, and I gave a short speech to everyone about how proud I was in everyone and how thankful I was for the amazing job they did in getting top 64. We all grew a ton, and despite all the inter-team issues, we really did accomplish something amazing. Kalik immediately butted in, saying, "All right, thanks, Crafton. Great work, everyone. We got a lot of work to do, so I'll see you all on Monday for scrims." I had to butt back in and say, No. I'd like to give everyone a break. We've been going nonstop, and tensions have been high. Everyone, please relax. And if everyone messages me saying that we need to scrim, we can do that. But in the meantime, please relax. I'll be in touch soon with next steps, but until then, enjoy the weekend. No scrims until further notice." Within minutes, Kalik messages me, frantically upset. I want to remind you, our games were at 1, and we just lost. We were just knocked out right before this message was sent. Kalik says, "So we're not going to address the verbal abuse I was subject to by Emily?" Kalik, we just finished the fucking season. Chill for like 2 seconds, my guy. Bro, I get shit on all the time and feel like the world is against me, but anytime it's somebody else, people try to mediate it. Does not feel good. Hope you understand. That shit fucked with my mental this morning. I am so sorry that it fucked with your mental. If I'm being honest, I didn't even process it. I read it, but I didn't process it. We could talk it through later, though. I promise. What I need from you is to relax for a weekend. Introing a passive-aggressive comment to start a conversation with me every time you're upset is getting much harder to handle than I would like. I get it. He was upset. But we just fucking lost. Like, just lost the season. And that's how he starts conversations when he's upset. He just lashes out. And I want you to pay attention to how he speaks about the situation that's going down. Okay? I want you to think about how he said, "The world is against me and I'm so hurt." Okay? Keep those words in the back of your head as we see how whenever I don't give him the validation that he needs, he immediately texts Shelby. "Hope you get sufficient notice to get a scrim or not." What? I mean, Coco not telling us what's going on, and he never addressed Emily. It's fine. Just fucking destroyed my mental an hour before the tourney. Kalek, we just finished. Like, you don't expect people to want a break after all that? I had to mention it to him, and he's like, "Oh, that. We just had a break with the holidays." After being knocked out is a different story, especially for everyone who consistently showed up. I was there the whole time. No tank subs. And you aren't the only consistent one or the only one on the team. Tensions are high. We push it more, it breaks. Yeah, like why are tensions high? I don't get that. People are fucking soft. Just take a pause. People are fucking soft. Did we read the same messages from him that he sent to me 2 minutes ago about how hurt he was that the world was against him? She responds, "I don't know, but like the backhanded remarks from you lately are too much. Please remember, you're not the only one on the team." I get shit on so much I can't dish it back. The actual fuck. I question why I'm even here. Who's soft here? Who is soft? Well, I don't understand the point that he's trying to make. Shelby says, "You said two very backhanded things to me today for no reason. I didn't do anything wrong." "You didn't. Then why say them?" "Not sure what I said that was backhanded." "Okay, that was." And Shelby said, "Yeah, don't fucking talk to me." This all created a lot of tension that would ultimately lead to us no longer speaking, as in Kalik and I are no longer on speaking terms. But for now, it's just one big snowball that's slowly getting bigger, bigger, and bigger, and too unwieldy. Here are the messages between Shelby and I about whenever she woke up and what all went down. "What the fuck did I just wake up to in Nove chat? Lots of frustration. I'm upset Odie didn't let everyone know he is back. Yeah, like I've said something to him and preview about it. Also, he hasn't practiced in a week, so I'd still rather have him not play. Everyone has been a hot fucking mess lately. Should I delete the messages of Kalik and arguing lol? Yes, please. Okay, I'm gonna do it from my computer so it's easier. And yeah, Odie is not bought in anymore, I think. I think he just needs to be off the team. He is just not taking it seriously anymore." Then she sends me the messages with Kalek and said, "Am I stupid, or does this feel like a jab at me? LOL. Ugh, Emily is saying that she has to rant to her stream after MRC. How the fuck did this backfire on you? Kalek has got to go. That's just unfair." And then she sent me one of the other messages, and I said, "He's off the team. He's DMing me right now being catty. I cannot deal with this anymore." I said, "I cannot babysit people." What the hell could he possibly be saying? Like, people deserve a break. I said, "Shelby, I'm so done with him. His behavior today was unacceptable." How is he going to text me that and then just ignore me when I ask what the hell that is supposed to mean? LOL. And the last message that we saw was Shelby saying, "Yeah, don't fucking talk to me." Well, now we see that he responded with a fucking gif. People are so fucking soft. Gets feelings hurt. What the actual fuck? He might actually be. And then I say a word. Shouldn't have said the word. I said the word. I'm showing you that I said the word. I could have redacted that, but I want you guys to see that I'm trying really hard to own my shit in all of this. I'm trying to show you guys the complete story and not just I'm a perfect little angel, because I'm not and I've never pretended to be. A couple days later, I text Shelby. Did he ever end up apologizing? Nope. So he just disappeared from chat after that? Yup. Interesting. LOL. I'm so tired of shit people. 10,000% fair. Not looking forward to these talks with them. Like, why did it even get taken out on me in the first place? I'm not even playing on the team. I said, yeah, he's just too hot headed. So, after much deliberation, it was made clear that Kalek and Odie needed to be removed from the team. These were stream supporters, teammates, but over everything, they were my friends, and I tried to handle it with as much delicacy as I possibly could while not beating around the bush. This is where the first domino fell. Here is how the discussion with Kalek went. Fortunately, it was all over text, so I can show exactly what was said, and it's not a "trust me, bro" moment like we'll see with Odie. I reached out to Kalek and said, "I'm creating the second Nova team for this season, and I would like you to be the captain of it. Who would be on it?" And then, "I have so many questions. It'd be up to you. We can chat later for the deets. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and you need to be a captain. Am I am I the only one being asked to leave the main team?" I said, "No. You're the only one I'm asking to help me make another team, though." "Gotcha. It's so obvious with the way that you communicate and the way that you like things ran. If you don't want this, we can chat about it, but it was an idea I had when I was thinking about another team, and the first thing I thought of was you." 9 hours later, I followed up saying, "Hiya. Any other thoughts on this?" "IDK needs to know the support I'd be getting, resources, management, and people from the main roster, because right now it just seems like I'm sent off to build a new team." I said, "It depends on what resources you'd want. I'd be there to help oversee everything and give you whatever you need. Share coaches. Shelby will oversee it, but you'll have your own assistant manager while they learn the ropes. If there is anyone from the main roster that you want, you can tell me, and I can talk to them about it. To be clear, this is not a lower peak team or anything. I did a lot of thinking about this. Your frustrations with my leadership style have not gone unnoticed, and I'm never going to be the kind of captain that you want. I think about things from a different angle, and you like balls to the wall. It's not a bad thing. I just know from a leadership perspective, you'll have more success when you run your own. The new team will not be a B team or an academy team. It's me recognizing that you will have more success this way and wanting to try something new. I think it'll be very beneficial. If you're in, I want to help get started ASAP so we can get it rolling. I think there's a lot of great players who just need teams, and I think that your analytic abilities can help pull it out of them. Realistically, long term, I see you being like the analytics expert of the whole potential Nova Aurora org." He responds the next day, "It's intimidating to go at this alone and would feel a lot more willing if they were a group putting this together to actively run it rather than having to fill with all new individuals. I also don't know if I want to compete this season and rather sub, so I'm exploring my options at the moment. If I was to create a new team, it would be with a few people to start so it doesn't fall on me. And next season, it's too late to begin the process for season 6. Okay, that's good to know. Why don't you want to compete this season if you don't mind me asking? What's changed? I felt like season 5 took a lot out of me. Felt a lot of pressure to show up calm and try to carry. Didn't help a lot that we didn't have a sub tank for Nova. A lot of focus on tourney and not enough on ladder for myself that I'm just kind of stuck at my peak C3 right now. Feel the need to realign maybe. That's fair. That's a lot of the burnout that I was trying to prevent. You put a lot of pressure on yourself, King. You deserve a break if you want one. Let me know what you're thinking as soon as you know. I'd like to address the team with plans tonight about what's going on. I have no intentions of starting at the moment. That's all I know, really. Okay, thanks for the update, Kalek. I appreciate the work that you put in this season. Boom. Done. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl type shit. It was obvious he wasn't stoked about it, but we talked through all of it. I was also incredibly honest about what I said. I really did want a sister team to Nova, and I still firmly believe to this day that Kalek has a very analytical mind that would thrive in a leadership position. He was always our go-to for scouting opponents and double eliminations, and he would make thorough notes and bring us a ton of really valuable info. I honestly really wanted him to be our data guy, but I figured this would be more up his alley given his actions during the season. Side note, I really begged the team to let me do a sister team for 2 seasons in a row. They all said no. They're like, it's just going to be too much, blah, blah, blah. But later on, whenever they make their new team, they all decide that they want to make a sister team. And then they start recruiting my streamer friends for it. And it was all really messy and really stupid. Not saying that they did it to spite me, but I did think that that was an important call out. So just remember how much I wanted a sister team and how much I tried to make that work. Okay? Okay. So yeah, everything with Kalek seemed to go easy peasy lemon squeezy until Shelby and Kalek got into it. On January 13th, in the general chat for all to see, Kalek said, "Why did I lose my perms? I thought I made it clear that I was subbing. You can DM me about it." I had a conversation with Coco in the DMs. Again, you can DM me about it. Very cool that I just get kicked with no notice, no message, nothing, after 3 seasons. You're not kicked, but if you continue this, you will be. I mean, it's pretty clear based on the fact that my role was removed, while the other subs kept theirs. Shelby said, "You can DM me about it," in all caps. Kalek said, "No need, thanks for everything," and left. Right after he left, I got a DM. "Hey, I don't appreciate getting kicked from Nova without notice. Not even a message from you about it. Just really just feels like a betrayal. I wasn't aware what's going on, 100%. Didn't even know that you were kicked. I gave this team 1,000% for 3 whole seasons, and money for coach. Kalek, I didn't know you were kicked. Bro, Shelby clearly has a problem with me." I said, "Yes, you were rude to both her and I at the end of last season. I told her to stop poking at Odie, then she flipped out at me, and I stand by that. No, you were rude about me to her as well, then threw shade at her directly." What? I saw the messages, Kalek. You were being rude and messy about me. Question mark. I said, "Coco not telling us what's going on? We're both not dumb here. Let's cut the bullshit. You were being a snarky asshole. You were all season every time you disagreed with me. Grow up. This isn't bullshit. I know what I wrote. Just because I'm not a yes man doesn't mean that I was being a snarky asshole if I disagreed with you. We clearly see the world differently." I said, "Grow up? Fuck you, Kalek. You're a contrarian asshole." So that caught me 100% off guard. I had no idea about him leaving or getting kicked or whatever the fuck. I was so confused. And then MK, the head of the magnetics team, was in my Twitch chat just casually talking about some stuff, and then he said, "I'll DM you." And then he does. So this whole thing with Kalek went down just after midnight on the 13th. On the 12th, MK hops in and says, "Yeah, Kalek trialed for our team on Friday last week. Didn't really work out well, and he wasn't the best fit. Testing, making sure it didn't pop up on stream. Kalek was having some issues. He got a lot better as the season went on for sure, but he started seeing unappeased by my decisions and seemed like he just needed to be the captain of his own team. He'd try to override me all the time, get upset when I told people to take off instead of scrimming 25-8. So I told him I'd like to be the captain of a second team of mine, and he said he'd rather be a sub. He said, "Kalek is a good guy, but he isn't what we're looking for. He'd be a good team captain, though." What happened with Odie? That's the big one I'm surprised about. Thought he was your co-captain. So putting the puzzle pieces together, it was very odd how everything went down, but when you find out that he just tried out for Magnetics, his old team, and didn't even make the team as a sub. Like, it starts creating this picture that makes a little more sense, I think. Yeah, that combined with being asked off your current team probably is what caused like all of this really heightened tension. He would come into chat and backseat game me, tell me what I'm doing wrong, and really honestly never say anything positive. Our friendship didn't feel like it was doing that well anymore at this point, so when everything went down, I really didn't have it in me anymore to try to salvage anything. Especially when you realize the fallout with Odie that we're about to talk about happened 3 days prior. So I hope that you can give me just like an ounce of grace here. Or not. We weren't kind to each other. I get it. We were just mean. So if you don't want to give me grace, that's totally fair. I get it. So this part is really rough. My fallout with Odie was incredibly nasty. It was no holds barred. He just let me have all of it. And I think it really shows like the true colors of everyone involved and like the amount of deflecting and everything that was done to really just make me look like an absolute villain. This right here is basically the beginning of the end of all of my friendships. It's really hard for me to talk about. But let's get into it. Preview had told me that Odie was expecting to get kicked off the team. He knew it was coming. Preview told me that if Odie was kicked off the team, that he would leave the team too to stay loyal to Odie. I told him that's totally fine and I won't be hurt by it. And I appreciated him giving me advance notice. The day before, I messaged him and I said, "Hi, King." He said, "What's poppin'?" I said, "I'm planning on making some changes to Nova Aurora for the upcoming season." "Word, did you want to talk about it before stream?" I said, "No stream today, lol, but I'm spending time with the family." He said, "Oh, right on. When did you want to talk about the changes you had in mind? Hope you have a day with the family as well." "Great day." I also just made a joke back. LMAO, had a day. "Thanks, King. Free tomorrow?" He said, "Yeah, I am. We could do it before the scrim," and whatnot. The way that he's talking, it's obvious that he knows. He didn't want to talk about it over text. He knew what was coming. So, before our scrim on the 9th, I called him. I was immediately very honest, and I said, "With the fact that you've missed 2 seasons of the tournament in a row, we're going to have to cut you. But you're still my friend, and I still love you." And he said, "Are you serious?" I said, "Yeah, man." He said, "Callie missed too. Are you going to kick her?" I said, "No, because she made plans when it came to missing. You didn't tell us anything about your trip until right before. Also, you did the same exact thing last season, man. I don't feel that we can depend on you when we need you to be there. What's all the work during the season for if you're just going to miss game time?" He said, "No, man, come on. I'll be better, I promise." I said, "Odie, please don't make this harder than it already is. You said last season that you were going to commit and you wouldn't do this again. You promised." He said, "So what? Am I the only one off?" And I said, "No, I'm also asking Kalik to step down as well." He said, "Oh, so you've already made your decision, huh?" And I said, "Yes, it's not personal though. We can still game together all the time. This doesn't change anything between us." And then, like, there was like a pregnant pause on the call. Nobody said a word. And then after like 20 seconds, he went from like this pleading like way of speaking, like trying to beg me to keep him on, and then it like did like this crazy 180. Like his tone changed, his speech pattern changed, like everything about his demeanor in terms of like vocal quality obviously did a complete 180. He was cold and he was very mean. He said, "You know, if I leave, preview leaves, right?" And I said, "That's a chance that I'm willing to take, man." And he said, "You're really willing to give up your star player over this?" And I said, "If it means having a team that I can depend on, then yes." He said, "After everything that I've done for you, this is unbelievable." And I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He said, "You know how bad it hurt me that I had to foot most of the bill for the coach for your team?" I said, "Odie, you know the financial position I'm in. Like, that's why you offered to foot most of the bill." And he said, "All the support for you on Twitch, everywhere, even after you kicked me off the team the first time." I said, "Odie, this isn't personal. This is just about the team. Also, I'm really not liking where this is going." And he said, "You know what, Coco? You are just so shit with money." I said, "Odie, you know that I literally just filed for bankruptcy yesterday. Yesterday. This is not fair." And he said, "All you do is spend money on Twitch and fucking League of Legends cards." And then I cut him off and I said, "You know what, Odie? Go fuck yourself." And then I hung up. I just sat there at my desk and started to just shake. As mad as I wanted to be, I was kind of just in shock. I couldn't really process what had just happened. Like, it felt like a dream. Like, I talked to this dude every day for close to a year at this point. Like, there's no way this is real, right? There's no way this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing just happened, right? Did I do something wrong? Like, when he said, if I'm ever underperforming, you can cut me, that's the deal. All those seasons ago, did he not mean it? Why did he say those things? Did I deserve them? Have I really been that awful of a friend this whole time? I was honestly just lost. I just stood there staring at my monitor for a little bit. He did send me a message shortly after the call. I was so upset I didn't get around to responding to it until much later, but he did say, I don't really want to end it on that, and the last thing I want to do is hurt you, brother. I hope you feel better and we can talk further, and best of luck with whatever, man. I don't think poorly of you at all, and hope we can at least maintain a friendship. Before we move on, I would really hate myself if I didn't say that I really love these guys. Going back and finding the instances of these DMs where there were issues, again, it's not cherry picking because a lot of these things happened a lot of the time. There was good in there too. Kalik checking in on me every once in a while, Odie hyping me up. These people were my friends, and I cared a ton for them, which is why it hurt when both of them blindsided me with just like these absolute gut punches. I kind of figured that, being kicked off the team wouldn't feel the best, but they both said that no matter what happened, they understood whatever decision would be made, and they both just wanted what was best for the team. After this, Odie went MIA for a bit. He wasn't playing Rivals anymore. He was already burnt out on the game, so I guess he just needed a longer break. When he decided to come back, everything changed. Wait, let me rephrase. Hold on, I have something better. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. God, that was such a good show.
Any other ideas?
Stinky!
What?
What about if it is stinking inside?
Sorry, you want that in a car?
I'm sorry. I cannot think any good car idea because this guy keeps farting.
We lost Kalek, we lost Odie. We're trying to move on, we're trying to live our lives. And we go back to business as usual with Nova Aurora, trying out new tanks, new supports. We get lots of people in, and we have a really solid depth chart. I mean, like A+. Like, there is cohesiveness, there is good comms, there's great gameplay. We even got a different coach that fit our vibe just a little bit better. Don't believe me? Look what our lovely teammates had to say. Blair said, Coco, the team looked so good. Man, I am so excited for this season in Nova. I text Shelby mid-scrim one day, and I said, Shelby, yeah? This is the team. It feels so good watching. No one yells at each other anymore. Like, I always knew who the problems were, but this is good. She said, synergy is amazing, for real. I could cry, I'm so happy. Yeah, it's good. Fuck yes. Then, after a little bit of time, Odie started playing Rivals again. He was kind of easing his way back into the game. It didn't seem like there was any bad blood or like active animosity. There would be some weirdness when I would ask my friends to play games, and then Preview or Callie didn't like responding to me whenever they were playing with him, but Shelby would just straight up say, sorry, we're playing with Odie. I wish that Preview and Callie could have told me and I didn't have to reach out to Shelby, but I understand they were just like, hey, I don't want to upset Coco. I don't want to make anything weird, so I get it. And to be fair, I was never upset with them for playing with Odie. I, I'm never going to make the kids pick their parents in a divorce. Everyone seemed very understanding of what happened. They never tried to argue with what I said. They all had issues with Odie. So whenever I told them about what happened and how that we're probably going to need some time apart before we could talk again, they were all like, oh, yeah, totally get it. Like, we understand. And also, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I was obviously upset. Like, when they asked what happened, I would say things like, fuck him, he's a dick. Everyone seemed to be very understanding of what happened, though. Like, they never tried to argue. Oh, when it came down to it, one day Shelby said, are you guys ever going to make up? I said, yeah, eventually. I just need some time. And she said, he thinks you hate him. I would just reach out and tell him you don't. So I did. On January 13th, 4 days later, hi, I want you to know that I don't hate you. In fact, it's the opposite. That's why it was so frustrating in that conversation. I want you to know that's not going to change. So a few weeks later, when Odie gets brought up in the call again, whenever Callie, Preview, and Shelby and I were gaming, Shelby says, yeah, I kind of see his side though. I was really taken off guard. Like, genuinely, like, very much so taken aback. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, she's never stood up for Odie before. Just a couple weeks ago, she was like, yeah, no, he sucks. Like, I get it. Like, you just need time. Like, she was very much so, like, understanding of everything. So whenever I asked, what the fuck are you talking about? She said, well, he reached out and apologized, and you never responded. I said, did he say that? And she said, yeah, you never did. I said, okay, well, that's a lie. And she said, well, that's not what he said. So it really irked me that she stated it as a fact. So I screen shared on Discord and I showed her that I did send him the DM the day she told me to do so. Suddenly, the argument changed. It wasn't, well, you didn't message him. It was, well, I can still see where he's coming from. I said, okay, what now? You could have kicked him from Nova at a better time and not an hour before the scrim. And I said, okay, what the fuck are you talking about? We planned on talking that day. And also, you knew before I did it that it was going to be that day and time, and you didn't say anything. And Preview chimes in, yeah, Coco, that was kind of fucked up, not gonna lie. Okay, am I just being gaslit? Every single one of them knew when and how I was going to do it. In fact, I have proof of just that. Here are my messages with Callie. On the 8th, I said, I'll be on at 4 tomorrow. Just let me know when you're around. Okay, I get home at around 5 or so your time. Fire. I just don't want to start too late because the heathens get on. Also, we have a team meeting tomorrow. And she said, is it the team meeting? I already told Kayla he's off, waiting on the response, telling Odie tomorrow. Oh, okie dokie. Boom. She acknowledged it right then and there. She didn't put up a fight. She didn't say that was a bad call. Anything. Next, here are some texts with preview. Is Friday the day you were telling Odie and Kayla? If so, I don't know if I want to be there. LMFAO, cause Odie. No, I'm telling them individually. Friday will be our first meeting without them. Preview says, oh, okay, LMFAO. And now you could say, oh, well, he didn't really know like the date and time specifically. He just knew in general. Well, then he messaged me on Discord. IDK about the new season, cause I like grinding ranked. So have you changed your mind about kicking Kayla and Odie, or are you telling them tomorrow before meeting? I confirmed that it was tomorrow before the meeting. Didn't put up a fight, just said I don't want to be there if it's in person. So I don't have proof that Shelby acknowledged the date and time that I was specifically doing it, but Preview knew, Callie knew, and it was coming up on the day of, and Shelby knew that he wasn't off yet and didn't say anything then. So I hadn't known that I had done something that was just so atrocious. I just like couldn't put it together. Like, why is it such an issue now? And then I started getting this weird feeling. Like my spidey senses were tingling. And I hate Spider-Man players. So to be clear, you know when my spidey senses are tingling, that shit's real. At the end of January, things started getting really weird. Suddenly, Shelby and I started fighting all the time. Like, verbally, on stream, full out fighting. No matter how many times I would ask her to message me privately if she had issues, she would always put it in the chat. And they were big. Like, weirdly and unnecessary big. Like, banning and ending stream big. You could argue it was an overreaction, and I think for the most part you would probably be right. But the repeated disrespect was really getting to me because it came out of nowhere. Again, I don't think the specifics here are going to do anything except make people look bad, myself included, Shelby included. So I'll leave that for the document and I'll just cover the most important parts here. Despite all of this, I still went out of my way to make her feel included with our friends. Emphasis on our friends. On January 23rd, I got an invite from Blair to play Fortnite. Do you want to join us for Fortnite in an hour? Kathy and I plan on streaming. Callie's gonna join. If I'm invited, you're always invited. And then I get a text from Shelby. Like I've been here the whole time, and Blair never said anything to me. Huh? I even said TFTI, and she ignored me and still invited you. TFTI? She explained, thanks for the invite. Like, it just doesn't feel good, lol. Well, if that's the case, I'm not going without you. Sorry I pulled a blank in blank. She's referencing some people, and I don't think it's fair to them to bring them into this. Feels not good, man. I think Callie is trying to get me in there. The next day, she says, sorry about last night. IDK why I got like that. I don't usually have FOMO, but I was emotional yesterday for no reason. Laughing emoji. I said, why are you sorry? I'd feel upset too. I stand by my decision to not play unless you were invited, girly. I just wanted to emphasize the feeling included part because this happened on January 25th, where on the 21st, I was reaching out to her, what she's been up to, because I noticed distance and I started to feel, in general, not included. I reached out to Shelby because I was starting to feel like something was amiss. I noticed that she wasn't around as much. I noticed that she wasn't in chat, she wasn't in Discord, she wasn't texting me as much in general. I felt like something was up, so I reached out. Hi, Pooks. Hola. What's up? There's something in the air right now between us, and I need to figure out what it is. Huh? It's felt like you hated me since you ended stream the other night. I'm very sorry that I made you feel that way. Would you mind telling me what I did specifically? It would help me out a lot. It doesn't have to be right now. I just want to know how I can be better. She said, You've just been super quiet around me, like when it was Callie and I the other night. But you're so talkative with other people. I said, When was that? The other day. After we had talked and everything, the same day we played Mimesis. Oh, that had nothing to do with you. That was the same day my grandma died, yeah? I am honestly not sure, but that does make sense. I'm sorry that I forgot about that. I just assumed you were still ticked off at me, so I was like, I'll keep a little space. I've also been feeling lots of way about stream lately. Lots of people acting expectant right now. I need some love and glaze and shit, but right now we're on this haha Coco bad arc right now, so it's not really fun. What do you mean? Am I one of those expectant people? No. I was a little peeved when I was saying, man, I'm actually having a good time on main. I can actually play some and win. And then it was immediately met with frustration, and I was like, well, that sucks. I thought you felt some type of way because of the Sexy Six thing. If you do, please don't. It's not the Bronze the GM team. I'm just helping them. LOL. For context, it was some people who, in the community, who wanted to play, and we were playing in a six stack. Also, when I said, yo, can we delete the messages about some rivals drama in chat, you said, why? That upset me a little bit. I would probably time out anyone for saying something like that in text chat and not in VC, and I was giving you some grace. You said, did I miss something? Like, you usually don't care if you talk about others in big situations like that. Said, not when the drama is so big like that, and my whole thing was let's remain as partial as possible. Like, I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. I'm also a little confused, the expectant thing, like Swomi is in your chat every day, multiple times a day, just like inviting herself and asking you to play, and you do? When was the last time that I did? Every night. She's in stack every night. She was dead ass not in the stack last night or tonight. She said, oh, I wasn't watching. I just saw she is in the new channel. Head mod, not watching for the past couple days. Not giving me any reason why she wasn't showing up or whatever. And again, she's done a lot, so I don't expect her to be here every night. But for her to make bold, brazen assumptions when she's not even there is kind of odd. I said, she's a Discord mod, temporarily. And she said, oh, so no, I have not played with her in a while. You make everyone a mod, lol. Do you feel some type of way about that? No, I just remember you saying that you were trying to set boundaries and trying to keep Discord and Twitch mods separately. I said, can I ask you something? What's up? Do you think that you need to take a break? What? LOL. I'm fine, but what makes you say that? You've been here less, seem to be extra spicy with things, and seem to have more opinions about things. I'm just making sure that things are good and straight here, and that it's not too much. I'm absolutely fine, I promise you that. I've just been wanting to grind rivals myself, so that's what I've been trying to do with whoever is around, you know? I've also been trying to go to bed earlier to attempt to fix my sleep schedule. I've been falling asleep around like 10 and then waking back up from midnight to 2 a.m. It's annoying. Do you feel some type of way that we haven't played together on main? Please be honest, Pooks. Oh, absolutely not. I'm not trying to throw anyone's elo when we're 2 levels apart. That's why I always say Paizuri. That's my alt. And so I said, on my alt, Queen. If you want to run any, wait, you just said main. I'm confused. But do you feel any type of way that we haven't on your main? I've been on my main. I was just on Lobotomy with you and Callie the other night. I said that we haven't played a ton though. You've been trying to rank up your main, right? Wait, are you trying to say I'm upset that we don't play together more often on my main? If so, absolutely not. That's why I only suggest it if your games on your main are going bad for a change of pace. Although, I did de-rank back to Diamond tonight, even playing with Preview and Shine. I play quite a bit with others as well too, so no, I don't ever get mad about us not playing too frequently or anything. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no bad blood or anything. Is there anything between us still bothering you? Something still seems off. Nothing with you in particular. I think more so the community feels a bit off lately. So maybe like splitting time between so many different places is like seem like something is wrong, but I still actively have stream open and stuff, like if I'm not presently typing or anything. What do you mean the community feels a bit off? There are just a lot of strange individuals lately. Also, Jinxie is like brand new, but acting like a mod that's been around forever correcting people, and it's weird. Odie being gone sucks. Hoped you guys could remain friends, but that's between you two. Your content together was always so good, so it sucks to lose that like as a viewer. MRC this season feels a bit hopeless right now. You feel? Yeah, I noticed you were bouncing around more. Like I'd play someone and you'd be in their chat after I ain't seen you in a while. I understand if it's less your scene now that like Odie is gone. Not that he was ever in chat ever, lol. What happened with Jinxie? I have been very grateful for his extra help. Also, whom else is weird, lol. Who? I mean, whose chat would I be in? And I never said anything is less my scene. I literally explained that I've just been trying to grind rivals, that's all. Now, something that really struck me about these messages was it's this. And then I said, no. And then she's like, okay, well then it's this. And I would say, okay, but no. And then okay, well, it's this. It's like everything that she said and I had an answer to, it was okay because she could change the subject and find another reason for why she hasn't been here. And then she says, oh, I haven't been watching. And then she says, oh, well, I'm still here, but I'm watching on a different tab or something. Like every way that we had this conversation, it just felt like something was preventing her from being able to talk to me about whatever the actual issue was. I was just lost. I felt like we were having two separate conversations the whole time. I just started feeling like something was different. It's easy to notice when people start changing their patterns, and I could feel the start of something that I really didn't like and I was trying desperately to prevent. One of the things that I've talked a lot about on stream is making sure that everyone feels included. I think I've done a pretty good job at that. I try to read every chat from every person. If anyone came into chat right now, I could tell you a fun fact about them. I know it's not sustainable if I grow too large, but in forming a community, I really do try to make sure that people feel welcomed. I even have an exclamation point welcome command. There were a few instances growing up that made me feel like an outcast. I was really good at making acquaintances, but really bad at making close friends. So growing up when my closest friends were finding their niches and would invite me along, I always felt like a seventh wheel, or a ninth wheel, or a fourth wheel, or like a tenth. I hated that feeling. I hated feeling like no matter what I did, I just wouldn't be accepted. So I always made sure that everyone that I came across felt validated. I would sit with a new kid at lunch, or make sure the person who got cut off got to finish their thought in a group. These people knew this. I'd have late night streams where Callie would talk about fitting in, and I'd give words of encouragement about how I handled it, and I'd give her the same advice that I gave my younger sister, who's just a few years older than Callie. Shelby and I had a heart to heart a long time ago about this. Preview and Odie were around long enough. They would be in VC while I'm talking about it with chat. So when I woke up one day and I realized that I was being phased out, I was physically ill. This was exaggerated by what I can only describe as cloak gate. During stream one day, Shelby, Callie, Preview, and some others in the community were playing some games. I didn't get much sleep the night before and wasn't feeling too hot. During the games, Shelby was having a hard time with healing. Now, this is not an isolated incident. It was so common that she was in cloak form at vital moments, it was a running joke that she herself engaged in. Normally, we would all laugh about it and have a good time. Not all the time, though. Sometimes, when you're all locked in and trying really hard, it can be frustrating. For example, from the day before, here's a message with Callie. Sorry for the games. No problem. I think just me and you should only queue, LMFAO. Maybe plus preview. I just kept seeing Shelby in cloak form, and it made me so angry. I even called her out. But yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. All good. Because I wasn't in the best headspace, and I could tell not everyone was having fun, I decided that I needed a quick break from stream. It's not super fun dying 24/7 and looking over and seeing your friend doing damage. In the grand scheme of things, it's just so whatever, it's small. But I was just frustrated, didn't get a lot of sleep, and I needed to take 5. Preview sent me a text to check in on me, and I told him why I took 5. Preview text me, you good? LMAO, yeah. I was getting frustrated and needed to take 5. Okay, LOL, just making sure. Shelby is like impossible to play with right now. Why? Cloak 90% of the time. Not healing me or Callie, just tanks and cloak form. That was at 6:48. At 6:51, I receive a text message from Shelby. If you have an issue with me, you can just message me. I know I can. I just didn't get good sleep and didn't have the ability to articulate it correctly. Then why message preview and say I was the issue? I wasn't finished typing, so I went and took a nap. Like you made it very obvious there was an issue, and that doesn't feel good. There is an issue, but it was more an issue because I was so tired. It's impossible to lock in when I'm tired and having problems with heals. I can't articulate it when I'm sleepy, and I just need to nap. I was healing you? No. I know you were, but I do think the amount of time that you're in cloak form is very detrimental. There are times when I need you to look around when I'm peeling, and you're blinding. You feel? We can fix this issue. Just don't queue with me anymore. No, that's not a solution. I enjoy playing with you. I'm sorry that it was articulated the way it was. The lack of heals is very frustrating, but it's frustrating more when I'm tired. I didn't have the energy to tell you the issue, hence why I was going to bring it up later and not now. She said, it's not just a me issue, but that's cool. You've had several people tell you that you were out of LOS and complaining about heals. okay, this is getting mean. I'm no longer engaging in this. Yeah, maybe because I'm sick, I'm not fully locked in, but then don't mention anything about playing if you don't enjoy playing with me. I literally said I enjoy it. You're literally making me feel like I'm fucking. I redacted somebody's name in the community that was unnecessary shade, or something at this point. I think lines are getting crossed. I'm very sorry for hurting your feelings. That's not my intention, I swear. It's whatever. Just fucking message me instead of talking shit about me to other people. It's obviously not whatever. I also wasn't talking shit. When I have to hear it from other people, it doesn't make me feel good at all. I'm sorry about that. Really. I promise I was going to talk to you. I was going to ask you if you wouldn't mind doing a VOD review. And she said, did you also invite Selly to get out of our games? For context, whenever I came back, a streamer friend of mine, Selly, was ready to hop in for some games because I had planned on playing with them that day, but we didn't set a time. And because I was already online, I assumed that she assumed that I was ready to go. And she said, I'm not doing a VOD review on stream. Wasn't going to do it on stream. Selly joined way before. I didn't even plan on playing with her. I think I just told her tomorrow, yesterday, so she assumed I was ready. I would be very grateful if you would refrain from taking digs at me, though. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, but those comments did. I didn't take any digs at you. And I mentioned, you had several people tell you that you were out of LOS complaining about heals. And then I said, we can fix this issue, just don't queue with me. I was specifically referencing the things that she had said that were definitely digs. This isn't a dig. It's literally been stated several times by people who we have all talked about aren't on the same level as the rest of us. Also, I'm live. Can we talk about this later? It's getting hard to focus with all that's going on right now. Just know that I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I love playing with you, genuinely. I do think that you've picked up some bad habits, but you're also not dumb, so I know you're coachable. Again, I'm sorry. Here's another example of a time where Shelby being in cloak form is a kind of a running joke amongst the friend group. Here's me texting preview on January 1st. Hi King, what's good? Tomorrow. Yeah. Want a game on the alt? I really want to climb, and these people I play with just don't cut it. He said, yeah, lol, I'm down. Problem queuing with support mains is that if they are celestial peaks, they ain't that good. Support, in my opinion, is the easiest to get eternity if you have like more than one brain cell. And then he said, see, when you queued with Callie, you did so good with the queues. LMAO, that's totally fair. I just play with friends and then I regret it every single time. I need a celestial alt account at this point, lol. He said, true, lol. It's hard to say no when streaming. LOL. You need to, or you're just gonna stay celestial forever. No, I'm gonna get the alt there, trust. Also gotta stop queuing with Shelby, lol. This was mean. It was catty. Shouldn't have said it. I hate carrying her back into GM. She just loses it. She ain't gonna get better if I carry her every time she needs it. I wonder what the issue is. She's not like the best support, but she's not bad. I think when the enemy team is competent, she doesn't quite heal as much as she tries to damage. Is that it? As Cloak and Dagger, she needs to stop going into Cloak form to damage the divers, or anyone. She's not mechanically good either, so that doesn't help. She freaks out a lot. I said, yeah, she's not fun to peel for. I die when I peel for her more often. She cloaks to panic, and it's not good. That's why I don't peel. My skills are better for getting picks rather than staying in the backline puppy guarding the supports. If supports are competent, if they don't get two-shot by Hela, they can survive mostly every dive if they patty cake. So, immediately, I will say, upset feelings are valid. I did not act as a good friend. A good friend wouldn't have said that to preview. I should have just waited and talked to her. I own that. I fucked up. I learned. I apologized. And I tried my hardest to move on. However, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the reaction from that was rather intense. I'm obviously biased, so take what I say with that perspective. But her response was a tad bit on the pretty fucking mean side of everything. Frustrations are valid. She saw that I said something to somebody else about her. Something specifically that caught my eye about all of this. The you're out of LOS thing. There is only one other person that has ever used that specific language as an excuse to be in cloak form and not heal. Any guesses? I'll give you a second to think. Odie. It's Odie. Odie's the one who says that. But don't just take my word for it. Here's messages with Callie. I wasn't having fun with the cloak, so I needed a break. Yeah, that's fair, LMAO. Take your break. I'll be on heals more. She said right afterwards. We all got off. Oof, why? Games were bad, LOL. I said, are you a Sheb right now? Nope. Preview asked if I was okay. Then I said Shelby not healing was annoying. And then he told her, oh? And she started texting me about how it's my problem with positioning because everyone tells me this. All this drama, OMG. It's all Odie, man. You think? And I said, the correlation is there. Odie says those things to me. Yeah, that is true. And a couple hours later, I message and say, everything good with everyone? Vibes were weird, I thought. Callie responds, Oh yeah, everything is great. Sorry for not hopping on Rivals. I just got so aggravated earlier I could not play. LMAO. Future Coco here. As I was writing the script, I did realize that there was a time that I did know for a fact that they were talking about me. I'm realizing this now later because I remembered a time that Callie and I were playing together and I swapped a Hawkeye and I was able to put a ton of pressure on the enemy Hawkeye. We ended up losing, but I did have an insane game. Well, I thought I had an insane game because afterwards, when we all got together, Preview, Shelby, and I was talking about the game and Preview just immediately busts out laughing. And it was like, what? Oh, what's going on? And then you could hear Callie go, shut up, Preview. And Preview goes, Callie said you actually didn't go off, and then just like kept uncontrollably laughing about everything that happened. Callie was immediately upset and saying like, "Hey, that wasn't cool, dude." It was like very like tangibly awkward. Like you could feel the tension. I actually DM'd her about that too. I said, if I'm ever doing poorly or am the problem, I do genuinely hope that in the future you tell me. I trust you a ton and I'd rather know when I need to improve instead of hearing about how I was underperforming. And she said, 100% understand. Also, you weren't underperforming at all. I just kept getting dinked by that one Hawkeye all game. I think you had 25 finals by the end, which is actually insane. So don't think I thought you were playing a bad game. I was just frustrated dying in my ult to Hawkeye all game. And I'm so sorry for making you feel like you did bad last night. You were playing amazing. Can't help getting throwers on our team. I'm genuinely sorry, and I'll work on stopping my pokes and jabs more. The enemy Hawkeye had like 38 finals, so he definitely outperformed me. I was just saying that I killed him more on Hawk than he killed me. That's what I meant when I was saying I diffed him. I do understand the frustration though, especially if you thought I wouldn't hear about it. It's all good. I know you didn't mean any harm by it. I was just caught off guard by all of it last night. I do appreciate the apology. That's how that went. Mind you, this was on December 9th. This whole cloak situation with Shelby happened at the end of January. This is how I took it, compared to that's how she took it. There's a very clear difference here. What I tried to do was I tried to understand that though she may have talked shit about me, she also never thought that it would come back to me. And sometimes when you say things, you get a little more hyperbolic. You never say things with the intention to hurt somebody else's feelings, right? You're just kind of venting. I took it on the chin and I was like, no, I get it. Everything is okay. Trust. I do think that this is a more correct response to how things should be handled in this case. But also, that's like the second time in the span of a month and a half that preview openly told anybody that would listen about something that someone vented to him in confidence. And I think like the bigger issue is that he's doing it maliciously, but also I just know that I was not like this before this group of friends, and I know that they're still in this like bubble of belief that nobody says anything about each other at any point in time. I know this because I was the same way. Back to Cloakgate. Things were really tense with Shelby for a few days after that. The literal next day, she ended up causing a stink on stream about my reaction to another streamer running it down in one of my games. She was yelling at me to leave him alone, and she was causing a whole scene in chat. I kept telling her, take it out of chat, we can talk about it later, but she would not stop. Callie ended up getting involved and DM'd her to stop as well. Then Callie DM'd me, and she was confused about how Shelby was not understanding why I was asking her to stop because she was causing a scene. I'm not going to talk about the other streamer and drag them into this because it's not important. The streamer was having a bad game, and I went into his chat, and he was just like totally out of it. Didn't seem like he was having fun anymore. It was late night queues, and I was like, yo, big dog, it seemed like you need a break. Like, I would, like, hey, friend to friend, streamer to streamer, like, kick your feet up for a little bit. And Shelby was texting me, like, stop making a big deal out of nothing. All you want to do is start drama. All you do is try to do all this. I was very confused. Like, first, I was very visibly frustrated, and I wasn't coming at from it from a place of like kindness. But then, whenever I saw a little bit of myself in the streamer, I was like, oh, okay. Yes, obviously, this man needs to break. He needs a break big time. Shelby started just texting me and putting in chat, stop. I'm such a big issue. I'm horrible. And I was like, what are we doing? You're telling me stop causing a scene in somebody else's chat by causing a scene in my chat. Like, hey, I'm also a streamer. Like, did you forget that? I know you haven't been here for the past couple of days, but please don't forget, like, I'm still trying to do something here. Anyway, long story short, we talked it out. It was a 2-hour call, but we cleared the air about all the times in recent history that she caused a scene on Twitch, and I apologize for Cloakgate and for my actions and the issues on stream. We cleared the air about everything. Deadass, I shared screen, I pulled up Microsoft Paint, and I said, "What are the issues that you have with me? Let's talk about everything." And she listed all the issues that she had with me, and I said, "Okay, let's talk through those." And we went through them all one by one by one by one, marked them off, checkbox everything. It took longer than I would hope to get there. It involved more people than I hoped, and it took longer. She had shed more tears than I hoped that it would have taken to get there. But we got there. Or rather, I thought that we were there. Things were still very, very weird after that. They stopped responding to my messages, and they started declining my invites. On January 31st, we were doing some quick play on stream, and I said, "Hey, you Gucci?" She said, "Yeah, just giving someone else a chance to play." I said, "There's nobody else, lol, they all went to lurk." And she said, "If nobody else does, invite me back." She just randomly decided to dip from stream when everything was like totally good and kosher, and then was like, "Yeah, just invite me back if somebody dips." But there was already open spots. So she dipped out and then just like turned off stream. Next, here's an example from February where I would reach out to Callie and I said, "Hey, where you at?" IDK, "The donkey girl's making this kind of uncomfortable, so I'll hop in next run." And I said, "Oh, dip, for real, for real? I'm sorry." "No problem. It's not on you, for real." I said, "Is it because that one interaction y'all had?" "No, it's just the way that she talks is so sensual." IDK, "Valorant e-girl stuff. I get it. It's good content, though." "Yeah, LMAO. Thanks for understanding." "Yeah, totally. Have fun." For context, this other streamer that I was playing with, their whole shtick is they have a sensual Valorant e-girl voice. They own it. It is what it is. I respect the hell out of the age gap. I didn't want to make anybody uncomfortable, and so anytime that there's anything that could like be perceived that way, I immediately just say, "All right, I'm not engaging in this anymore. I get it. You do you." This wasn't an isolated incident either. 2 days before, I reached out and said, "Y'all still on or no?" No response. The next day, I said, "Everything Gucci?" "Yeah, what's up? I was eating dinner." "Oh, fire. We just haven't done a solid duo in a bit, and I'm just making sure that after all the craziness, everything is Gucci. I'm trying to check in with everyone now that the dust has settled, lol." "Oh, yeah, totally. I've just been having the worst damn luck in comp, so I'll get on the alt and we grind. Ooh woo." We never played again after that message. And here's me reaching out to Preview. We were talking about something previously, and I said, "No more shade though, lol. Thanks, King." And he said, "Yeah, no more. ILY, ILY. Can we play something together soon? I miss our silly duo shit." "Yeah. Yeah, we can. What are you thinking?" And I said, "I don't know. Do you have any ideas?" Because Preview would occasionally send me some things and be like, "Oh, dude, this would be really fun to play," or just something along those lines. No response. And then I sent him something that I made him on stream, which is a mystery drawing. Later that day, he sends me a bear gif, and I said, "What's up, Pookie Bear?" And he said, "Nothing. Bored." "Oh, lol. I'll be live in 20 if you want to do something." "What are you trying to do?" Comp? QP on the new map to figure it out?" "I'm not in the mood for QP. You can play QP, and I'll join when you switch to comp." "Roger. I just want to figure out the new map, lol." I'm showing you all these things because you're about to see them all say, "You never invite us to anything anymore. You never reach out to us first. That's why we're not around anymore." They stopped showing up in chat at a certain point too. These were the people that I played games with for 6 or more hours a day, every single day, for months. Callie was my duo. Preview was the person who, at this point, I talked to the most in my life. Shelby was my head mod and like trusted confidant for so many of my plans and my future issues, and like my best friend. Friends don't just suddenly stop talking like this. My spidey senses were tingling again. At this point, I realized that I was, in fact, being phased out. So I reached out to all of them on February 4th. First, my message to Preview. I said, "I'm sending this to you, Callie, and Shelby. I need to be honest with you for a second. It's starting to really hurt my feelings that I'm not invited to play with you guys anymore. I get that Odie is there or whatever, but I'm not invited anymore at all, and I'm left to solo queue a ton all of a sudden, and it just feels really bad. Coco, I love you. You know that, right? You just don't invite me to play ranked ever. I don't enjoy QP. I don't enjoy playing in diamond or below lobbies. I don't enjoy peak ever since Odie left. It just doesn't feel like the same it was before. Play with random so much now that there is no time for me to play." Something to note is, like I was talking about earlier, the sexy six. Whenever my friends stopped showing up as much, I started trying to branch out a little bit and play with other people. But I really didn't have any other friends who were my rank, so I was playing with other friends and people in the community who were a little bit lower ranked. Started playing with randoms because I wasn't invited anymore. Used to, you'd be down to duo queue and stuff, but you didn't really seem to have any fun with it, or you'd be queuing with Super or Odie every time I got on. I know it's a two-way street, but I kind of felt like I was inviting and getting turned down more often, so I swapped to helping others climb. I played with Super. I played with Super once more than a week and a half ago. Odie, I just started playing with him for like half a week now. You never invite me to play ranked on mains, only once on Smurfs or QP. I don't want to argue, but let's be honest. If I ain't in your chat, you barely message me to play. Every time you're in chat, I ask, bro. Like 100% of it. That's been what we do and how we operate. When I'm live, I don't stop what I'm doing to DM people, only before or after. Also, I want you to know that I'm not trying to argue or be argumentative. That's not my intention at all. I'm just trying to tell you how I feel. We'll break all of them down together in a moment. But next, let's read Callie's. Heyo, I'm sending this to you, Preview, and Chevy. Heyo, if I'm being completely honest, I haven't been on the game much at all. I queue sometimes, but all the games are horrible. You're usually online whenever I get home, and I need a decompressor before getting on. And yes, we have been online more with Odie, just because you have all your friends in lower elo to hang out with. I'm sorry you felt left out, and I'll try to be better. Thank you. I said it's not just that. It's when I ask, I get told no, but nobody reaches out anymore. It just feels bad. I queue with them because nobody's around anymore, not even in chat, and it sucks. Yeah, it's not your responsibility to be here. I just want you to know how I feel. Thank you for the apology. You're welcome. Have a good night, Coco. And then Callie asks if I'm still attending scrims, and I say yes. You'll see why she had to clarify here in a second. And last, here's me reaching out to Shelby. Need to be honest with you for a second. It's starting to really hurt my feelings that I'm not invited to play with you guys anymore. I'm sorry, Coco. It's really not intentional. We started playing before you were even streaming today, and Odie and Frosty were there, so I get it. You only asked me to play QP. I'm just never invited anymore, and it sucks. I ask you to play QP, and I ask if you want me to play on Pi, but you always want to take a break. I get it, though. I know it's not intentional. You haven't asked in a while, though, not since that one day with Preview. I said, yeah, I stopped asking because I felt like I was trying too hard to make sure that we are okay. Like, you didn't respond to a couple of my DMs and stuff, so I figured I'd let some more time pass. What haven't I responded to? I'm confused. I just checked everything and I don't see anything unanswered. And then I showed her which ones and she said, oh, that must have just slipped under my radar. Yeah, sure, everything's fine. Now, I don't know about you, but these responses seemed sus. According to Preview, it's, I don't ask him to play ranked. I do. And then it's, oh, well, it's only these new friends that you're playing with. I said, well, I only got them after you dipped. And he said, well, it's because I'm not in chat and you don't ask me to play. Which is it? I don't know. Now we look at Callie's. It's because her games are horrible. And then it's because they're with Odie because I have my new friends. Which is it? And then there's Shelby. Sorry, Odie and Frosty are there more now. And then also, hey, you don't invite me. So which is it? I'm starting to get in these loops with these like conversations with like no matter what I say, there's always going to be some kind of response that explains away what I'm thinking or what I'm feeling. It like makes me feel crazy. Like my spidey senses have been tingling, but now I'm just like on full alert while I'm like, how do all of you guys have this like same rehearsed reason for not being around anymore? And I realized at this point that I wasn't okay anymore. Mentally, I'm not doing so hot. A lot had happened in the span of a month. I lost Miuela. I lost Kalek, one of my first friends from Rivals, founder on the channel. I lost Odie, one of my closest friends in my life at the time. I filed for bankruptcy. My head mod began starting fights on stream. My closest friends are slowly phasing themselves out of my life and aren't being truthful about the reason. And those closest friends started telling me that I'm crazy for thinking that there's anything more going on than what they're telling me. I can admit when I'm wrong. I learned to never identify with my own thoughts, as opinions and subjective views should be challenged. I always try my hardest to be a good person. I really, honestly, truly do. Does me pursuing this make me a bad person? I don't want to be a bad person, but like, if they're all saying that nothing is wrong and I feel it and I'm trying to reach for an answer, am I just like causing drama unnecessarily? I know that I felt a change, and I know that it directly corresponds to Odie coming back to Rivals and them playing with him. Nothing else correlates the same way. Do they just enjoy playing with him more? No, because if it was that, they would say that, right? It has to be something. Unless it's not. Fuck, am I crazy? Am I really just overanalyzing every conversation that I've ever had because I'm overwhelmed? Am I mentally unwell? So I decided that I needed to take a break from streaming. For the first time since I started 11 months ago, on February 4th, I decided to take a few days off. I made a post in my Discord about it. Hey y'all, I'm going to be taking a bit of break from streaming. I'm not sure how long, I just know that I'm not super happy with the direction it's been going. I've been getting off of stream in a bad space and then staying up all night wondering how I can fix things. I'm only streaming, thinking about how to fix stream, sleeping, and then repeating. I just need time to fix whatever this is. I won't leave you in the dark about my return. I just don't know how long I'll be gone. It'll probably be just a few days. I love you all so much, my little scrumdiddlyumptious cupcakes. You guys are the most amazing humans, and I'm thankful for every decision that led me to here, where I am, to have met you all. Support other Kokomofos in my absence, please. Talk soon. Bagman Jones. Alas, we had a team. I had responsibilities. Church Ingalls, Lambo's father, 8 Inches of Adam, aka G-Boz TTV, Coco Loco, Preview, Callie, and Zyther. I had responsibilities to all of them. When we had everyone, and everyone was locked in, Nova Aurora was electric. We had momentum. We needed to keep that momentum going. That scrim didn't go very well. In fact, it went rather poorly. There was a sharp difference in how everyone was playing. I've never had to worry about Callie and I's play style together, ever. We were just always so in lock and so in sync. Callie was my dedicated duo. But there were times that I was peeling where I was dying and I would just hear, ugh, sorry, man. And I was like, that's weird. That's not unlike her. So much so that after the fact, when Yvonne reviewed it, one of the only notes that was talked about and emphasized was, why are you guys not helping Coco? He's the only thing keeping you guys alive right now. I've never had that issue with Callie at all. She made sure that Preview was up, and there's only one other person that I know that always makes sure that Preview is up and alive. And they've been gaming together an awful lot. Pit in my stomach. I talked to my wife a little bit about it, and she kind of head nodded, and I realized she was starting to not necessarily 100% feel everything that I'm feeling, and so I kind of just brushed it off, but I knew something was up. The night before my break, I was doing my post-stream routine, laying in bed. The night before my break, while I was live, my wife took it upon herself to message Odie. She said, "Hi, Princess. I have un question. What's up? When you and Coco kiss and make up, sigh. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really want to because I haven't felt this bad in a long time." "What do you mean? Why do you feel bad?" "It's a lot. I'm in a game right now and we'll explain after." Okay, I got you. I just love you both, and I know that you love each other. I would like nothing more than for you guys to be friends again. At this point, all Lee knows is what I've told her, what is my truth of, hey, we fought, he apologized, I reached out and I said, hey, I don't hate you, I just need some time. That's all that we know. That's all that I know. The next part, it starts getting a little more confusing. I've already moved past it at this point. I invested a lot into Coco as a friend and felt undervalued. I really just want to have fun and play games. The next day, before scrims, she reaches out. I think you both want the same things though. I'm not sure why you felt undervalued because he cared a lot about you. After the disrespect that I was shown after everything, and him being the only person that I have arguments with, I just don't think it's healthy for me at this point mentally. I want to come back to this later. I'm the only person that Odie has arguments with. What do you mean disrespect? I'm sorry that you're feeling that way. You both have very strong personalities, which could be why y'all clash sometimes, but I also know that you have a lot of fun together. If you're done, I get that, but I also know that Coco was never under the impression that y'all's friendship was over. I won't push anymore, but please know that he and I are both only wish the best for you, King. What even is Coco telling you? The way that you're responding to me right now makes it sound like Coco is only telling you what he wants you to know. What did I say that makes you think that that was the case? Coco doesn't do that kind of thing. I was also just asking clarifying questions. I know Coco doesn't talk positively about me, and I've heard the opposite intentions of what you were saying behind closed doors. I don't really want to beat a dead horse, and I think that you're a great person, so I'd rather not continue this. I don't know what you're hearing from who, but I think things are getting misconstrued somehow. I know he has been very honest with those close to him about what's happened, but other than that, he has not said anything negative about you. It is very obvious to me that y'all both still care, and I think talking this out in a calm way is what's best. But if you say you're done, I respect that and won't say any more. He responds, Thank you. What the fuck? Or I have to put emphasis on I know Coco doesn't talk positively about me, and I've heard the opposite intentions of what you are saying behind closed doors. What does he mean that I'm out to get him? How would I be out to get him? He's not a public person. He specifically tries to hide most of his life from the public, which is why whenever his face got leaked, it was a big deal, and I made sure that everyone involved was no longer in the community. This whole thing is I don't what could my intentions be to slander his name? For what reason? He openly committed to me multiple times that he was going to show up for the team and didn't. He and I do fight all the time, but a lot of that is because he surrounds himself with younger individuals who don't challenge him, right? Like Callie's a teenager, Preview's still a teenager. On his new team, Will 76 is a teenager, and Odie has a very deep, commanding voice that people don't normally want to talk back to. And if they do it in private. Like Callie, Preview, Shelby, they all message me when they're upset with him. I don't. I tell him straight up. I say, I don't like the way that you're speaking to me. Can we talk this out and can we find a path forward? Like, you guys have seen that. That's how I operate. So if I'm the only one that's fighting with him, it's because he creates an environment where nobody says anything different to him. So that started on the 3rd, continued on the 4th, and then I had my scrim. After the scrim, I came into bed. I did my post-stream things. I wasn't live, but lay in bed on my phone. And then my wife asked if we could have a talk. I was a little caught off guard, but I said, yeah, sure. She sat me down and asked if I was okay. She didn't belittle me or anything. She was just worried about me and was wondering if there was maybe more that I wasn't saying. The stress was really getting to her. She hated seeing me upset with these people, and she hated seeing how they were treating me, and she hated seeing how low I was. My wife and I have a great marriage. We love each other and trust each other very much. This is one of the first times in our 10 years together that she asked me, is it possible that your gut is wrong? Holy fucking gut punch. I was blindsided. I felt hurt. I felt betrayed. And I felt even more alone. For the first time in my life, I was worried that I might actually be experiencing some kind of psychotic episode. I knew in my heart of hearts that there was something else wrong. Like, I knew it like I knew that the sky was red. I knew it like I knew the sky was blue. Jokes aside, I actually was really worried about my sanity. I've never felt like a paranoid person before. And now suddenly I'm questioning every thought that I have. Is it possible that I'm not just mentally unwell, but I'm mentally unwell to the point that I should check myself in somewhere? It's one of the weirdest feelings, knowing something to be totally and objectively true, but having everyone around you tell you that you're wrong to the point where they're upset that you even bring it up. And then on February 7th, Shelby posted asking for somebody specific to play with them in the Nova Aurora group chat. At first, I was hurt. At this point, I had been begging for weeks to be invited to play with them about anything. But then she just casually invites somebody else in the group, and then I remembered what they were telling me. Nothing is wrong. We don't hate you. Nothing's wrong. And so I said, fuck it. And I texted her and I said, y'all playing today? And she said, yeah, I want to play. We in a game now. Might be my D rank to GM2. As the time started approaching for me to hop in, I started getting really anxious. Like I was feeling crazy again. Not welcome. Like I had to invite myself to play with them. They were making public plans without me, despite asking and begging. I got in my own head, and I realized that if I join, it's not going to be fun. I'm not going to be able to suspend my disbelief that everything is okay long enough to be able to make this work. So I said, rain check. Gonna work on some emotes, mental blocks and stuff, you feel? Have fun. You got this. Rank up, Chevy. She said, you sure? I think Callie's hopping in too. I said, yeah, I'm sure. I'm actively trying to make my FOMO and not getting invited without inquiry not other people's problem. It's one of the things that I've been working on during this break. If I show up, I'm going to be in a weird mood, and that's not fair to you guys. So please have fun. An hour later, she texts, Coco, we need a sixth. I said, I'm sorry, Chica. We need a DPS player. Then it'll be even. 2-2-2. I said, thank you, Queen, but I'm not there right now. For real, for real. I really do wish that I could have joined. I really, really, really do. I just wish that when we all got together, somebody, literally any one of them, would acknowledge that they've been actively leaving me out. Literally any one of them. All I needed was for one person to tell me that I wasn't crazy. I don't even care. Don't even apologize to me. Don't even say, hey, I'm sorry for doing this. Just tell me that I'm not crazy, please. At this point, please. So later that night, I reached out to Shelby. I've been in my head a bit today and was wondering if you had 10 minutes to call. No is totally okay. She said, I'm queuing games with Pierre right now. I said, no worries. Have fun. She said, I can call you if you're up a bit later, though. I said, yeah, no problem. If not, all good. Get them ranks, girly pop. An hour and a half later, she messaged me, open a door. Huh? I'm calling you on Discord. Oh, fuck. Coming. She said, going pith real quick. So we talked, and I immediately just broke down into tears. I told her how I was feeling about everything. I told her it's been so long since I felt this alone and like an outsider. I told her that I know something was wrong, but nobody is telling me what. I can feel it. I can feel it 100%. It's there. And she said, no, Coco, nothing is wrong or different. To be fair, she was just trying to comfort me. I just don't think that I was consolable at that point. I realized that there was nothing that I was going to say that was going to reach the conclusion that I needed. And so I thanked her for the chat. And she said, look, let's just play tomorrow and you'll see nothing is wrong. The next day, I declined the invite. I told her that I just couldn't do it. I couldn't act like things are okay when they aren't. Not to the people who were supposed to be my ride or dies. And then, suddenly, like a spark hitting a fucking gas tank, what the fuck? Shelby and I got into a full knockdown, drag out fight. I really can't add more than just reading you these messages. How are you feeling today? About gaming or overall? Everything, whatever you feel comfortable talking about. There's a million things I could say. I had nothing but time to just sit and think. I just feel hurt. I've invested more in my friendships than the other way around. That's it, really. And like you said you didn't think that I was playing off stream, but then you randomly ran into me a game where I was playing off stream. So, I'm confused, and I just feel like everything is an excuse for I'd rather just play with Odie without you. Nothing adds up. I just wish someone would tell me the truth so I can learn from it and move on, and realize that this is just stream friends and not real friends. For context, during the conversation, Shelby said, well, I haven't been inviting you because I didn't think that you played off stream, but on the 4th, before our scrim, I ran into a game with her in preview together. So I was trying to be clear with, what are we talking about? You know that's not true. And she said, that's literally the first experience that I've ever had with you off stream. Right. And then yesterday, you said you'd never seen me do it. I get it, but it's not impossible. So I ran into a game with her on the 4th, and then on the 7th, she said, oh, well, a reason that you never get invited now is because we don't think you play off stream. But again, she saw that I do, that I didn't even know you were on the other team until preview said, oh no, Coco was on the other team. I feel bad. But how am I supposed to know when that was the first time? Which is valid, but it shows that I do, which was Wednesday. So I do, you know? And I'm not saying that you should have a perfect memory, but that reasoning just doesn't feel right. I'm taking a break from stream and not a single person messaged me to play. My ride or dies, not a single person asked me to play. And you knew, and for 3 days you still didn't do anything with that information. This all just feels so dramatic over something that I've explained a million times to you already, Coco. I had just assumed you don't play when you're not streaming. I got into a game with you coincidentally on Wednesday right before your scrim. This has been the one and only occurrence that I have ever seen you online when you're not streaming. For all I'm aware, maybe you were just warming up for the scrim. But how am I supposed to know these things? It was a simple mistake and it just feels like we were beating a dead horse talking about it over and over again. I don't understand what the mistake is. I don't understand. Invited you yesterday and today, but you repeatedly keep declining. So at this point, I'm going to yet again probably stop asking you, because how are we ever going to get back on track if you keep saying no? Okay, I understand where you're coming from. I want you to know that I'm hurt and lonely. That's it. I just want to be told sorry, not sorry that you're hurt, or sorry for being a mod and not being around, sorry for leaving you and not playing with you, sorry for blaming everything else and not just asking our friends to play. That's it. That's all I want. I want my friends to acknowledge they hurt me. That's fucking it. Now, I know you get it. It's a dead horse. But don't fucking make my feelings a problem. You can be upset at the cyclic conversations, but don't talk down to me when I'm hurt. That's not fair to me. And what I'm repeating to is, so at this point, I'm going to yet again probably stop asking you to play. That's what I was referring to. I didn't feel like that was fair when I'm trying to talk about how I'm feeling. I didn't feel like that was a fair response to me. I'm sorry. I've literally said it, I'm sorry, countless times. This victim mentality, when I've sat here and explained to you that it's not anything more than we don't assume that you play off stream, or I'm tired of watching you play with all these extremely low ranked people, is getting extremely out of hand. Worth mentioning, Shelby has never once said, I'm tired of watching you play with these low rank people. Preview said, I don't like watching you play in these piss low lobbies. Shelby's never said that. So for her to be talking to me about this, about Preview's reasoning, again, spidey senses, immediately spidey senses. You're poking and prodding for there to be a more serious underlying issue when there isn't, and in return, you're only going to push yourself away even more. When you found out I said something to you, did I call you a victim? You're honestly just being mean at this point. Your feelings are valid, trust me, but you keep insinuating that there's more when there isn't. I'm not being mean, I'm explaining how you're making me feel at this point too. Calling me a victim is not how you feel. When I hurt you, I apologized profusely. Go back and read it. Do you know what you told me? Sorry. That's it. Dead ass. I want to be treated the way that I treat everyone else. You don't necessarily treat everyone else in a good light either. That's where I'm confused. You were quick to throw me to the curb about the whole other streamer situation. It was like pulling teeth to try to get that resolved with you then and there. Because I was live and didn't want to solve that with you on stream. The resolution to that was us talking off stream. And also, you started that fight. My response was, my head mod is fighting with me on stream, causing a big scene. She will not listen to me. She's calling me problematic to everybody who will listen. So yes, I did ban you from everything. That was like the third instance of you causing a problem on stream. My head mod should not be the person who makes me end stream out of frustration every single time. So yes, I did ban you. I absolutely did. I apologized for that though. That 2-hour call that we had where you were crying, saying how much I hurt you, I talked you through every single one of your feelings. That call wasn't for me. That call was for you. You turned all of the fights that we got into about how awful that I've made you feel. Every single one of our fights was about how sad I made you. I apologized. Essentially, I apologized for your actions to me. I apologized for getting you to that point. It was a 2-hour call of you saying, my family doesn't say sorry. I don't know how to do this. And me saying, that's okay, that's enough, I know you are. But then you wanting me to essentially grovel. I responded to her saying, your feelings are valid, trust me, but you keep insinuating more when there isn't. Why couldn't you just say this and tell me that I'm your friend and that you want to play with me, and then you're sorry for not prioritizing me like I do you? That's all I wanted. My sorry might not be as eloquent in others, but when I say sorry, I mean it. And then responding to her message about the other streamer situation. Shelby, you're kidding, right? That fight was not about the other streamer. It was about everything. You know that. I don't know why you're being so mean about this. Like, this is just nasty bringing up other things right now. It was about me telling you to stop picking fights with other people, which, again, is not something that I did. So, again, it was not about that. Our whole conversation after the fact was that was the explosion point for all of the issues that we had been having. I'm not being mean or nasty. Like, I cannot just have a straight up conversation with someone who I thought was my friend without getting told this. Again, I keep telling, whenever we have these conversations, I was like, this is mean. Throwing past shit in my face is mean. Saying that it's pulling teeth to get things resolved with me is not kind. Like, I don't, saying that I have a victim complex or a victim mentality is is not a nice thing to say. So I say, I'm not saying that I'm perfect, but throwing past shit in my face is not okay when all I wanted was a sorry. Throwing up past shit is not what a friend does. This is not a conversation. This is you belittling me for wanting you to feel like my friends care. Coco, all you do is talk about past shit. Like, are we for real right now? This all feels hypocritical. Whenever I don't bring up past shit until past shit is brought up to me, and then I talk about it. So to be called a hypocrite after I just said, don't call me like names, like a victim? Are you fucking kidding me right now? And she said, no, I'm not. Shelby, I will not be spoken to this way. I'm actively in your Discord telling people to stop bringing up Marsh because I know it can set you off. Which, cool. Thank you. I'm grateful. That doesn't mean that you can speak to me this way. You've crossed the line of friendship twice now. Fool me once, shame on me. Granted, that was not nice. That was me acting upset and hurt. Shouldn't have done that. This is me trying to be reasonable with you to continue our friendship, but anything I say will hurt your feelings, apparently. No, calling me a victim and a hypocrite is not reasonable, I don't think. You sat there and said, just tell me what it really is last night. And I'm telling you what it really is now at this point. It just doesn't feel like anything will fix this whole not being invited thing. So she's telling me now what it is. It's, I rejected her 2 most recent invites. I don't treat people in a good light. They don't assume I play off stream whenever they figured out that I do. And that was apparently a mistake. They all suddenly don't enjoy watching my streams whenever I play with quote unquote low rank people. This is all very different than the answers that I was getting previously. She's telling me what it is, right? She's telling me everything's fine. It is what it is. At this point in time, I'm going to be stepping away from our friendship. What you said to me was not how friends talk to each other. Calling me a hypocrite, bringing up past stuff, and a victim. You do not speak to me how I'm okay being spoken to. I try very, very hard to treat you with kindness, even when I'm angry. That is not okay with me. Again, I also say that I'm not perfect directly above. I'm not perfect. I'm not going to be a 1-for-1, but I'm also not going to be talked to this way. And so I call it out exactly as I feel. I'm glad that you feel that it'll never be fixed when I told you exactly what will fix it. But no, you call me a victim and a hypocrite for telling you how I feel. And she says, but what you want is a dramatic apology for something that isn't intentionally being done. No, I said just tell me my feelings are valid. That's it. I said it above. I said that like verbatim. And I said, dramatic apology? Elaborate. You but to take jabs. Every message tried to invite you over the past 2 days, which is what you wanted, correct? But again, how the hell are you ever expecting to move on from the issue if you don't accept it? No, what I wanted wasn't to be just invited at this point. What I wanted to feel is like my friends wanted to play with me. I had to invite myself. I don't want a pity invite. I wouldn't have invited you if that was the case. If that wasn't the case. This isn't about what you did or didn't do at this point. This is about how I feel. What don't you get? When I hurt you, I apologized and I explained everything. I don't invite people I don't enjoy playing with, which is fine. That's great. Thank you. It's not about you right now. You felt like you weren't being reached out for an invite, correct? I said, I went into detail. I invited you twice. See, you're trying to fix it how you want to fix it. And apologies aren't for you to feel good. It's to help the other person. It's like you want to snap your fingers and say, okay, we're good now. That's not how people work. Inviting me isn't the issue at this point. It's feeling neglected and not wanting to be played with. An invite doesn't solve it at this point. And if you think that's dramatic, then fuck me, I guess. I'm a human with feelings. I just don't know what I can say at this point. I'm sorry. I tried to resolve the issue, but again, it feels like beating a dead horse at this point. I'm not here for the drama. I want to play a stupid video game, and that's all our conversations have been lately. It's draining. Again, I just want to play a video game. Now we've seen Odie say that, and we've seen Shelby say that. Again, back to your head. Gigabrains, you guys got this. Nah, you try to resolve the issue by hand waving it away or explaining why I shouldn't feel the way that I do instead of helping me through it. If my feelings are drama, then we aren't meant to be friends. That's fine. I never meant to be a drain. I just wanted a friend to tell me that they wanted to play with me, not just invite me after a week. Tell me that they actually wanted to play with me. That's it. Also, you asked how I felt today. There is no way that you didn't know that I would tell you how I felt. That's how this conversation started. She asked how I felt. I don't know what she expected. I literally asked you because I did want to know how you felt. I was going to ask if you wanted to play again. Do what you think is best for you, Coco. That's all I wish for people anyway. I said, yeah, I get that. I get all of this. I just want you to know that you felt not invited one time. If you're not invited, I'm not going because I left out. I wasn't invited for a week, and you're saying, sorry, you're sad, and an invite isn't going to fix that. I hope you understand that. If you don't want to give more, that's fine, but don't talk down to me for it. Don't throw random shit at me. I've tried really hard to give you what you needed as a friend. All I ask for is the same in return. I don't want to be dramatic. I just wanted the friendship returned. Yeah. And when I was finally asked to join, I joined. Sit there and wallow for days and ended up having fun. Maybe if you would have done that yesterday or today, we still wouldn't be sitting here in the same situation. Okay, she's trying to make a direct comparison to her not getting an invite for 3 hours and then me saying I'm not joining unless Shelby joins. So, what that's saying is you didn't get an invite for 3 hours, you felt left out. I said I'm not joining unless Shelby joins to make sure that not only did Shelby know that I had her back, but so she knows that I told Blair that Shelby should have been invited. That is the whole thing from start to finish. There was a 3 hour window where that was the case. And honestly, I think it was less than that. She's comparing that to a week of direct not invites and a month of being phased out. I didn't sit there and wallow for days. Yeah, no fucking shit you didn't wallow for days because it was 3 hours. Like, I'm like so confused at how like not only can she not see that, but like she's calling me a hypocrite, a victim, and somebody who wallows. Like this is like insane to me. Like like on top of that, I've been feeling crazy this whole time. Maybe I am just fucking batshit insane. You literally cannot help but to just be mean, can you? Like that's so insane to me. You were not invited one time and got an invite 30 minutes later. Oh yeah, it wasn't even 3 hours. Why am I saying 3 hours? It was 30 minutes. I don't even know why I'm saying 3 hours. It was 30 minutes. My best friends remove me from everything because you think I'm some terrible person. That's fine. Wish you nothing but success, but this has become very draining at this point. I am not being mean. I guess that's just all up to interpretation. If that's what you need to tell yourself is crazy. I do genuinely hope that you learn that this is not an acceptable way of speaking to your friends. This whole thing is just insane to me. I won't remove you from everything. I just don't have trust in you anymore, so I'll be removing the head mod role. All I wanted was for you to tell me that you care. GG, Shelby. And she says, I do care, but unfortunately, you want it said to you in some elaborate way, which I've explained is just not how I operate. No, I don't want elaborate. I just want to feel like you mean it, not in a passing way. I know what it looks like when you're genuine and care. I just wanted that not to feel like a burden for wanting my friends to care. I didn't think it was too much to ask for to say, hey, I'm sorry, I do care. Not, can't you read between the lines? I obviously don't invite people that I don't want to play with. Or, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Okay, now quit being a victim and play with us. It just rubs me the wrong way. Next was something that, in the grand scheme of things, wasn't a big deal. I saw something in a friend's Discord that really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And given the scenario of everything involved, I had to ask. Granted, this probably leans more towards the yeah, Coco's actually batshit crazy thing, but when I read it, I was growing more and more concerned that there was something else afoot. It was in the Discord of the team that at this point in time Odie was playing with. Something caught my eye and was weighing on me a ton yesterday. Mind if I ask you a question not related to anything about this whole not being invited thing? Obviously, you don't owe me anything. It just struck a chord with me, and I would rather get your thoughts rather than assume. Actually, let me rephrase. In order for me to be comfortable with you still around, there is something that we need to discuss, ideally tonight. Please let me know when you're free. We can discuss it here. You can let me know what it is. Actually, no, we cannot discuss it here. I'd much rather discuss in voice where it is conversational. I wouldn't like that. If you'd like to discuss, we can discuss it through text. What I really don't like about discussing really pertinent issues where I'm asking direct questions about are you or are you not lying about things, it makes me very apprehensive because you just have nothing but time to think of excuses. We've seen that happen. We're going to see that happen a whole lot more in messages coming up. I like having personal, get to the meat of issues over voice. I like genuine reactions. I like being able to talk through things, and there's just like a lot of things that you miss and you don't misconstrue what people are saying. Okay, and I thought you posted a picture saying that you'd carry his faction to top 32. LMAO, are you serious? Did you see what character I was on when I posted that? Yes, I did. You posted the same photo in Nova Aurora with a much different text. It was clearly a joke. B-Man's team was looking for a tank, and I jokingly said that I'd do it since I had one good game as Emma. And top 32 seems like too convenient, seeing as how our team just got top 64. It feels far too convenient of a random number. It was obviously a joke, but seeing as the timing, it does feel just disingenuous. Based off of what I saw, I was like, that seems just a little too coincidental. Like, we just got top 64. You're telling another team that you'd carry them to top 32, and it's Odie's team. That feels just too convenient for me. They literally only have ever made it to top 64. That's why I said that. Like, seriously, you are reading way too much into things. This is exactly why I said I would like to talk through things, so that I know that I'm not thinking too much into things. You understand that, right? Regardless, I've done a ton of thinking about moving forward, and there is not a single person here who has spoken to me the way that you have and gotten away with it. As I no longer have your respect, I will be removing your roles. I no longer have trust in you as a friend, nor as a member of this community. Words cannot state how grateful I am with everything that you've done for me starting this career. Not only would I not be here without you, I'd be much more further back and probably would have fizzled away into obscurity very early on. With your Twitch knowledge, energy you brought, and jokes that you told, I have owed a great deal of debt to you. There will never be another Mommy of the Kokomofos. That is a uniquely you role that nobody would be able to fill. Thank you for being an ear when I needed it, a friend, and a best first head mod that I could ever ask for. Your friendship meant a ton to me, genuinely. I'm actually so very sorry that it couldn't be worked out. I wish this wasn't the best path forward. I hope wherever life takes you is exactly where you would like it to be. You're a good person and you deserve it. GG's. Her response: what does this mean for Nova Aurora? That is 100% up to you. I know that you wouldn't intentionally sabotage any of the others. You've been the best manager, and I don't have any intention of removing you. If you don't feel that you'd be comfortable in that role, I understand that you need to do what's best for you. Moments later, there was a post in the Nova Aurora Discord saying, due to personal reasons, I will be leaving the faction. It was really inappropriate to not let me know first, by the way. I was nothing but nice to you even in the end. I made exceptions to have you in the stream and Discord, despite how I was spoken to. That will no longer be the case. If we're not friends, like you said we're not anymore, I don't owe you anything. Roger that, you don't owe me anything. I hope my message shows that despite everything, I'm still grateful. No matter how mad I am about everything and how it went down, I'm still grateful. I then blocked her number. Suddenly, my whole online world came crashing down. Everyone started leaving Nova Aurora. People are talking about me on their streams. They immediately reformed Nova Aurora without me, adding Odie in. I was made an instant pariah. I was so in shock how everything could just turn upside down so fast. It was like in a singular instant, everyone was just completely ready to move on. My biggest insecurities of being an outcast were finally realized in full. I was the villain in my own story. I was crazy. I made myself the victim. I was the most horrible person that these people have ever met. If I stopped there, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that I was a paranoid freak who just lost friends to someone else. Friendships change, people move on. You know? I was my own worst enemy and just needed to move on. This is a story about how I'm getting harassed to the point of wanting to ride the sewer slide, and we ain't even got close to talking about that. Spoiler alert, I was gaslit, and Odie was involved the whole time, and we have proof. Spoiler alert times 2. She doesn't care that I was right at all. She just wants to continue ruining my life. Okay, that last part was a little dramatic. I don't know if that's like her only goal in life, but like, it's like certainly felt that way. Spoiler alert times 3. There are no more spoiler alerts. Now we must talk about the mass exodusy. So while Shelby and I were fighting, she was in preview stream playing with Odie and Callie. When the final messages were being sent, preview said on his stream, "Wait, what? Are you okay?" And then after a beat, he said, "Okay, wait, let me end stream." Right after that is when Shelby posted her resignation in the Nova Aurora chat for, again, personal reasons. Churchingles messaged me, wondering what in the hell was going on. What's going on with Shelby? I said, we got into it. Basically, Odie things, unfortunately. There's more to it. It goes very deep, unfortunately. If you ever want to know the semantics, let me know. He said, yeah, it'd be great to know more. It's a big decision to only hear about it after the fact. I said, I wasn't aware that she was leaving either. She did that without letting me know. He said, I'm sorry for the jump scare. Okay, we need to figure something out here. And Panda said she'd step up in the interim. 15 minutes later, there's a non-zero chance that will be more drama. I'm very sorry, Church. Preview sent a message in the general chat. I'm stepping off the team. 2 of my closest friends have been kicked. I'm not dealing with this anymore. This is too much. Good luck. My head is spinning at this point. Like, what the fuck is even happening? Preview is one of my closest friends. Why all of a sudden is he quitting and doing so in a way that's like causing a massive scene? Yeah, there is for sure more drama. It's sounding like there isn't a team anymore, TBH. Odie fucked us. Are you out? I just saw you leave the faction. I'm talking with everyone on the team, and it's blowing up. No one sounds interested, unfortunately. So I messaged Preview, trying to figure out why he's doing this and why he caused such a scene without even talking to me about it first. I didn't kick Shelby, by the way. She left on her own accord after I told her to do what's best for her. Also, as a friend, I would have greatly appreciated you letting me know instead of having to find out from your post. He said, this was taken too far. Personally, I should have left when Odie got kicked, TBH. I said, okay, thanks, I guess. He sent a smiley face. I said, not sure how to carry on now. You seem pretty set on dipping. Yeah, it sucks. This didn't even involve you, and you didn't even get to hear my side. This blows my mind. Peace out, bro. He said, the fuck you mean it didn't involve me? I was involved the whole time. Shelby leaving was just the tipping point for me. I said, I'm talking about my Discord and shit, bro. Like, we were friends too. I feel like I don't have a place there anymore. What's the point? You didn't even talk to me, Preview. Genuinely thought we were friends. GG's. My heart actually probably could have beat out of my chest at that point. Like, how did this happen? Like, why did this happen? These are my friends, Callie messages. I'm sorry. I'm also leaving Nova. Wish you the best with MRC. One by one, everyone leaves the faction. Preview, Shelby, Blair, Callie, Lambo's father, Scyther, 8 inches of Adam, and Chert. Blair really caught me off guard. Her and I were close. Like, we weren't the kind of friends who play games like every day together close. She's one of the people that I've had like very deep and meaningful conversations with, to the point where I thought our relationship was super solid. She kicked me from her Discord. She left my Discord. She left the faction. And she just didn't say anything to me. I said, did you ever plan on talking to me about this? No response. And I said, wait, you left the Kokomofos too? What is happening? I waited for a response. A response never came. Shortly after that, everyone left, or I just manually kicked them. There was nothing left to do now but just sit and wait for the rest of the dominoes to fall. When I DM'd Church back and I said, wait, who are you talking to? Are you reaching out individually? I just want to be in the loop because I'm lost. I've messaged people and talked in calls. I've heard from everyone on the team, and some are mad, and some don't want to participate in picking up the pieces. Roger that. I wish you would have told me that before leaving the faction. I understand, though. He said, sorry, I was working on that. You're right. I should have done that first. I'm really sorry, man. Didn't see any of this coming. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things whether you did or not. Still same result. I know it wasn't malicious. I don't fault you at the end of the day, King. Trust. I'm very sorry this happened. I don't like dramatics, genuinely. I know it seems to follow me and that I'm hypocritical about that, but I swear, this is not what I wanted when I kicked Odie off. He suddenly got interested in rivals again and started playing with Callie, Preview, and Shelby every day to the point where they weren't around anymore. And now he's convinced them that I'm a horrible person. I know that you're in the Crossfire Church, and that's the last thing that I wanted. I hope you get everything you want in a team coming up next. Thank you for everything, King. Genuinely. No problem, man. I know you didn't mean for any of this. I have no hard feelings for you at all. I'm so sorry this happened. I would love to talk to you further about it all if you wanted. Yeah, man, I've been pretty bummed. Bawled my eyes out ball out, haha. Bawled my eyes out for the first time in a while. Lost people I considered my close friends, all at once. I'm down to chat whenever, King. I'd be happy to talk tomorrow or maybe Tuesday if you wanted to. Sorry, I had early Valentine's plans with Moki tonight, so I can't. I didn't expect it to be tonight anyway. Please enjoy yourself, King. Either one of those days sounds great. Cool. We'll reach back out for that. Have a good night, man. Again, really sorry. Thanks, King. Chat soon. 10 minutes later, hey, one more thing. I want you to know so it doesn't look like I'm going behind your back. I am forming a new team. At least a few from Nova Roar want to form it. I had absolutely no intentions of poaching people going into conversations I had with people tonight. I didn't even bring up the idea. Again, I'm so sorry. I just want to play MRC. It's not about you for me. I just want to be clear that I'm not doing this to spite you. That's not fun to hear. Reforming without me. I understand, which is why I wanted you to hear it from me before finding it out yourself. May I ask who's on it so I know who not to ask to help me reform Nova? Yeah, I can let you know in a bit. I'm only making the team with these people because we have a week and everyone told me that they weren't interested in continuing with Nova Aurora. And I put a lot into it with Walker, the coach. I'm happy to refund you for that, by the way. I just don't want to lose everything. I'm really sorry. I get it. I know you wouldn't do anything malicious, King. I appreciate you talking to me about it beforehand, like genuinely. Best of luck. I'm pretty fucking gutted by all this, honestly. And the fact that Odie is on the team after being behind the scenes on all this makes me sick to my stomach. I hope you understand. Peace out, King. I definitely get that. I'm extremely stressed right now, sorry. They kind of thrust me into the captain position and I still haven't wrapped my head around the whole situation. I don't even know if the plan is for him to play, but I can totally understand why it would make you feel this way. And there it was, the final domino for Nova Aurora. Not the final domino in this grand scheme, but the last one for Nova Aurora fell. February 8th, 6 days before MRC started. My entire team left me to build a new team without me. Inviting Odie was just a twist of the knife. At this point, I'm full on hyperventilating. My wife comes into the game room and hugs me while I try to calm down. I knew something was bubbling up. I just never knew that it would get this bad. There is no world in which I would imagine I would ever be stabbed in the back so hard by everyone. Preview's final messages were my own personal, real-life version of E2 Brute. Suddenly, preview messages Lee. I won't be in chat anymore or in server. You are probably the only one I wanted to say bye to. LOL. Peace. Aw, my preview, why? Are you okay? Just me and Coco fall out and Nova Shelby got kicked. I should have left when Odie got kicked. But it happens, I guess. Me and Preview didn't have a fallout. There was no fallout. And also, Preview even said, quote unquote, kicked here. He knows. We're about to find out Preview knows a lot more than he's leading on right now. But y'all were besties. I know there was some shit that happened with Chevy, but why leave when Odie left though? Because I knew Odie before Coco. I'm more in depth with Odie. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. So what about the team? I left, Callie left, Church left. Why the fuck did everybody leave? We're making a new team. It's gonna be fun as fuck. Drama, lol. Aw, who wants to deal with that? So everyone without Coco, that's really sad. It sucks. But Coco was the main problem. How? It was just going downhill. I'm done talking about this because I'm already done with it. Real. Well, I hope y'all have fun. I'm gonna miss you, and I know Coco will too. I mean, there's really nothing else to say. I was the drama. Apparently, to you watching at this point, you probably all think that's the case as well. Because without context and without seeing their side, and you only see my perspective, I caused all of this, right? I am the drama. Am I the drama? No or no. Before you make your decision about whether or not I'm crazy, just wait. Just give me 5 more minutes and you're gonna see. I promise you, I'm not. This kind of feels like it would be the end of it, right? A natural stopping point. They said they just want to move on, be drama free, right? Odie said, I want no drama, I just want to play games. Shelby said, I want no drama, I just want to play games. Preview here said, I want no drama, I just want to play games. I lost everything. They won. We're done, right? Right? Right. No, of course not. I'm down. I have a hard time getting out of bed in the morning because I'm so depressed. So obviously, they gotta rub salt in the wound. Something that's going to be important to know as we cover this next part is that my personal life was kept a secret from stream. When I first started streaming, I wanted to be 100% private. Streaming was a bit on the scarier side for me, and I know people online can be weird, so I wanted to remain as anonymous as I possibly could be. I wear a paper bag on my head. That's my bit. Nobody knows who I am. So that means nobody knew about my wife. She also wanted to remain anonymous so that she wouldn't catch any harassment if anything were to happen. She didn't want to get doxxed. She didn't want anything to happen. We had an agreement about how we would interact with people moving forward. The only person out of all of these people that I ever told was Odie. Odie knew it was a secret. I trusted Odie with like essentially my life at this point. It really did feel like he had my back at all times. One day a while back, Odie told Shelby. He tried to say that it was for a good reason because somebody was uncomfortable or something. I don't remember the details. I just remembered he was like saying, when he was describing it, he kept like changing what he was saying and basically was like, I was trying to help you out. So I just told Shelby that Lee was your wife. And I was like, dude, you didn't even tell me before. What? And then like he just like kept changing the story about why he told her or how he told her. He was like, well, I was being preemptive. I didn't want her to feel weird. And then he was like, well, she was already uncomfortable about something. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? So anyway, he already told Shelby. And I told him, hey, don't do that. I already told you not to tell. And then he said, don't worry, I won't do it again. Nobody else will know about Lee. Now, what you're about to see next is something that I'm not proud of. In a moment of weakness, I acted out. And I was shady and I was unkind. Remember, please, I lost so much just at that exact moment, but also don't excuse my actions. I knew what I was doing was wrong and I did it anyway. I've already acknowledged that, like, I suck ass for doing what I did. The only person who I know with like 1 degree of separation with the team is Magnetics. 2 hours later, after everything went down, I was like, gotta fucking find a team, gotta do something. And I said, yo, pimp. He said, yo, did y'all solidify your lineup? Yep, we got our 6. Why, what's up? Just curious. Got some DPS peeps looking for a team last minute. Ah, fair enough. Good luck this weekend. We will try our best. Good luck to you guys as well. Well, my team dissolved today. Somehow Odie snaked them all from under me. It got them all to leave today and start a new team with him. It was me. I was the DPS looking for team. LMAO. Damn, dude, how'd that happen? He's been playing with Preview, Callie, and Shelby daily. He and I got into it. Suddenly, they all didn't want to play with me anymore. When I tried to figure out, they all acted like nothing was wrong. When I called them on it, the team went up in flames. He swooped in and said, let's create a team without the drama. Like it wasn't the idea from the beginning. LMAO. Geez, that's unfortunate. You basically got kicked out of your team. Yep, sucks ass. But I genuinely didn't like playing with Odie, and all of the teammates who left for him have all DM'd me privately saying they wanted him off the team anyway. Just manipulation, I guess. It showed in our scrim. Callie and Preview started playing much worse. They even started playing selfishly and not like the team. Even the coach is like, why are you not healing Coco? He's the only one peeling for you. I just lost their respect because they had a bug in their ear. You know Odie. He yaps and harps on things indefinitely. I sent that message at 1:15 a.m. I get a response at 3:19 a.m. Man, I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe it's time to take some time off from the game and the streaming grind and focus on getting your mind right. Therapy is something I'd recommend. It helps me a lot. Spend some time with your wife and family, get your personal stuff sorted, and come back when you're feeling mentally ready. Rebuild your community when you're in a better headspace. You could also work on opening up avenues of content creation, post clips on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, stream on multiple platforms, network, and do collabs with other content creators. Those are all different ways to promote yourself. I'd also recommend getting a job outside of streaming for a steady income to support yourself and your lifestyle. That's all the advice I can give. Take care of yourself, bro. I did not ask for this. You are hearing one side of the story. I do not appreciate any of this. Please refrain from talking to me ever again. You know nothing about me. I'm sorry, what the fuck? How did he know about Lee? Where the fuck does somebody in college get off telling me to get a job? The only reason that he said that is because he knew that that would hit me where it hurt. The second largest insecurity that I have. Find a job as if I hadn't been looking one for over a year. Also, get my mind right. Why does everybody think I'm fucking crazy? I mean, I get it. Like I look crazy, but like, why? I messaged Shelby and Odie trying to get to the bottom of things. Honestly, more than anything else, I want to know who leaked my wife. I'll say these messages I know don't paint me in a good light, and I definitely see like the crazy vibes. Again, with context, it's the night that I was stabbed in the back by my closest friends without warning. I just want to put out there. And I just found out that they were talking about my personal information that they knew was supposed to remain private. Okay, that's it. I message Odie. I do not care what we have gone through. Do not dox me. That is absolutely unacceptable. Telling people about my job and my wife and spending is crossing lines that even you shouldn't do. Sorry, I'm just such a manipulator that has controlled everyone's feeble minds. I really hope you figure things out, man. Never wished you bad, but based upon how you've talked about me, it's not mutual. Haha. Odie, do you remember when you got doxxed? Do not make light of this. You fucking doxed me. You want to know what happened? I slipped up because I was concerned for your mental, and I was thinking, and I forgot that they didn't know. I felt horrible at the time. I said, no, you told MK. I did? Yeah, and now he's DMing me telling me about my fucking wife. He said, I didn't. I only told Callie in preview by accident, in all honesty. I said, nah, fuck this. Remember when you got doxxed? I fought for you. It's alright, man. GG's. Did you even tell them not to tell? I'm sorry, what? He told Callie and preview? Not just telling them, he thought that I was mentally unwell and was brainstorming ideas with Callie in preview to tell me. So I slipped up and doxed your wife. What? I also messaged Shelby, and I said, I'm not sure who did it, but I'm sending you the same thing that I sent Odie. I do not care what we have gone through. Do not dox me. That is absolutely unacceptable. Not me, my job, my relationship status, nothing. Note, MK knows everything about me, and I'm absolutely disgusted. That is a line too far. It was Odie. He doxed my wife because of what I said about him. Just FYI. Yep, it was him. Love that for me. Wait, unless it was you who doxed me. You wouldn't do that, right? After everything, you wouldn't. You wouldn't tell MK about Lee, right? What happened with Odie was he was talking to somebody in my server. That person sent photos of him to other people. Not his real name or anything. Again, just a photo saying, this is Odie. I immediately defended him, doubled down, and said that it wouldn't be tolerated. Everyone involved out. But when he does it, it's an oopsie, get fucked. I call this doxing. Some people say that it's not, but when my wife wanted to remain private and she's still getting announced, not only that I have a wife, but who it is, without my consent, that's doxing. If Odie's photo getting showed to someone else, not his name, not any of his personal information, just his photo, is doxing, then yes, this is doxing. While this all is going down, some fucking shenanigans is going down in a mutual friend of ours chat, Kathy Bunny. At this point, probably all get the gist of who Odie is and what he's like. He doesn't go into streams very much, doesn't gas people up often. Remember, Odie only ever does what Odie wants to do. So the day the Exodussy went down, I thought it was really weird that Odie, Shelby, Callie, and Preview all suddenly in Kathy's chat. Not only that, but Odie was doing something that I can only describe as love bombing. Look at the last time that he was in her chat, August 15th. And he was there because I was co-streaming with her and Blair. He says, Kathy, why are you so cute? Love your glasses. The night that everything went down, at 10:58 p.m., at this point in time, the team had reformed without me, Church was the captain, and Odie was there too. So they all just got together and they were in a single call. He says, Kathy, why are you so cute? I love your glasses. OMFG. Awkward. You didn't see shit, Kathy. The next day, what is this adorable game? Wow, Ben. Yeah, I was. Oh, they were good. What he's talking about here is he was scrimming with them on Monday. He said, we went 3-0, but I had to leave. Interesting. Still having issues showing up and committing. More than that, he's already talking about the scrims that they just had without me. There's also a message from Odie saying, you guys just bring the cringe out of me, and I love it so much. If I remember, I'll post it here. To be completely fair, I did meet Kathy through Blair, someone who was a sub for Nova, so I get it. But Blair made a big stink about everything that went down, and Blair wasn't involved at all. Let's actually get into that now. Blair, aka Blair Online. This really bothers me. Not only does this person lie about my behavior, but she also lies about talking to me about it. She never spoke to me about anything that happened, and she made up her mind after only hearing Shelby speak about it. Blair went live on February 9th, the day after everybody left, and decided to talk about the situation, the one that she was not involved in. Here is a clip from her stream talking about everything.
I feel like there was a pattern of his behavior being really unsettling and just very difficult to deal with, and I think I'll speak for myself. Like, I think I approached him at least twice and tried to communicate and be like, yo, like, I think there's other ways to go about this, right? And I feel like, unfortunately, he didn't want to go about things differently. And, Shelby took a step back from the team. Her personal business with Coco is not mine to share, but, and I feel really bad, too, for having to step away, because I've known Coco for, like, I've known him for such a long time. Since, like, I mean, not super long, but July. So, hello, Bo. Let's not be too explicit. Okay. We stepped away. Are all of y'all here? Is the whole team here? Everyone stepped away and made a new team. And I can speak for myself, but, yeah, I'm not friends with him anymore. That's what I'll not spill everything. Okay. Preview and Shelby here being like, are you spilling the business? Are you spilling the tea? Alright, yeah. Now I got you guys. Bo, are you queuing right now? Drama. Bo, are you still queuing? I hit diamond, bro. I'm about to tweak out. Me and Sham played like 3 and I got absolutely dogged on every single time. Hello, Sparty. Hello, belt to butt. Okay, I'll just speak for myself. I'm not friends with Coco anymore, and I got blocked on everything, and, I think, and I did try to reach out to him and talk to him before all this happened as well, on a completely unrelated note, so, there's that. That's my drama. Thank you, Shadow, for the gift sub to Ace. Thank you for the 2 subs, it's so big. I appreciate you a lot. I think that's where I'll leave things. I don't think I'm gonna be back in his community and like anytime. Thank you for another gifted Shadow. Oh my gosh, that's so big. Yeah, I'm detaching. Basically that's where we're at, and I hope tryout scrims went well, guys. Thank you, Shelby, and I appreciate all of you guys so much too as well. You guys are very genuine, like Shelby, Ace Preview, Odie, all of you, and Lambos. I really do appreciate you guys a lot, so thank you. Alright. Yeah, the whole team is gone, Sierra. That's basically, there is no team left, basically. That's kind of where we're at now. Alright, so what's happening? I'm muted. Don't worry about it, kitten. Yeah, Kathy, I need to call you later and talk to you, but that's a later issue. Alright, let me pay guys, I am in a comp match, and I do need to fucking get back to Grandmaster, so the timing on this could not be fucking better, genuinely. Can you fuck off, bro? We have 3 support mains and a Groot, so this is fun. This actually might be winnable. W gift sub. Yeah, that's huge.
Yes, I did block her. She left everything without a conversation. She unfollowed, she kicked me from her Discord, and did not respond when I asked what was going on. I waited a couple hours, still no response, and I was like, okay, well, you're obviously with everybody else. I'm gonna block and move on. And also, as you can see beforehand, her messages to me were nothing but kind. We have never had a conversation about my behavior ever. This is actually all of our conversations were like up to this point. She even drew a cute little sketch of me, of my bag, with a bow on it. She messages me, take care of yourself. She says, let me know if there's a night that I can borrow you for alt gaming. I even made a joke about us announcing our OnlyFans collab on stream, just hyping up that we're going to be collabing soon. And she said, you got to pay for that premium content. The slaps aren't free. On New Year's Day, I asked, how are you doing? And she was like, feeling good, better. And she got into some personal stuff. And I said, but I'm glad things are getting better. Been thinking about you a lot. Hope things are on the up and up. Things are good here. Nothing really changes. And I said, let me know when you need a mental decompression and we can play a cozy game and vibe. That's how all of our conversations are. That's how all of our conversations have only been. The last message that she sent to me before everything went down was, let me know if you need anything. We were good friends. We were always good friends. For her to say that we've had multiple conversations about my behavior is crazy. No conversations about my behavior ever. Like ever, 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 ever. And then she goes on to call everyone genuine. Everybody involved in all of this is genuine. Is that really true? Was it genuine when they all DM me about how bad you are at the game? So bad that it was hard to watch? Was it genuine to ditch your friends for a reason, not tell them the reason, gaslight them to oblivion, and then make fun of them and harass them ad nauseum? I would argue no. But Blair should be the expert. She's currently getting her master's in psychology. That's the cherry on top of all of this. Having conversations about my behavior from a one-sided point of view, acting on it without my context, when her goal in life, an objective third party with the intention to help people. She had no reason to speak about this. She had no reason to lie about this. She was not involved at all. She involved herself without speaking to me about anything that happened. She also didn't leave it at that. She continued engaging in the very same problematic behavior that she accused me of. In a chat, here's Wath saying, preview on Moon Knight. Blair saying, because he can now, lol. Yes, I was the Moon Knight main, right? I have over 200 hours on Moon Knight, right? That's kind of a running joke, is like, oh yeah, Coco's the Moon Knight guy. He can now? Like, why are we saying things shady? Also, if you noticed, MK is all of a sudden in previews chat. The last thing I'll show, Blair and a mutual friend of ours, Carson's chat. She said, hashtag swag, hashtag Coco banned. And that was on February 12th. So, if my behavior was just so problematic, why are you constantly dragging my name through the mud? Of everybody involved, you are supposed to be the one objective person of all of this. This was a backstabbing of the century. So, anyway, at this point in time, I was still taking a break from stream. That didn't stop any of them, obviously, from still talking about me and still engaging in things. Shelby DM'd Lee, and it got feisty. Sorry that things came to this, Lee. Blocked by me? Absolutely not. I don't just straight up block people or unfriend them. Shade number 1. I'm very sad about all of this, TBH. I know how much Coco loves you and the team, and I love you too. Do you think that there's any path forward to repair? Absolutely not, unfortunately, but I'm just as sad. I'm sorry you're sad, Queen. The community is going to feel your loss tremendously. If you ever want to chat, I'm here. I promise I'm very good at setting my bias aside. Did the whole team reform with Odie or something? I'm confused because I thought everyone wanted Odie off the team in the first place. You don't have to tell me, obviously, but I'm just like kind of lost, and Coco was a miss, so I'm not really getting any info from him at the moment. We created a new team and Odie is on it. That's all I'm willing to say at this point. I understand. Very unfortunate that all this happened so close to tournament time. I do hope that Odie wasn't the catalyst for the new team, because that would confirm Coco's previous suspicion, and that sucks. Regardless, I hope y'all do well. I also hope Coco isn't made everyone's enemy. It would break my heart to know that all his previously close friends are joining together and bashing him. He really does love y'all, and is so torn up about all of this. And all of this, I swear, he was only ever hurt because he could feel a divide forming and he missed you guys. He still cares about you a lot. Absolutely not. I need Coco to stop thinking this all happened because of Odie, because that is unfair to him. I've told him countless times what the reasoning was, but he refuses to accept it. Your husband sat there and blamed me for talking mean to him when he was talking harshly to me in the past as well. Please do not think he is innocent in all this. They are here to play games first and foremost. It's very unfortunate they decided to trickle when I left. Obviously, it needed to happen for a while if that's all it took. I don't know what all was said between y'all, but if I'm completely honest, it does look like Odie had a hand in y'all by y'all disbanding and immediately joining up with him. But all of that is between you two. So if you told him otherwise, then I get it. Odie had absolutely nothing to do with creating the new team. He was asked to be on it. And I want everybody grab both hands, extend them out to your side, and lift up 2 fingers and put them to your temples like you're focusing really, really hard. Okay? I want everyone to stare at that sentence as hard as you possibly can. Odie has absolutely nothing to do with creating the new team. Okay? I want whenever you go to bed tonight, you focused on that sentence so hard it like flies around. Okay? Odie had nothing to do with creating the new team. I think this is what got confused. Coco saw y'all as friends first and teammates gamers second. I think that's where the disconnect was. Oh, I've been friends with Odie since he was kicked off, and we've remained in contact. We hang out with him on a regular basis because we were put in the position to have 2 separate friend groups by Coco. I never think my husband is innocent. I hate men, LMFAO. I'm sure things were said in the heat of the moment that shouldn't have been said or could have been said nicer, and I'm sure he would admit to it too. Wait, put in the position to have 2 friend groups because of Coco? That's not what happened. Odie said he didn't want to be friends with Coco anymore. Personally, I'm not going to continue to get told I'm mean when I've tried to fix the issues Coco was having with being invited or not play the game. Can only do and say so much. None of it was unfortunately good enough for him. I don't think we will get anywhere with this conversation, and I'm just burnt out from all of it. I wish y'all nothing but the best, and I'm always here if you want to chat or hang. I understand where you're coming from completely. I promise that is not the case. He thinks the world of you. I'm just trying to understand what is all going on. I appreciate the insight. I do want to say that I've heard from multiple people in multiple instances that Odie only shares things that paint him in a good light when shit goes down. I would just be careful going forward because I do care about you, Queen. Why is Coco messaging other people who have nothing to do with fucking Nova Aurora or his chat stirring shit? Like, please tell him to actually seek help. I don't know who you're talking about. Shelby, this is very unkind. Doesn't matter. He knows who. He just lost all of his friends, Shelby. Very unkind to involve people who have nothing to do with the situation, stating false shit. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. To be clear, I haven't told Lee about any of this. I'm in the game room trying to do damage control, trying to figure out how many pieces that I need to pick up of my own online life. She doesn't know any of this. And she said, "What did he say it is false? If it's actually untrue, then I can talk to him about it. That Odie is the reason for everyone leaving." Again, Odie is the false thing is that Odie is the reason for everyone leaving. That's the false thing. Do we remember the other phrase to listen? What was the other phrase that we want to repeat? Odie had absolutely nothing to do with creating the new team. And the false statement is Odie is the reason for everyone leaving. If y'all left because it was too difficult to maintain friendships with both, then is it not that reason? We were maintaining friendship with both perfectly fine. Coco had to go and hurt his own feelings after hurting mine by talking shit to Preview behind my back and then kicking me from everything when I told him to stop starting shit in other people's streams. What do you mean by hurt his own feelings? Wait, are you wanting to vent right now? I don't know what's happening. Lee, he's literally continuing to make up false scenarios. What don't you see? What are the false scenarios? Odie did not force anyone's hand into creating a team despite Coco. He continues to think Odie is the driving force behind all the issues lately. But is that not the case? Like, if this started after you guys were hanging out with him, and the time wasn't being split fairly, making one party feel left out, then I'm confused how this is not the whole issue. Also, if you're talking about Coco messaging MK, he has to join his team since you guys just left. Like, he still wants to compete. It's a week away. The same way that you guys do. Nope, no one had an issue until Coco brought things up. Okay, this is where I start losing my mind. No one had an issue until he brought things up. Is that not how the world works? How do you know that you have an issue unless somebody brings up the issue? So of course everyone was fine until I said something, because they got to have their cake and eat it too. They got to lie to my face about what was going down, and then hang out with Odie. Of course everyone was fine with that, because they thought I was a dumbass and I was just roll over and take it, because that's what I had done this whole time. Lee affirms that, because he was feeling left out. What it boils down to is that Coco felt left out regardless when I mentioned that we were playing with Frosty or Odie. I'm not going to invite Coco if we are obviously playing with them. Coco also never reached out to play some at any point in time after I found out that he was shit talking me. Again, we're starting to like really like mince words here, and like all we're seeing is her just bring up every bad thing I've ever done ever after we had that whole conversation hashing it out. Like she is basically airing out every bad thing I've ever done and saying that this is my fault because I'm a horrible person. And she said, I get this 100%, but I think it's about time spent with each party. Like, y'all were friends. He didn't feel like a priority over Odie or Frosty when he thought that y'all were better friends. I'm done with this conversation now because I'm literally just repeating myself. I've tried to remedy the situation by inviting him the past 2 days. He declined and then continued to tell me that I was mean during our conversations when that just wasn't the case. I'm forward and honest. That's what he said he wanted, but obviously he couldn't handle it. Whenever reaching out to play, Lieb said, didn't y'all hash this out? Odie and Frosty also didn't just out and ban me because I told them to chill out. So, didn't you hash this out? Yes, but it was still an issue for him apparently. But no, she said, I'm talking about the preview shit talking thing. And then the Odie and Frosty, she says, it goes beyond that, I'm sure. Also, you didn't tell me to chill out. You caused a scene in chat and you made me feel invalidated for my frustrations. Anytime that I got mad in a comp game, you would always tell me to stop. Like, stop, Coco, stop. But whenever you'd get mad and I'd be like, whoa, Shelby, he said he's going to throw if you don't stop, you'd say, no, fuck him. He's an asshole and he deserves it. When someone tells you to calm down, you freak out and get mad. It feels invalidating, right? Like, it reminds me of that old YouTube comment that I saw whenever you and I were in a game together and they said, Blood Bottomami is one of the most toxic people I've ever played with in this game. Like, you're allowed to be frustrated and stuff, but the second that I say anything, you're like, Coco, stop, you're causing a scene and making everybody uncomfortable. The rules for thee, not for me, is just, like, insane here. Responding to Lee asking whether or not they hashed it out, Shelby responds, yep, but it was still an issue for him apparently. No, I'm talking about the preview shit-talking thing. And then Lee responds to the Odie and Frosty, Lee responds to the Odie and Frosty not banning her thing, saying, like, it's beyond that, I'm sure. I thought you said that it couldn't be remedied anyway. And then responding to Lee, talking about the preview shit-talking thing, oh yes, but he still never reached out to play after that. I'm talking about earlier in the day and yesterday when I invited him. There's a couple things. He also never reached out to play after that. Like, why are we lying? Like, do you remember her hopping out on the 30th to give somebody else a spot? She also talked about doing that bronze to GM 6-stack thing again, but every time she asked about it, I would say, well, who do we want there? And then she would just not respond. Like, she just straight up would just not respond. Every time she'd say, hey, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. And then I'd say, okay, who do we want there? And she would not respond. Even in person, even in a VC, she wouldn't respond. She had this, like, perfect idea that it would be, like, me preview, Callie, Odie, herself, and Frosty. And then now that Odie and Frosty weren't in it, and whenever I ask who's going to do it, she just wouldn't respond. Here's a screenshot of that. I see. So you've been upset about this the whole time? Because I know he didn't mean it maliciously. When talking about inviting me, Lee says, I really don't see the point in rehashing that then. All I'm going to leave you with is this. Several teams have disbanded over the past year, and the sole constant of all of the teams has been Coco. Maybe he should take some more time to reflect from within. Have a good night. I guarantee you he already has and will continue to self-reflect. What I want to leave you with is this. If a big reason for you and Coco's friendship breakup is because of the one bad thing he said about you in preview, then I strongly urge you to reevaluate your friendships with the rest of the new team. I've read some of their messages, Shelby, and you should know they're not always the most favorable towards you. Shelby says, it's not the sole reason at all, but I appreciate that. And again, I'm just confused what she's even mad about at this point because we're talking about 18 different things, you know, it's like a weird thing and it's like, it's hard to like actually like have a rational conversation about. And then preview accidentally DM'd me and then deleted it. And so I said, accidental message, I assume, :3. Huh? :3. Okay then. Hi everyone watching. For the uninitiated, :3 is something that Not Too Frosty does all the time. That's like his signature thing. He loves doing the cat face. Preview never does :3, ever. Him saying that all of a sudden, it was indicative of, yeah, everybody is watching him right now. Everybody is like, there's a screen share going on or something like that. So later that morning at 8 a.m., Preview messages Lee and says, how does Coco know that I knew he blocked me before I could ask? I don't care if he's reading this. I'm just wondering, lol. 20 minutes later, by the way, I didn't dox him. I'm not a freak. Lee says, what? LOL, because I honestly don't even know what that first message means either. Like, I couldn't follow it. I didn't figure it was you, but someone did. About you guys being married. Odie told you, I assume? Do you know who told MK? I have no clue who told MK. Odie told us by accident. So if it wasn't Odie, then it was Shelby, which is fucked. Doxing is super not cool. That's what I was thinking, but I don't believe Shelby would, because that's fucked. Yeah, I would really hope not, but I don't know at this point. I just hope it doesn't leak around. That's just fucked up. Yeah, like no matter how angry you are, that is not something that you do. I know you already are, but I would be super careful what you share with everyone. This is the third time people have gotten into fights and shared Coco's private information. I know. I haven't said anything. I wouldn't. King should only for real. I know that Coco would never do anything to hurt or dox you either, despite how y'all's friendship is shaking out. Like, that's a line he would never cross, and I wouldn't either. Yeah, I know. Just tell Coco I'm sorry for things going like this when you have the chance. I was gonna say something today, but he blocked me. Yeah, I'll tell him. I know he'll appreciate that. He's really not doing well, TBH. Never seen him this fucked up, actually. He deleted Discord and everything. Not sure what's gonna happen with streaming either. For context, I did delete the Discord app. I was like, I can't keep seeing all the messages from people talking about how awful I am. I'm sure everyone got caught up in the heat of the moment last night, but if there's still an opportunity for friendship in the future for you two, I know he would love that. He really does care about you as a person and as a friend. That night, Preview went live on Twitch for scrims with the new team, then called Juveniles, now called Insurgents, with the stream title Scrimmies with the Better Team. Yeah, that one hurt. The next day, Preview checked in with Lee to see how I was feeling. Very odd. He messages Lee and says, "How's Coco doing? Just want to make sure he's okay." And Lee doesn't respond for 12 minutes, and so he ats her. Pretty bad, honestly. He's just feeling gutted. Like he was already low because he felt like his friends were slipping away, but now he actually lost y'all, so he's in a really rough state. I appreciate you checking in, King. February 10th, he says, "I'm sorry. Shit sucks." It seemed genuine at the time, like all these messages. It still could have been. I don't trust apologies from anyone involved anymore, though. You'll see why. Next, though, Church Ingles checked in on me. "Hey Coco, I was wondering if you still wanted to chat. If not, I understand. I did want to clarify at least one thing though. Odie is not playing on the team. There was a ton of confusion the other day, and people were rushing to make something. He of course expressed interest in playing, but was declined. We didn't have room on the team anyways, so I'm not sure what the idea was there. Just wanted to clear that part up." And I said, "Thank you for clarifying that last part. If I'm honest, I really have no interest in chatting about anything right now. After this all blew up, they're going into people's chats saying things about me that are just not true. Then Shelby and Odie dox my relationship. I feel like a pariah, and it's all very hard to manage. Everybody, be like Church. Great dude." Earlier that morning, Lee gets a message from Callie. "Hi Lee, I just wanted to message you to let you both know how horrible I feel about how everything went down. I just wanted to apologize, but I can't exactly reach out to Coco. I just hope he knows I didn't mean harm, and I did want to continue our friendship, but I understand why I was removed. I hope you are both doing well and continue to do better." Lee sent that message at 1 a.m. on February 12th. And then I went live later that day, like I said I was going to. And here's where shit kind of hit the fan in terms of getting harassy. Preview sent an unban request on February 11th with bruh at 6:46 a.m. Next, Callie, an hour after she sent that message to Lee, she sent bruh too. And then Shelby sent an unban request that just says, "Me when I lie," 5 a.m. on February 12th. Me when I lie. That's going to be important too. The phrase, "me when I lie." You'll see that come up multiple times. Callie says, "TBH Lee, I said I was going to stay in the community and try to be the best I can, but I was literally blocked and banned, which hurt, you know? All this talk about feelings, yet the other side is never accounted for. I know he doesn't mean harm, but it hurts. I mean, in the message he sent last, he was talking about how he's about making the community more tame, and I was still banned. Doesn't make sense, huh? And thank you, Lee. I'm a very cautious person and will continue to treat everyone with the same amount of distance I have. Thank you for the message. I do want to apologize for the quote unquote doxing, Lee. I found out about you and Coco on my own. All I did was have other people confirm. The Cali family gang will miss you too. I also realized I didn't answer your question. I was angry. Me and Preview just sent a final message assuming that I was never welcomed again." She says, "Her and Preview. Together. Her and Preview." Lee responds, "I completely understand you feeling hurt, and I'm sorry you got caught up in everything. I obviously can't speak for him, but it was probably due to proximity to the main person involved and the abruptness of the team reformation. It very much seemed that all of you wanted nothing to do with Coco, so instead of leaving the door open for more hurt, he closed it. I know that was not done to intentionally hurt you, but I'm sorry that it did. Hopefully in the future, once everything calms down a little bit, y'all can have a conversation, if y'all both want to, and try to resolve this. And gotcha, I get it. I do not think that you are on the do not fly list forever, but it will probably take some time." She says, "Thank you for responding, Lee. Have a good one." Something I'd like to mention is the Callie family gang was mentioned twice. Yes, Callie's family did come into chat and support the stream. I'm sure they do now with, Preview streaming everything now. Her father once upon a time personally thanked me for how much his daughter's mood had improved since finding the Kokomofos. I even gave him his nickname that he uses on Twitch now. I can't say it obviously because it would give away their name, but I was really close with this team. Like whenever I say that they were my friends and like Callie reminded me a lot of my little sister, and I just wanted to be as helpful as I possibly could as like she navigated a lot of the same like mental strife, and like with like Preview and Shelby and Odie, like they were just like my closest friends. Like we played together every day, like they had my phone number, right? Like I cannot stress enough how much I meant that these people were my actual friends. And something that really irks me is how Laz still violated my trust, who is on the record of not liking me, mind you, by telling people my personal information. Why are we just like it's not really doxing. Or like, it's whatever. Like preview's like, oh yeah, that's like super fucked up. Callie's like, yeah, it's whatever. I already kind of knew. No, she asked to be private and she's being made unprivate against her will. I also understand that there's like two sides to every story and that like they felt unwelcome and, Callie was saying stuff like her feelings are hurt too. What I don't understand is she lost nothing. You lost my community and my friendship, but like I lost my entire team. I lost all of your friendships. Like I was left at like absolute rock bottom. Like I'm stuck to this cactus and I can't get off this cactus. And like I am talking about like how much it hurts and like how like I am so physically unable to move off this cactus because I'm in so much pain. And you're like, yeah, I know. I got a splinter the other day and that shit hurted. Like it's not the same and it never will be. Maybe that's me being too selfish. I don't know. I still don't want anybody to be upset, but I don't think that comparing is a fair attribute here. Next, Lee reached out to Preview. Preview, Princess, why did you send Troll unban request? Not nice. I was confused why I got banned from his chat. I didn't do anything to make a valid ban to me. So it was genuine, not a troll. Because Callie sent basically the same one, and then Shelby sent a literal troll one. I'm just trying to figure out what the flip was going on, because he banned everyone involved so that it wouldn't be messy. I think based on y'all's last conversation, it seemed very obvious that you didn't want to remain here. Remember, Preview left the Discord, left everything, and his last messages to me were not kind. The messages that he sent to me directly were, yeah, whatever, I just didn't feel like I was involved. Preview said, I didn't know what was going to happen after I left the team, so I just left the Discord server. Never said I would. And then Coco went and banned her anyway, so IDK. Again, these people were saying, like, I don't know, I might stay, or whatever. And it's like, no, you guys, like, really hurt me. And that's on top of you guys abandoning me for a month anyway without even apologizing for it. Gotcha. That makes more sense. I think Schneebs denied it. But once things cool down, maybe it could be revisited. I just want to make sure it wasn't coming from a malicious place from you and Callie, because Shelby obviously was. So I was like, what? Preview, I don't have control over what Shelby does or doesn't. I made my unban request like yesterday. Just let Coco know when he's down to have a convo. Just unblock me and message me. Even though it's going to take a while, I still feel like shit about what happened. I don't have control over Shelby. Again, another thing to put in your giga brains to remember. You're absolutely right. It just seemed coordinated, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't. That's why I asked. I wasn't trying to accuse you of anything at all. Sorry if it came off that way. I will tell him you said that. Appreciate you, King. Let's look at Shelby's ban message conversation. Shelby, why? Like, seriously. You know why. Obviously not. That's why I asked. Did you send the same message to Callie in Preview? Or I don't see how that's any of your business. Thanks for not answering me though. LOL. Laughable. Dude, Lee, I have all the screenshots. Like, I can prove a bunch of shit that Coco said wrong, right? For some reason, he still thinks Odie's behind all of this when that just isn't the case at all. But whatever helps him sleep at night, I guess. On Valentine's Day, MK sends an unban request saying, bro, I was just trying to give friendly advice. Happy Valentine's Day, by the way. Does that sound like somebody who's just trying to give friendly advice? I don't think so. The doubling down is also just wild to me. Like, we're 1 week post breakup. On the 15th, just a couple days later, I got a DM from a streamer friend. And I was not expecting to see this. She reaches out and she says, I had no name, which was Shelby's original Twitch name, girl with no name, come into my chat talking about Coco just plays people like a fiddle. And I was so over it. I was like, well, he's not the one being an asshole to me right now, so I know who I'm cool with in this exchange. For context, Shelby and somebody else who was on the team found her in her game, just happened to come across her, and because Shelby knew that her and I were friends, they started making some very inappropriate jokes towards her, and then told her that I was the asshole. It was, again, very weird, didn't make a lot of sense, but out of respect for the person, I'm not going to get into that here. Later that day, a brand new account had came in to watch, and let's just read their chats. Izzy6742069 says, hello, and then just watches for a while, and then says, ... aren't you ... in a relationship? And I said, who the fuck even are you? And she said, I'm from Casual Stream. And I was like, well, not that it's any of your business, but no, I'm not. And also, you're not from Casual Stream because you followed me first from Casual. And so whenever I said, not that it's any of your business, but I'm not, they said, me when I lie. And me when I lie. Me when I lie. Why do I remember that? Yes. It is Shelby. She'll confirm it later too. Twice in one day, on February 15th, She sought out opportunities to hurt me. Mind you, I'm just playing Marvel Rivals on stream. I'm not doing anything else. I'm not even talking about anybody or anything at this point. But do you remember how they said, we just want to play games? Shelby said, I just want to play games. I don't want to worry about drama. I just want to play games. Do you remember that? Because Pepperidge Farm remembers. The next day, Preview messages Lee. And this conversation was very much so unlike any of the previous conversations. Hey, could you let Coco know it's not cool to spread false info about what happened during his stream? Thank you. What are you referring to? He's talking about how we apparently called him horrible and kicked him off the MRC team because he sucked, which never happened. It wasn't direct, but that was the premise of what he said. Now, I want to talk about really quick. I never once said any of that. I never once said that. And the fact that he had to say that's the premise of it, whenever his stream title was Scrim with Better Team, I literally said the implication of the better team was they all left me, built a new team that they're saying is better without me. I don't know how that's misinfo whenever that's exactly what happened and exactly what they did. I also want to say, I don't think that Preview has ever used the word premise in his life, ever. You can tell the first message, hey, could you let Coco, it's not cool to spread false info about what happened during his stream, to the second message, he's talking about how we apparently called him horrible and kicked him off the MRC team because he sucked, which never happened. It wasn't direct, but it was the premise about what he said. That's very different. You could tell that somewhere between the first and the second message, he got a ghostwriter. That was not him messaging that anymore. And he slips up later and he does refer to us in this instance. Preview. You guys all left the team without warning because Coco kicked Shelby, which wasn't even true, by the way. She left on her own, even after Coco said he'd like her to stay. I have messages to prove that, and have been talking about how horrible of a person he is publicly. I've also seen y'all talking about the better team, so how is it that what he said is not the truth? Shelby is still going around bad-mouthing him to people too, which I'm sure you know. Respectfully, all of this is so tired. Like, I don't know if you're watching the stream or if someone is reporting back to you or what, but it's getting old. Everyone should have better things to do than just to keep drudging up this bullshit. The last thing I'll say is, you heard from one side, Shelby, right? Did you see any proof of the claims that she made, or did you just take her word for it? Feelings are not facts. Because I can guarantee you that some of the shit that I've heard from her and also from Blair on her stream are 100% false. So if we want to talk about making false statements, not opinions, then we need to address all parties involved. He's trying his best to move on. It's in everyone's best interest to do the same. What do you mean stop dragging this? Coco says it every stream, lol. W moving on, by the way. And tell me what Shelby or Blair said that's untrue. So stop dragging this out. I bring up whenever they actively say something about me. I'm not starting stream like Ross from Friends going, hi, oh my god, everything sucks, I'm just the worst. I'm still trying to put on a show. I'm only referencing what they are actively doing to me. What's just very interesting is they get mad when I talk about anything. They get mad whenever I say anything on stream, whether or not it's something that they did or how I'm feeling about something. But Shelby can dox me. She can say whatever, whenever, however, wherever, but I'm not allowed to react because if I react, then I'm the bad guy because I'm talking about it. Lee says, this is also false. I was going to type up something, but honestly, the truth doesn't need defended. Everyone's true colors are already showing, and they will continue to do so. I would just think about the way that Shelby, Odie, Blair, etc. are now speaking about their ex-close friend, and how you've seen Coco speak about them. One side is extremely unkind and vindictive. The other side is hurt but respectful. They're not the same. And the former is not the kind of people that I personally want to surround myself with, especially consider most of them are older than me. At a certain point, it's time to grow up. Preview, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. Just make sure Coco stops talking about it if everyone needs to move on. Just make sure Coco stops talking about it. Are we the fucking mob? Again, just make sure Coco stops responding to all the bullshit that we're doing to him. Lee responds, he's entitled to talk about his feelings whenever he wants, just like y'all are. He has never and would never make false claims about anything. Please tell your camp to start doing the same. Lee, you are beating around the bush. Please let us know what is false. That we said plea. Remember when I said ghostwriter? Yeah, there's been multiple instances of them messaging people, but doing a screen share with all of them involved. That's why earlier I said, hi everyone. They're in a call right now telling him what to type. Who is us? Am I talking to you or the group? If you or any one of them care enough to want to know, then please reach out to Coco. There are ways to get into contact. I cannot deal with this anymore. What ways, LMFAO? He got us blocked. Crazy. W avoiding the question. Twitch unban request that you can only do once. Not true, by the way. Rivals, literally, y'all can figure it out. TY bro for the options, appreciate.
So everybody's talking about climate change nowadays, right? Pretty interesting stuff, yeah. Speaking of climate change, when is Hannibal Buress going to start thinking about some underwear change? Am I right, ladies? Who killed Hannibal?
And that was just nasty. My wife is just the goat for fielding all of these messages for me. She never blocked all of them on the off chance that one of them wanted to talk, and I know that wasn't fun. Thank your local Coco wife today because she put in work during this time. After that, and saying, hey, Coco needs to move on, tell him to stop talking about things. On the 17th, I was referred to the K word by Callie in preview stream. They talked about me a bit. He was playing with Purifier and Shelby, somebody who came in from a raid of a friend. Whenever the gang broke up, he suddenly started gaming with them a bunch, which eventually led to him talking about me on their stream. I no longer have the clip of the stream, but here is the message that I sent to my mod team on that afternoon at 3:46 p.m. about the issue. The next day, he's in Kathy's stream, not only lying about why he was banned, but calling the whole thing that's going on petty and nothing, in defense of Shelby in preview, saying that I'm getting mad over nothing. On the 22nd, I got a notification that I had received $50 from church. It felt unfair to you if I didn't. I hope you're doing good, man. I said, I'd be lying if I said everything was peachy keen and I don't miss competing and whatnot, but c'est la vie. Thanks for checking in, though, and again for the refund. I appreciate you always doing the right thing no matter what. I have so much respect for you as a human being. It's totally understandable. I'm not the biggest fan on how things were handled. Everyone could have been more mature about the whole thing. I'm sorry again for how things went down. I appreciate the opportunities Nova Roar gave me, and I don't want to forget all the good. Thanks for the good times, King. This isn't bad. I just wanted to showcase what a good person looks like and emphasize again how much I appreciate how upfront this man was about literally everything from start to finish. Everyone be like church. Things were quiet for a week until I get a request from Shelby in-game on March 1st, just after midnight. I didn't know what it was or what it was about, or if she just wanted to get a hold of me given that a week ago, Lee told Preview it's the way that they could reach me if they absolutely needed to. What unfolded was, like, the only way that I could describe it is fucking weird. So I accepted and said, hey yo, just saw the friend request. What's up? Mistake. Okay, take it easy. I'm in a game, right? So I'm responding when I can. And then she sends the run Jeff emote, and I said, I'm sorry, what? She says, what? You sent me the Jeff run emote. Okay, so I'm asking why you sent that? Felt like it. There's no reason in particular you told me to run. And then she says, overthinking much? And then unfriends me. No more conversations, no more follow-up. We're seeing an emerging theme of them saying, I'm crazy and all I do is overthink. And I think that we're also seeing a theme of, what the fuck are you doing? Are you okay? Why are you being weird like this? Oh, something happened behind the scenes that must have rustled at least a couple feathers because Preview messaged my wife a couple hours later. This was at 3:43 a.m. on March 1st. Could you tell Coco I'm sorry? Shelby needs to let this go and stop bugging him, not gonna lie. It's been like almost a month. You shouldn't be apologizing for her, but this will still mean a lot to him, so I will tell him. I know I shouldn't be the one apologizing. She's getting so petty. It's getting unreal. Yeah, it's honestly very unfortunate, but I appreciate you reaching out. It really does mean a lot. So Preview adds me on Rivals, and I say, what's up? He said, wanted to know if you wanted to talk, not right now, like tomorrow or something. I said, yeah, man, we can do that. What time works for you? He said, like around 3. Yeah, I can push stream back a little. I'll message you on Discord to work everything out. While we wait for something to get set up in the back end for between Preview and I, let's move on to our next issue. On the 3rd, we have a brand new account created to, again, try to leak my wife. Let me introduce you to the beautifully named Fart. Bro married and calling another woman pocket pussy. That's it. That's the whole interaction. Brand new account created that day, said one thing, got banned. Also, the name of this PNG is, in fact, fart.png. I hope you enjoy. I would also like to note that what they said was true. I did, in fact, say that. I made the joke because someone said they were pocketing me, and I said how nice it is to have my own pocket pussy. Obviously, a stupid joke. I just say stupid shit sometimes. But the thing that's most important about all of this is not how you think that my wife should feel, but how my wife actually feels. My wife has watched every stream, and if there was ever anything that she was uncomfortable with, she always would tell me. We had an understanding. We were on the same page about how stream would operate. Anytime a woman would message me, I showed her. We had a foundation of trust. She thinks that the jokes were stupid and funny, like she also makes similar jokes in chat. Fuck, we have a exclamation point kiss command in my chat, and she herself has used it more on the women in chat than she has on me. 0 issues. We just celebrated our 7-year wedding anniversary and are coming up on 10 years together. We're good. We don't need you guys telling me what is and is not appropriate for our relationship. We're coming up on 10 years together. We know that it's all in good fun, and we're not trying to hurt anybody, and nobody was trying to hurt us, so we're fine. It's our relationship. Don't worry about us. Worry about yourselves. On the 4th, while I was live, I got a friend request from Callie. I didn't have any type of warning like I did with preview, so I was unsure the reason that she was doing it. So I rejected it and messaged it on Discord. She didn't respond for a few days. Then on the 6th, we had a brief, uncomfortable conversation. Her response on the 6th was, "Why didn't you accept it? I would have rather messaged you on Discord instead. I assumed it was to chat, and last time I accepted an invite from somebody, it was Shelby, and I was live. It did not go well. Oh, Shelby sent you a request too? Sorry for the inconvenience." She said it was an accident. I have no reason not to believe her, but it was very weird and the conversation was not good. I didn't want that to happen again while I'm on stream. I am very much so trying to avoid anything about what happened with all of this. On stream, that is. Was I wrong about the rival's request? Okay, totally understand. Huh? You asked why I didn't accept it, and I assumed it was a chat or an accident, so I figured I'd rather chat here instead if you wanted to talk so it wouldn't be on stream. Was that not the reason you reached out? I didn't mean for it to come off shady or anything. I'm just trying to be cautious about everything right now and not hurt anyone. Didn't think it was necessary for people to have their stuff splayed out on stream, so I accepted previews because it wasn't on stream after the whole Shelby thing went down. And Callie says, "Oh yeah, I get the caution." I said, "So what's up?" "Nothing. Sorry for the request. Have a good one." I said, "If you want to talk, I'm definitely around to hear you out. I don't have any ill will or anything, and I'd hate not to have a chat when there are things you'd like to say. All right, I'll keep in touch if you're interested. Just to be clear, did you want to talk? I don't want to force you if that's not what you wanted. I'm trying really hard to read between the lines, but I'm not always the best. If yes, please let me know when you want to, and I'll be there." Okay, that was just hard. That was a hard conversation to have. I just assumed that she was being sheepish and felt bad. Previously, during confrontations, like she would just shut down much the same, like I saw it firsthand. So I tried not to push too hard while trying to still see what she was getting at. The same day, Preview and I had that same back and forth to get something planned. We couldn't make it work, so we just pushed it to the 9th instead. On the 6th, I got a message from a friend and fellow streamer named Torwalker. He sends me a screenshot of his DMs. He said, "Who's Shelby? Why do you ask? I'll tell you, lol, but the why is important." He said, "Sent me a friend request." Wait, I might have read that wrong. My bad. She popped into messages and it said, "Wave high." She's my old head mod, and her and I got into it pretty bad. She popped in messages randomly. He sent me a screenshot of her popping up at the top of his messages with the thing saying "Wave high." He said, "I didn't put this here." It could have been she sent something and deleted it. LOL. I think so. I said, "She's actively trying to hurt stream." Walker said, I never seen her before. That would make sense. I don't know how it popped into my messages. She's watching now. I bet my left nut. She's being messy as fuck. I wonder what she sent." So I'm actually genuinely confused. Like, how does that happen? Like, if someone sends something to you and then deletes it and you're not friends or anything, does it say like "wave high"? Like, how does that work? Like, what could cause that to happen? I genuinely don't know. If you guys know, please let me know. Whatever it was, Walker and I were doing a co-stream whenever this went down. This is the start of her watching my streams actively to see who I'm playing with, to then reach out to them. This is the first of many times that this is going to happen. Back to preview. We finally got around to planning the chat on the 9th. All those things that we're talking about being like, Odie had nothing to do with it, Coco was just like a horrible human and makes up stuff. All those things that like Shelby was saying and Preview was saying, right? The culmination of that is right here. Like, this is heavy shit. I had a very strong suspicion that what I was going to hear was going to change everything. Now that I've been burned by calls and people not believing what Odie said during our call, I realized that I had to record this Discord call. I absolutely had to. So the call is 27 minutes long, and we do kind of go in circles for a lot of it, so I won't show everything, specifically because this video is already going to be long enough. Without further ado, let's hear the key points.
Hey,
Hey man, what's going on?
what's going on? Okay. So the first thing I want to talk about is I am sorry for what Shelby's doing to you. That's like the first thing. I don't know why she's getting this petty, and I actually feel so bad. And I don't know why she keeps going for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm sure I'm sure she's telling you everything she's doing.
She is, yeah. I tell her not to. I said just leave it alone. It's over with.
Yeah.
But she just won't listen. Then my okay, so this been on my head. When I like took a break and I haven't been around that much earlier, it was like a week before everything started. That's because Odie leaked it to me by accident and about you being married to Lee and stuff. I didn't want to be around that, and just in case it accidentally comes out on stream That I don't know if I told you that everything else is gonna go sideways. That's why I just didn't. I try to avoid that.
I
And if I
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, that's why I wasn't like around. I don't know how I was supposed to tell you that I knew without it going sideways.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
That's why I wasn't personally around.
that's fair. Yeah, I had no idea that was the case.
Yeah.
I appreciate you saying that. Can I tell you something that makes me feel really bad though?
What?
Is that that confirms that what I was saying was true and that there was other reasons why you guys weren't coming around and everybody tried
Yeah.
to make me feel
Yeah.
crazy for it.
Yeah.
And so
I just
I
yeah.
was gaslit and like that feels really awful because like I knew in my heart of hearts that something was wrong and something was different and every single person told me no, you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy. And I even said it has to do something with Odie because it's not a coincidence. And it wasn't what I thought it was with Odie, but it still was with Odie and I felt it and everyone just called me crazy and like it's it just feels really bad. But
I know.
I'm not saying this to make you feel bad. I'm just saying this
Yeah,
to
I know.
say like I thank you for the validation. I genuinely needed that because this has been
Yeah, it was my head and stuff, and I was like, I felt really bad. I didn't know how to say it or stuff.
yeah.
It just
Okay.
sucks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do appreciate you saying something about it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yes. Well.
If you knew if you knew that I was right about it, about everything that went down, and you knew that I didn't kick Shelby off the team,
That was honestly, I knew she didn't kick me. I said it was like I don't know why I said kicked. She left.
right?
I don't know why I said kicked. I just went to my head first.
But if I'll say if you knew that I was right about there was something else going on, why did you kind of just let me drown?
Mm. Drown how? Like everybody leaving?
Yeah, like you were the only person, I guess maybe Ace too, knew that I wasn't crazy, but y'all
Ugh,
kind of just let me suffer out there and like lose everything.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I felt like shit doing it, but I don't know.
That's fair.
I honestly I left because I wanted to be a team with Odie. We were gonna make a team. Then everybody else followed me afterwards. Like I
Um,
hope you're doing I hope you start doing better about everything. Like feel better and stuff.
well,
It's good.
I lost about half my Twitch viewership.
Yeah.
Um, I'm now not making any money from Twitch. I'm not. I mean,
Wait, why?
I lost like everybody, man. Like,
Oh, you lost everybody. Delete.
no, no. Think about who was on the team. Think about everybody who left, and now think about every well that Shelby has gone around poisoned.
Yes.
Blair was a lot of my middleman for a lot of my connections,
Oh yeah,
and
that's
now
true.
I'm a pariah in the rivals community because Bowman and Blair and Odie and Shelby like they're not saying anything nice about me, and so all these rivals creators discords nobody's responding to me anymore.
For real.
Yeah, 100%. Like I'm like I lost everything, man. I lost everything.
I feel like shit. I didn't mean to just go this far. I'm gonna be honest. They should have just left the team and be it, like leave it as be. Like I don't know why they kept on going and going and going. I don't even know why player even joined us. I'm gonna be honest. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it. I just want you to know I feel really bad about this, everything happening
I appreciate it.
before moving forward and stuff.
I
'Cause I don't know.
I accept your apology.
Thank you.
Um, I want you to know that there's nothing that I can do to help remedy my situation, but
I still watch your streams time to time, by the way, for entertainment.
I'm glad. I've been trying really fucking hard lately to I've been busting my ass because like I said, I'm down viewership, so I've been trying really fucking hard to like make myself like make better content, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but I'm just saying this, and I want you to know there's no obligation or responsibility, but like if you really are genuinely sorry, there is ways that you can help remedy the situation. And I'm not asking you to put your neck out there or anything on the line, but like, and I know it would. I don't want you to ever jeopardize your relationship with like Odie or Shelby or
Yeah.
anything, but like, if you do believe that there's like a right and a wrong, then you can help. There are ways that you can like, talk to people. Like, again, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
I just
Yeah. Depending who I'm talking to, I want to be honest. Most of the people in the Discord server, kind of like, I don't know,
most people in the
already
Discord
on
server.
the
What?
band, they're already on the bandwagon of not talking to you and stuff.
I'm sorry. What
Like
Discord
Blair and
server?
stuff. The certain Discord server.
So let's take a second and just let all of that sink in. We need to break down most of those clips and pull out the key information. That's a lot. In the first clip, Shelby is going so hard that people are asking her to stop. The funniest part about all of this is like this is child's play compared to what Preview himself, Shelby, and all of Magnetics does later. Clip 2, Odie was in fact the reason that my friends were distant. Let me tell you, this was like probably the most bittersweet moment of my entire life. Also, at this point in time, all I can say is that I know for sure that Preview and Callie knew and were jointly together about why they weren't coming around. Whether or not Shelby knew is to be determined, but that only gives her two possibilities. She didn't know, and she was deceived and gaslit as hard as I was, but like so hard in the opposite direction that she lost track of like what was right and what was wrong. Or she did know and chose to gaslight me for her own benefit because she no longer wanted to be my friend. Because like those are the only two options. She was either manipulated by teenagers or she knew but chose to be a bad person. Like neither one of those outcomes are a good look for her. Clip number 3. We were going to make a team. Preview admits that he planned to leave the team to make a team with Odie. He lied to everyone about why he left so that he could make a clean getaway at my expense. It didn't matter what I did. I could have been the perfect person and Preview still would have been looking for a reason to leave and blame it on something, but this one was just easy to blame on me. The crazy part, Odie wasn't even on the team for MRC anyway. So he literally ruined all of my relationships for nothing. So remember when I said, put your two fingers on your head and remember Odie had no hand in creating the new team? The whole reason that Preview did this was so that he could be on a team with Odie. If Odie had no hand in creating this new team, Odie has absolutely nothing to do with creating the new team. Then why would Preview do it? This whole time, all this shit is bubbling up under the surface. Odie is planting seeds of doubt in everyone's head that I am a good person. He's creating this perfect atmosphere of, yeah, Coco's bad, so Preview can make a clean getaway. Odie's not the kind of person who's going to directly talk shit, right? He was the kind of person who would be like, yeah, it was kind of weird when they said that, huh? Yeah, I noticed that too. He's been kind of weird lately, you know? Yeah, I don't know what's up with him. I hope everything's okay with him and his wife. Yeah, me too. Like, that's how Odie operates. He just plants like little seeds. Like, he knows what he's doing. So, whenever I called him a manipulator, I meant it. And also, we have definitive proof now. Preview admits why he did what he did in the first place. He left to create a team with Odie. As for clips 4 and 5, nothing really new. Shit just sucks. But let's think about like everything at this point, holistically. Everything that's happened as a result of Preview lying. My MRC team that I spent a year building was ripped out from under me, remade without me, and then they all made fun of me for being bad at the game and how much better the team was without me. Blair went on her stream and lied to everyone about her reaching out to fix my bad behavior. Whether or not she lied about me being a bad person is up in the air. We don't know whether or not she was convinced by Shelby or if she just took her word and ran. Preview messages my wife saying how horrible I was and that I was the root of every problem on the team. Lee didn't know that he knew, but he knew that she was my wife, so he knew what he was doing that entire time. Shelby created accounts to leak my information about my wife because angry, I guess. I don't actually know. My friends were being messaged about how awful a person I was, despite the fact that we now know the foundation of that was built on a lie. I'll show my Twitch stats later in the conclusion, but I did in fact lose about 50% of my community and went from making over $1,000 a month to under $300 a month. I was gaslit so hard that I considered checking into a mental hospital because of how paranoid I was made to feel. A bunch of added money stress, relationship stress, and a deep depression from being totally abandoned, and I couldn't figure out why. If you want to take a second to put yourself in my shoes, imagine that your closest friends in the world suddenly hate you for something that you didn't do, and then they continue to harass you for it a month later. It's pretty lonely, right? The depression that this caused was one of the most insane bouts I've ever had in my entire life. I was genuinely at the center of a conspiracy. I finally knew the truth. Preview knows that I know the truth. It should be over, right? We haven't even gotten to the bad part yet. I quit streaming. I did. I quit. I actually full on quit. I called it on the whole streaming experiment. I decided it wasn't worth it anymore. Things were going poorly, obviously. I think that goes without saying. And I wasn't the same person that I was. Stream wasn't the same anymore. There were so many less people. The ones who were there could feel the difference in me. I was so scared of like losing more people that I like latched onto every chatter. It held them so tight, too tight. Like I was like Lenny with the rabbits. When they wouldn't show up, I'd be like, "Oh, where's it going? Did they leave? Is there another checked in by the ops? Did they make new friends? Oh, like what's going on?" My whole shtick since day one of streaming was always Kokomofo support each other. That means they support each other in all aspects of life, including stream wise. I started not saying it for a while for fear of people just not coming back. I ended up losing more people as a result. I pushed away so many awesome people. I couldn't help it. I was constantly worried about something happening or that somebody was sabotaging them. I was so worried about the sabotage that I ended up sabotaging myself. I had become a shell of the person who I was when I started streaming in the first place. Shadow of the Rose, Casual Carson, Kivora, to each of you, I'm so sorry. You were such an amazing part of the community, and every single one of you deserve better from me. I don't expect any one of you to forgive me, and I don't even know if you're going to see this. I'm sorry for being that weirdo who was hanging on to each of you just way too tight. I just need each of you to know that you knew who I was before, and you knew who I was then, and that person is coming back slowly. And I'm sorry for how I treated you. Now, for the keenest of eyed among you, you may have seen that the date when this went down with preview was March 9th. The good memoried among you probably remember that I said I started streaming on March 10th. The big brained among you are now realizing that it's my 1 year stream anniversary. It was a decent stream. I was having good fun, good vibes overall. Until I got stream sniped by someone on Marvel Rivals named Coco Loco, and they targeted me and spawn camped me the entire game. After that, I ended stream and had a complete mental breakdown. I went downstairs, sat on the couch, complete darkness, and cried for like an hour. On my 1 year anniversary of streaming, I quit. I sent this message in the Discord. I never wanted to write this. I really thought I could make it work after everything that's happened within the community, but I was wrong. And I think that today was my last stream. I'm so very glad so many of you had started streaming. It's the greatest compliment in the world to have inspired you to finally take the plunge. I also love that you have found your places in other communities within the community. It generally makes my heart so happy. That love has been a double-edged sword though, and since so many of you have found new places to hang out, the Coco Loco Yo stream has been slowly dwindling more and more. When the other Coco Mofos are live, the numbers show that I lose almost all of you guys now. A lot of it is fucky wucky Twitch things. Having someone in a tab that's not open isn't a view anymore, but also like chat engagement is down too. About 1,500 chats per stream. For those of you who were here the whole time, you'll never know how much it means to me. For those of you who weren't, I still love you, Pookies. There is no blame on you because you were just doing what I asked. Kokomofo support each other. Again, I'm so glad that all of you found your places. There is something special about finding a place where you belong. Hold on to that and make all those communities all that they can be. The other reason is Rivals. Rivals is the one thing that brings us all together. It's what we all play. It's what started everything. Rivals is no longer a place where I feel like I belong. Every single time I stream now, there is someone reminding me how bad I am, or how my old team is better off without me, or former friends being toxic to me. Being spawn camped by someone named Coco Loco tonight when my team forced me onto support was the thing that made me realize it's not fun anymore. Every time I log into Rivals, I'm reminded about how people want nothing more than to see me fail. I wanted to prove them wrong. I don't think I have any fight left in me anymore. So, congrats, Ops. You did it. I will never be able to thank you for everything that you've done for me. After a full year, you have changed my life in ways that I'll never be able to relay. It's been a ton of ups and downs, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. I have nothing but love in my heart for every single one of you. The Kokomofos have reminded me that there are people on the internet that are genuinely good people. I have made lifelong relationships that I will treasure until the day that I die. Thank you for an amazing year, Kokomofos. Don't forget to tell someone you love them before it's too late. Bagman Jones. I was numb. I was sitting in the dark. My wife woke up and realized that I wasn't in bed, but stream was over, so she looked around the house to find me. I showed her the message on my phone. We both just sat in the dark for a while. No words. We kind of just sat there, stared into the ether, as she held my hand. Before I fully quit, I sent a message to Preview to see if he knew who the person was who was stream sniping me. I got a bit ahead of myself and told him my plans to quit. I was just numb and typing, and it wasn't fair of me to kind of drag him into that. These are my messages to Preview. There was someone with the name Coco Loco with a special letter Q sniping me and spawn camping me. I assume it was someone who doesn't like me. I was curious if you knew who it was. No, lol, that's fucked up, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is. I think I'm gonna stop streaming. Huh? Why? It's not your problem. I'm not even sure why I sent that to you. That wasn't cool of me, I'm sorry. No, you're good. I just think you shouldn't give in to what they want and continue streaming. Thanks, King. The next day, Callie reached out. Hello, Coco. I was made aware that you're planning on quitting streaming altogether. I'm not sure why or how it got to this point, but I just wanted to apologize for how everything played out. None of it was fair, nor correct to do to each other. I do honestly hope that you don't quit streaming. I'm not even able to watch, but you know where I was before I found your stream, and where I was after. I hope you take the time you need, but please don't take drastic measures. You've got a good thing going here, man. Please don't throw it away. I said thank you for the kind words. Talked to Preview the other day. When he told me that I was right about how things went down, him avoiding me, other shit going on, etc., I realized that I'd spent a year building something to be cast aside from everything, and told that I was crazy, but all along I was right. Then followed by attacks and other BS, I just started taking a toll on the people in the community, and I was made to be a villain. Because of that, I'm not making enough money to do this anymore. I lost everything. The words are kind, but I have a family and bills to pay. Over the next few days, I was looking how to close everything down, and I told Preview and Callie to download their favorite clips since I knew that there would be some that they always like to watch. Callie used that as an opportunity to apologize. I'm going to be shutting down the account this weekend if you want to go and download any clips that you want to keep. Okie dokie. And then I remembered that she had still wanted to talk a while ago, but never got around to it. And so I was like, I already talked to Preview, maybe she wants to talk. Did you still want to talk, or have you changed your mind? What's there to talk about? Are you still going to be playing games? I'm not sure. You added me. Games have always been important to me, so yes, I'll always play. I'm just tired of rivals at the moment because of the stream sniping and random people telling me how much they love insurgents in my games. Yeah, people are weird. Glad to hear you'll still be on though. Okay, you keep avoiding the question. I'm gonna drop it now. And I just assumed like this is where, alright, cold turkey, probably never gonna talk again. And she said, sorry, I'd be down to talk if you ever are. And I said, Callie, why did you add me? I feel like I'm not understanding something. She said, I added because I regret how everything went down, and I wish we could still remain friends, but I've said and done horrible things. Okay, thank you. You didn't say anything like that, so I was genuinely confused. Yeah, sorry, lol. Also, people make mistakes. I'm not some evil person who's incapable of forgiveness. I get it. There was a lot of things happening, and it's easy to get swept up in the rush of things. Thank you for forgiveness. It was just an overreaction on my part in the moment. Well, I mean, you haven't apologized yet. I'm saying I'm capable of it, lol. I'm willing to hear you out is what I'm saying. I talked to Preview the other day, and we were able to talk through it on both of our ends. I'm down to talk and apologize if you're willing. Dope. It's also just not a one-way street. There are things that I could have done differently too. Yeah, but what I did was really shitty, let's be honest, lol. I'm pretty open most days, just tell me when you're in a good headspace and wanting to talk and I can make time. Okay, coolio, I'll reach out. I was really shitty, let's be honest. I said, it's just a matter of perspective. Preview told me a ton of things that I didn't know. I said, KK, have a good night. If you have any more questions, I can answer them probably. And I said, that would be amazing. She said, okie dokie, I'll answer as best I can. I said, if I can, just quickly before we do talk, why now? There's a deleted message here, but I hope that you can all see from context clues that she is referring to Shelby and then what's been going down with Shelby. I said, okay, that makes sense. That's really unfortunate. Did that just like change your perspective on everything that went down, or did you become more removed from the regular fuck Coco sessions and like thought about it more? She said, yeah, it's like, and I don't want this to be shared. She seeks drama. She even created a rift with Odie too. It's just reflection, like you said. I hate how everything's going. Also, Preview told me he reached out, and I guess I thought now's a good time, if any, if we could possibly get the gang back. I said, yeah, I don't want to be dramatic either, but I knew it was only a matter of time. To be honest, that's why I didn't fight it and go scorched earth. That was smart. I guess I just didn't see. In responding to the Preview reached out, I said, fair enough, it may be a while before we're all laughing and gaming again like the good old days, but I do see a future where that's possible. 100% everyone's going to need time. I just want things to be more neutral. Okay, cool. Thank you for understanding. Very mature. More than most of the peeps involved would do, honestly. So, thank you. Yeah, totally. Thank you as well. Have a good night, man. You too, dude. This is unfortunately the last time that I'll talk to Callie while she's still being kind. After about a week, I unquit. I had an outpouring of support of people reaching out telling me not to quit, or that if I did, they hope that I get what I need out of life. At the end of this video, I'm going to give each of you who supported me through that a shout out. It's important to me that you guys all know that those messages helped me through a dark, dark, dark period, and I'll never be able to stress my appreciation enough. So I unquit and made a post in the Discord. I got a message from Preview on Rivals about returning to stream later that day. Word travels fast, huh? Yeah, lol. Mind if I ask who told you? I'm just curious who the internal ops have been this whole time. I don't feel like giving that information out. Don't really want to rat anybody out. Totally get it. Are they being malicious about it? No, they just shared it. Okay, just more guarded now. I have a genuine hard time trusting anyone. I just hope they aren't hanging out in here to add fuel to a fire. Totally understandable. It wasn't malicious intent. Can I ask you a very serious question? Yeah, go ahead. When it comes to apologizing and stuff, what was your intent? Were you wanting to be friends again, or like express your apology since it blew up and out of hand, or was it something else? I just wanted to say sorry and see how things could go. Okay, I hear you. Thanks for answering my question. I don't believe anything he said at this point. It could be because like once bitten, twice shy, because he's lied so many times, and I do feel like it was shared maliciously, especially since we know that like they use Discord to talk about us and like share our messages and stuff. Oh, yes, also important to mention, at this point in time, juveniles have now changed their team name from juveniles to insurgents. The definition of insurgents is an act of rebellion, a revolt, or an uprising against a constituted authority or government. So yeah, they really wanted to stick it to me, huh? On March 20th, I came back to stream, talking about what Preview had told me, and how I wasn't in fact crazy, and I shared everything that I knew. Shelby used this as an opportunity to get a temporary phone number and text me while I was live. It's important that we break this one down one by one, because she thinks that she ate while openly admitting to violating a ton of Twitch guidelines, lying, and again, rubbing in my face one of my largest insecurities. Literally honest with you the entire time, but whatever helps with the views, right? She thinks that I'm doing this for the views, I guess. So if she was honest, then that means that out of the two possibilities, that she was deceived by Preview, because now we have a full, complete admission from Preview that he lied so that he could be with Odie. The fact that my life was just collateral damage and everything meant that you were lied to as well. You were lied to. So if you never lied, that means you were lied to by a bunch of teenagers. That sucks. To this day, still think it's something from my side when I never lied once. Again, if she didn't lie, that means she was fooled. And maybe she just can't admit that. There was nothing wrong until you kept complaining you weren't invited, even after being invited. This is giving everything was okay until you started getting upset that I was knocking down your homes, said the wolf to the three pigs. Like, no fucking shit, nothing was wrong until I said it. Like, I was hurt the whole time. And your attempt to, like, fix the issue was putting a band-aid on a wound. You're still holding the knife. It's so hard to like have a conversation where you just have like such fundamental like differences on like how you view a situation. We were literally playing every day before you started streaming at 7-8, by the way. Then you hurt your own feelings like you're continuing to do. And I was like, oh, what are you doing? Are you on an alt account? No, on my own account, by the way. Just can't see chat. Didn't it create multiple accounts, by the way? The Izzy one? Yeah, that was me. Only one, not multiple. But go off, King. Is that a flex? Like, is this the flex that I think you want to be making? Like, I only made one account to leak info about you and your wife and harass you, but you do you, boo. Like, you know that's not a good thing, right? Like, don't act coy now. You already did the one, and that one is more than most people will ever do in their entire lives because that's an unfathomable, shitty thing to do, not to mention violates, like, all sorts of online rules, including Twitch. Aren't you a streamer now? You are a streamer now. Dang. Anyway, did it to yourself, by the way. Maybe take some time to reflect because I see it hasn't helped. Take some time to reflect because I see it hasn't helped. Does she mean more time? Also, what hasn't helped? Like, you're just saying things to say things at this point. Like, I think I understand the point that you're trying to make, but I don't think that you're like, I feel like you're trying to mic drop and you're like, you just like don't understand the situation enough to do that. And also, I did what to myself at this point? Force Preview to lie to me to uproot my entire life? Yeah, that's a crazy long con, right? Like I forced Preview to message Odie and then like get in this weird position and like have this whole conspiracy. Yeah, no, you're wrong. And you've always been wrong about everything involving this. The final message was a doozy though. Maybe an actual job will take your mind off things. Oh, as far as like Coco ego bingo, we got like the whole shebang here. Has to end it with like a, hey, I'm not hurting him. I'm not hurting him. How do I know it'll hurt him? Twist the knife. So something funny about all of this is Shelby and MK keep repeating the same sentiment. and tell other people to repeat the same sentiment of get a real job. You know what's crazy? This was on the way to becoming a real job, you know? Like, I was making money off of it before her actions ruined literally everything. I was trying to make it a job, and I was trying to be self-employed. Like Shelby is, self-employed. The difference is when she built her company, she didn't have someone so obsessed with hurting her that they can't let a week go by without finding new ways to hurt them. We actually do have proof of Shelby getting upset about online harassment of her business, but we'll get to that at the very end, don't worry. Obviously, though, she is talking about a typical salary job, which she obviously knew that I couldn't find because of the state of the world. You don't think that she forgot about what she told me on Christmas Eve, do you? Where she said, dude, there was a point almost 2 years ago that after my van got rear-ended, I thought that I was going to have to do the same thing. And I don't even own a house. Both blank and blank, personal people to her, said filing for bankruptcy was the best thing to ever happen to them. So, you were scared of filing for bankruptcy after some issues happened that were out of your control? Wild. It was business as normal for a bit after that. On the 25th, things got really weird. Frosty, an old friend who I introduced to Nova, decided to randomly hop in chat and start promoting his boosting service, I guess. I actually still to this day don't know what it was or anything about it. It's just very gross. That guy could use my Hawkeye coaching. Anyone need boosted? I'm selling a boosting service. And for some reason, Preview and Jayton were in on it. Jayton was saying like, oh yeah, I could use it. I bought a service from him. That's why I'm C2. Jayton said, I'm bronze. Can you help me out? I'm aiming for OOA. Is that doable? Did I mention that I have dreads and offer services like Frosty? This is just super weird. Jayton ended up sending an unban request, a streamer name. I understand that what I said / did was inappropriate. Like you could like that he didn't write this. And I reached out and I was like, what the fuck is your unban request? And he was like, oh no, I wrote it myself. I just asked ChatGPT to spruce it up a little bit. Forgot to, fix it up a little bit. Just lying out of his ass. And so I was like, whatever. You win apology plus bonus points for ChatGPT enhancements. But whatever. Preview's unban request was frowny face. Frosty's unban request was I formally apologize for my actions and I really want to play Overwatch. So he could play Overwatch like I was playing on stream. Preview messages me and says, let me play Overwatch 2, broski comp. Bro, I love you so much. You know this. That was a little much for me to have all three of y'all at once. Heartbreak emoji. Preview and I aren't close anymore. This is the first time that Preview and I have talked since the whole me quitting stream thing. Like, we're not close at all. I haven't talked to Frosty really either, so for him saying this was just like really fucking weird. Frosty DMs me. The DMs were very weird. He sends me, meow. What's up, bro chacho? Unban me. When I get on my PC tomorrow, I will. Finally. I said, I'm trying to change stream to be a little more professional though. Not like uber professional, but like no promos and stuff like that. Trying to shift the vibe since the recent growth spurt. Can't keep doing small boy things. Hope you can appreciate that. Terrible timing, I guess. Good luck. Timing for what? I'm still down for Overwatching games and stuff. That's not what I meant. He said, for my sponsoring. Heh. I said, that ain't a sponsor. That's an ad, bitch. Just trying to help. Huh? That's the last time that we ever talked about it. I don't think he understands what a sponsor is. He also stated that he wasn't a troll and that he was just trying to help. I have no idea how to take this, and it breaks my brain. Like, I don't know if he's like playing dumb. He's just like saying weird things. Like I can't like make it make sense. Like I can't. So we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on because I can't. Now from this point forward, we're gonna get into some real salt of the earth level harassment, fun for the whole family type stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let's kind of like dive head in. So a while back, I ended up meeting a streamer named Nexus MR. We were cool, rated each other, etc. What I didn't know is that he had just subbed for Insurgents. Because I didn't know that, I saw that he was live, and I went to go show him some love. My resub renewal hit, and so I was like, yeah, I'm just going to say hi and hang out. Shortly after, and I mean like minutes of me joining, Shelby, Callie, Preview, and Kalek joined. What the fuck was Kalek doing there? Last I remembered, Shelby and him still hated each other, and Preview and Callie thought he sucked ass at the game, and they didn't care about him whatsoever. The answer? Well, as long as people don't like me, then they're friends of Insurgents now. That theme will continue indefinitely, and is still going to this day. So, as you could probably expect, it did go poorly. I was going to ignore all of their existences and just keep existing and then like slowly slide out, but Shelby immediately made a comment of, oh no, the second she saw my name, she had to say something. This time, I had enough. This is happening in so many chats now. I just said, God, you are such an insufferable human, and I told her to leave me alone. I really ignored her for as long as I could. Like, actually, like, I really tried to ignore her. I even tried to leave before it got weird, but, like, she couldn't help herself and did just kind of get to me somehow. Also, them hopping in was really weird because, like, look at the screenshot. They're like, oh, yeah, we love you, Nexus. Thank you for subbing for us the other day. But now they're all following him in real time while Shelby is like berating me in front of everybody. This is what they're using as the opportunity to follow him and like shower him with love, like Odie did once upon a time. Why are we doing this now? Why are none of you guys following him and only deciding to do it right now while I am there? It could all be a coincidence, right? But it was really, really fucking weird. But I felt bad. I fucked up. I should have engaged with it. I didn't start it, but I still should have engaged. Nexus DMs me. You okay? No, no, man. I hate that I can't show up to support friends without BS following me. I'm really sorry for how it went down your chat. That was not cool of me, but it would have continued if I was there. I'm really sorry. What even happened? You were queuing with someone who is now on my former MRC team, Lambo. Girl with no name and I had a falling out, and she joined and said, oh no. Then everyone else joined, and then her and Kay like kind of dogged on it a bit. She and some people on that team are going around slandering me because we had a falling out. It was messy for no reason. That's why I said, can you just leave me alone, please? I have stream snipers named Coco Loco now, people making new Twitch accounts to harass me. It's all just too much, especially because everyone at our ELO knows each other. I'm just trying to see both sides. No, I hear you, and I'm not asking you to see my side or anything right now. I was just telling you what happened specifically in the chat. The other stuff that happened is just too much to explain in a short DM. She joined and said, oh no, because I was there, and I asked her to leave me alone, and she didn't. Then we both kept going. That was at 10:19. 2 hours later, he DMs me, I heard your mom got involved. I specifically did not go into the details, and I even gave her the courtesy of not spilling everything she did. She, however, decided to make it incredibly messy immediately and go right for the shit talk. And also, yes, my mom did get involved, but not how you guys might think. Listen, my mom and I did not have the greatest relationship for most of my life. So when she got sober and I had a home with an extra room and she was splitting for her husband, I gave it to her. Her and I are now constantly working towards what our relationship needs to look like. So she gets very protective. And so whenever she saw how low I was, whenever I was streaming and telling my story and Shelby was texting me and I was like yelling at her like live on stream because like she was texting me and still saying like get a job bum and all that stupid shit. Like, can you just fuck off and leave me alone? My mom essentially messaged in the chat and said, well, I'll just boil down to step the fuck off and get a life. Guess what? No notes. Beautiful. That shit was based. I'd have her say it again and I'd fucking stand behind her like a little cub. I don't give a fuck. All right. She thought that she was doing what was best. All right. And I'm not going to like defend her actions. I'm not going to justify her actions. I'm not going to say what she did was wrong. She did what she thought she was right. And I don't care because Shelby does need to step the fuck off. She cannot exist without just like getting involved in my life somehow. All that to say that I told Nexus nothing and Shelby spilled all of her guts. The rest of the conversation, she said one thing in chat one time. It was hilarious. I'll just say this. Think about all the drama being spread. I didn't do anything. I came, gifted you a sub, and I even told you that I'm not going to spill tea over DMs. I really appreciate the sub. I just when it went better. LMAO, no problem, King. As long as people from the team insurgents are around, it's just not going to be the case. She does whatever in her power, creating new phone numbers, new Twitch accounts, joining Discords of my friends, whatever she can do to hurt me. It's just lame as fuck because I'm too unk for all this. I just hope that you don't make your mind up based off what they're telling you. I hope you've seen me and talked to me long enough that you know that's not me. He said, yeah, man, it's a lot, from both sides. I wish everyone the best from an outsider. When you say both sides, what do you mean? I didn't even say my side, though, you know? He said, well, like, just from knowing you, you seem chill. What's really weird is him saying it's a lot from both sides, when I told him nothing, and she told him literally her entire side. He also expressed zero interest in hearing my side, and we'll see later that he really never did care. Not until shit started hitting the fan, and I brought receipts, and he wanted to save face. Also, I messaged Preview at this time telling him that, in general, we shouldn't be friends anymore because his friends that he was in that Discord call with actively started a fight with me in public, and he did nothing about it. Oh yeah, and the reason that she's mad at me is because Preview lied again and again and again and again and again, and he's also just like not fighting any of the repercussions of any of that. He just said, well, I apologize, so I'm good. So here's how that conversation went. I said, yo, I'm just going to be honest, man. He said, I didn't know you were in there. Nexus is sub for us, and Lambo is playing with him, so I went to see how it was going. And I said, if you're going to be in an environment like that and just let her talk that way to me, and everyone in the clique is allowed to talk shit, then there's no spot for you in my life right now. I'm tired of everywhere I go in Rivals, there is a, ugh, you're here, specifically after everything that's happened. You didn't dogpile, but both of them were awful to me. And now Kalek is in on it too. Nobody else told him what they say about him, and y'all just let me be the fall guy. This is awful, Preview. It is ruining so many relationships of mine. Everyone in that community is complicit in the shit talking of me, and I cannot be friends with people who are okay with that. I'm sorry. What? Both of them. Shelby was the only one doing anything, and Kalek is gay, so I don't know. But I'm not going to do anything because it's not my drama. I don't care about it. LOL. I'm friends with both groups. I'm not choosing a side. I'm not asking you to choose a side. I said, I'm actively doing nothing and they're actively hurting me. I don't have a place with friends who are okay with watching their friends get bullied and not saying anything. It's not and has never been a choosing a side. I appreciate your apology for what you did and what happened, but it's still going on and nothing is being done about it. What do you want me to do? I told her to stop in VC. Who's the second person? I can't control her. Shelby is her own person. I feel bad, but I didn't defend her when you called her an insufferable human. That's the first thing I've ever done. But I digress. I'm sorry, man, but this new clique is going around ruining my relationships and my livelihood, and nobody is saying anything. Do what you need to do, no hate. And that's just as bad as being involved. Cool, man. Cool. I can't do nothing. I told her to stop, lol. You can tell the truth to everyone involved and show people that I'm not the villain, man. It's what I would do for you. Anyone I called friend, I would do that for. But we're not the same person. I get that. Didn't you do a stream to show yourself as not the villain? Why is this on me? I did nothing. It's not on you. You asked what you could do though, and I told you. And I said, I did, but it was to my community to explain what happened so they were made aware. And people on that server are still going at it, man, like insane. I'll just say this. I'm glad that you're sorry. Really, that means a lot. But unless that sorry means that you're willing to help fix the situation, fix the issues that you apologize for in the first place, I can't be friends with you. I was left with the mess with nobody to help clean up, and everyone just said, oof, sorry for the mess, Coco. Sorry for causing the mess. But nobody cares about grabbing him up and helping. You could have left shit in the past and came to stream instead of making a whole thing dedicated to it. I feel bad, but I'm not going to every person and telling them the drama. Preview. That's not fair to me at all. I address it because it's still ongoing, because she's not stopping. I wanted to explain why I took a break and why things aren't the same anymore, why so many people left. It's my literal job, man. I can't leave 50 people left and actively slandering me in the past. Like, you know that it's not a fair thing to say. And also, he apologized for everything, for him causing like literally all of this. You were gone for like a week. I feel it would have died down, but I'm sorry this happened, but I can't do anything about Shelby. It won't die down because it's not stopping because nobody's standing up for me. You guys both said stuff to each other. I'm trying to stay neutral. There is no dying down. Yes, we said things, but you and Callie and everyone dogpiled and hurt me beyond recognition. What did me and Callie do? What did we have a call on preview where you spent 30 minutes explaining how everything actually went down? I thought you were talking about the situation that just happened. Not at all. And Callie didn't do anything but leave the team. Regardless, that's not the issue at hand, man. We are never going to see eye to eye on this. I just can't be friends with anyone who is in that server. Everyone is just letting this happen to me, ruining my reputation in a community that I've poured over 1,000 hours into. I just can't. I'm sorry. It's fine, Coco. Do what you have to do. No hard feelings. Good luck in your future endeavors. You too, man. Again, he doesn't mean that. He doesn't mean that at all. He doesn't mean that in the slightest. And the reason that I know that is because a lot more things are about to come to light that just like it's so hard to like even wrap your head around all of it. Like I'm talking way too much. A lot of you probably have already clicked off the video at this point. And if you have, that's totally fair. I don't blame you. But if you're still here and you're trying to understand like what exactly is happening, it's not going to make sense. Even when everything is brought to the light by the very end and you see everything, you're going to have to like go back and rewatch the video to understand everything with context. Like it is just so much absolute bullshit. I really didn't want to do this, but at the time, I also reached out to Church to tell him that I'm going to cut contact with him too. Hi King, I just want to let you know that I'm going to cut contact. I'm probably going to cut contact now. People on Insurgents are going out of the way to be rude. My name is being drugged to the mug into the rivals community, and it's sabotaging my livelihood. Everyone on that team who doesn't stand up for me, is complicit in the damage that it is doing to myself and my family. I'm sorry that it came to this. I'm grateful, very grateful for you and everything that you've done for me. Insurgents is just too much for me to be reminded of, along how, with most of its members just being awful to me, I can't associate with anyone in it anymore. I completely understand. I talked to people in the Insurgent server multiple times to not harass you. I made it very clear that we're not a Coco hate club. Of course, I don't know what happens outside the server, but I understand and respect your decision. Thank you for standing up for me. You have no idea how much it hurt to be told that there's a server dedicated just to hate for me, all because of me and one person. It hurts because they all reached out and apologized separately, but the mob mentality just wins over every time, and they keep doing it. And they're doing it with other streamers now. If they see me in chat, they let me know how bad I am. It's awful, Church. It's so awful. And that's not your problem, though. But thank you for understanding. It's nothing against you, but every time I see that tag next to your name, I'm reminded of all the hate that I've been given, and I'm tired of having panic attacks, and I just want to move on with my life. I'm really sorry. I hope people can be better friends to you in the future. Best of luck to you, man. You too, Church. You too, King. His response was so genuine that I could never end up pulling the trigger. He's just a good person and just always means well, and so I just never could pull the trigger on it. Why can't I quit you, Church? The final bit of this section is I got a DM on April 11th. I had known that Shelby was talking about me often, and that was the reason that people in the Rivals community weren't talking to me anymore. But I had only heard murmurings, right? It wasn't until after I got a raid and someone refollowed that I got a DM confirming that this was the case. So I got a DM. It said, I think I might have stopped following, replying, because my friend basically yelled at me too, because he was saying you weren't a good person. I don't really remember the reason he gave, though. LMAO, who was your friend? I probably know them and why, if you're comfortable with telling me that is. I don't want to, like, cause drama or anything. I promise you there won't be any. I just wanted to explain to you, but if you don't feel comfortable, I totally understand. I was friends with Perk, referring to Perk VT, the YouTuber. I also want to be very clear, like, at this point in time, I didn't have any to create drama or share anything. This video was being made way after the fact. I didn't start this video until the end of June. It was specifically because all of the extra additional bullshit that has gone down that I made this. So I was not lying here. Like, I do genuinely mean that, like, I didn't plan on creating drama or anything out of this. So she says, I was friends with Perk, referring to Perk VT. The period of April 27th to May 5th was one of the most miserable times in my streaming career. I refer to this as the bad week. I've been yapping a whole bunch. But because it was so recent, I actually have the VODs for these, so you get to see the harassment in real time. And you get a VOD, and you get a VOD, and you get a VOD. So on the 27th, I was stream sniped by somebody named 6767 Haha Funny. They were on my team, and I was duoed with my good friend Coach Gap. And so I feel like that's why he didn't throw, but they did almost force a throw by demanding that we run like a 2-4 comp and like other weird stuff. I don't exactly remember what it is, but I mean, we're about to watch the video here in a second. I have Super Gomez.
Huh?
Super Gomez is on the enemy team.
Nah, I got that. I diff him.
No. If Super Gomez is on the other team, that means we're gonna have throwers on our team. That's just how it works.
GG's, guys.
Okay.
I want to get down.
No. You know how Gojo in the JJK verse? Because he was so strong, everything else got stronger. That's what's about to happen to all of y'all, okay? You're ready to get the fucking boost of a lifetime to your power levels.
Nah, that won't work.
Why are you running it down, King?
Oh, that's all, guys. I did my best.
Nah. I'd win.
Can you tell us why?
I conquer.
Can you tell us why?
Coach Thrag is here to take you to the promised land.
Can you tell us why? Can you tell us why at least?
Yeah.
Fucking Elsa, bro.
Yeah. Holy shit, dice skis. Ooh.
Ooh, this got
Gap, I want you to know.
I don't speak ramen.
I'm really, dude, it is taking everything in my power to not say the R word.
Hold on, bro. I'm coming. You stay.
Got receivers ready? On your mark?
We're down to support.
Guys.
Oh, why do you want to call me retard, bro?
They digging in me!
Dude's in my stream. Wow.
Is that the R word you're thinking of?
Yes, that is.
Rage bait? But I hate rage bait content. It's so boring. It's so boring. The worst meta of all time. Get rage bait, get rage bait. It's worse than like the people that are like, got me hard like a bedrock skeleton. Sorry, I can't listen. You mean read? Fucking got him. I got it.
Huge dunk.
Let's fucking go, lads!
Wow,
Let's
GG's,
fucking go!
GG's. I had an encounter with Shelby in a random comp game. After this encounter, they made sure to mess with me every single day for the foreseeable future. Maybe it's because I won? Because I beat her and whoever she was duoing with at the time? We'll see in a little bit that it's MK. It's MK. Preview admits that it's MK. Does that mean maybe it's because I won? Nah, fuck it. I won, and that's why they sent the goons after me. I don't give a fuck. I won. Because I didn't say anything on stream. I didn't even point out that it was her. I don't think I even realized it was her until the end. And then whenever I said it, I was like, oh, I think Shelby's on the other team. Didn't say anything. Didn't say like, oh yeah, so glad I beat you. I didn't say anything of that. I just said not a fucking word. After the game with Shelby, my viewer count shot way up. So all the banned people are watching. That's cool. I said nothing about her on stream, not even bragging that I won. and I saw Church in my chat, so I DM'd him to say hi. I'm not sure if you heard it, but I said hi to you and Oki. I assumed you came in because I just played a game against Shelby, lol, but I wanted to see how you were doing. Hope all is well, King. He said, oh, sorry. No, we didn't hear. We left pretty shortly after the game. Yeah, Shelby mentioned she was in a game with you, so Moki and I thought we'd watch. Sorry I didn't say anything. I didn't know how you'd feel. Good game, though. Thanks, I've had a ton of success with Emma this season. I appreciate you being respectful about it. You're always welcome to come into stream, King. I'm on the mend now. Good to know. I popped in a few times recently, so I'll be sure to say hi next time. We are at, like, the end of April, right? All the other bullshit that was happening was at, like, the end of March. I had a couple weeks of, like, hey, things were okay, right? I knew that's why they hopped in. It is what it is. Later that day, I got into another game with 6767 Haha Funny where they were on the enemy team. They targeted me the entire game. I'm talking like no matter what I was doing, they would spawn camp. They didn't even play the game. They really just hard focused me the entire game. And also, if I swapped, they swapped to whoever I was playing. And then if I'd beat them on the character like that they were trying to play, then they would just swap back to Bucky or Psylocke. And there's only one person who I know who defaults to Bucky or Psylocke with that good of aim. I keep that in mind, and then I reach out to him later to DM. I ask Preview if he's 6767 haha funny, and he does not respond. It wasn't definitive. We had no proof. I had an inkling that it could have been him. Later in that same stream, I looked up the 6767 haha funny account on Rivals Meta, and about shit myself whenever I saw that my local cache hadn't updated yet. So the last time that they privated the account was still like on my screen. Like I still saw all their old stats. So whenever I typed in 6767 haha funny, the old username came up. It was Coco Loco, the person who stream sniped me on my 1-year anniversary and made me quit streaming. I hadn't put it together yet, so like don't spoil it for like this naive version of Coco. Like let's all find out together, okay? Just pretend you don't know yet. On the 29th, the day after the game with Shelby, Nexus DM'd me again, just to say hi. He says, how's it been? And I said, yo, it's been good, man. Good games, good streams, just hanging out. You? That was the end of this conversation. We see what's going on here. After a few months, I really missed competing in MRC. I did a lot of looking and decided to try out with a scrim for a potential team. Mid-scrim, someone on the enemy team says, Odie says hi. Are you serious? There is no escape. I said, please let's not do this right now. They said, what? What do you mean? He says hi. I said, no, you know what you're doing. Please stop. He tried really hard to play it off. Like, he almost got away with it too. If it wasn't for that meddling stream of his. Yes, he was live. Abel Kador was live, and so we got to see how it unfolded. And he had VODs up. So he did in fact know what he was doing. But on top of that, Odie was telling them how awful of a person I was and who I would play so he could ban me. And specifically, to shit on Coco. Computer, play the clips of Abel Kador's stream.
On that Kunlun game? Odie told me to say hi for him. I assume they aren't on the best terms though, based on the other things Odie also said.
Does you know him as Odie?
I don't know. He just said he said tell him Odie says hi and talk shit to him. So
That's not nice.
I mean, they banned my Loki 3 games in a row. I'm not too worried about that anymore.
That's probably conceded.
No, he doesn't. It's just you trolling. What? It might be conceded. It could also be Remy. It could also be Raging Panda. It could be a lot of them. Send that to Odie and see what he says.
Wordle.
That's cap. Let's not. What do you mean? Okay, you know what? Not even with it. Not gonna respond to that. What the fuck did Odie do to this guy? Dare say his name, I guess. Yeah, what the fuck? That's weird as fuck. What the fuck did Odie do? I've been given insider information that their Moon Knight is apparently really rude and also a Moon Knight Bucky 2 trade. So, I've been given information.
The seated person?
No, Loco,
Loco.
Loco, whatever.
No, like the person who told you this.
No, that was Odie.
So obviously, that wasn't fun to have happen during my first tryout since the team blowing up. What's crazy is that Odie was in Vegas at the time. That means that somebody in Insurgents Magnetics was watching my stream, found out who I was scrimming, told the group, and Odie tried to find out who he knew on the enemy team to sabotage my tryout, all while on vacation. This is vacation priorities to these people. So I took screenshots of Odie's messages to Abel, and I overlaid them on my stream the next day. I wanted to wear it as like I'm a 2-trick, or yeah, I know you're moving behind the scenes kind of badge. Bad idea in hindsight. Very, very, very bad. The next day, April 30th, I was queuing some rivals when I encountered. You know what? Fuck it. Just watch it. I'm not even gonna preface this one. Just watch this. Take your time. The clock is ticking, so stay. All you had to do was take. Rogue's good boy. They're on my thrower list. I don't know, dude. People are fucking, like, dumb as shit, dude. Like, it's not even fun playing the game anymore. I'm just getting targeted. And now they're trying to ban Moon Knight. That's so funny. Y'all are actually so cool, dude.
It's nothing against you, bro. I just hate playing against this shit.
No, it's not you. It's UMM Agent, CC, and Rogue's Good Boy are trying to ban Moon Knight and Bucky, which is mine.
Oh.
20 for this game. Coco, unban MK from your chat. Why would I unban him? He said some really, like, unacceptable behavior things. Like, that's not how you talk to humans, sorry. I'm a streamer, and I'm getting targeted banned by people who just want to see the world burn. Sorry that you guys are getting caught up in this. But I don't understand why you're saying wah. I'm not crying. I was just explaining to the other people. Like, there's no crying involved. Like, what am I supposed to do? Who's daddy? All I do is tell people it's unacceptable behavior to do what you do. And the craziest thing to me, like the absolute craziest thing that I've ever seen to me, is the people who've done it, or who have done it, have apologized to me personally. Yeah, it's just hard not to whenever, like, there's, like, people who are, like, their sole intentions are to, like, make sure that I can't climb, when all of them know that, like, that's all I want, is to be taken seriously in the game that I love best. You banged my wife last night? That's cool, man. You sound like a really cool person, man. Genuine question. Like when you do and say things like this, like, does it make you feel better as a person? Like, throwing games on behalf of somebody else, like, does that make you feel better? I don't understand. He's not gonna die with you, he's just throwing.
I'll ult when you ult, fun.
Roger. It's because they're all changing their names. Like, for example, the account Coco Loco, right? The account Coco Loco that changed their name to haha6767. It's because they changed their name, right? All right, ready?
Yeah, yeah.
They got the fuck out of there, I guess.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where'd they go?
Like that account, that Coco Loco Yo account. They do it private and they're changing their names. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay because I know who it is. Like that account is run by Preview. It's run by Preview MR, and he does it to troll me, and that's okay. Even though he has privately apologized to me about everything that's gone down, he runs the haha67 funny account. It is what it is. And so now he's got lackeys. Now he's got lackeys. Well, not he. Now other people, I guess Odie's got lackeys, as you can see from the top and bottom of my screen. People just want to see me not have a good time. I know y'all don't care about them, but it does. It sucks because this is the game that I love and I care about, and I just can't do anything.
This shit is so weird, bro.
I have
whatever beef you guys got going on.
I muted them. I muted them. I don't know what's happening. I don't even know what's going on. Just mute them and move on.
This is weird, bro.
It's weird. These people, dude. They're
boy activity. I can't lie.
and the worst part is like these people are in their 30s, bro, and they like will not hop off my dick.
I bet.
I'm like I said, I'm sorry that y'all are getting caught up in this other shit, bro. I'm like, it just sucks.
I mean, it either happens like this way or just naturally. There's so many throwers. It is what it is.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
And the fact that they even knew it was me, even though my name is hidden, is crazy because they're here watching.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I thought I heard thunder. A shame you cannot behold my glory, but you can hear my mighty mallet as it strikes. In my line of work, the sound of a hammer usually signals a final judgment. As it does.
Mission area. Got it?
Heads up, hostiles. Only one whose line I haven't crossed.
That one. They said MK, which is was one of Odie's friends. Yeah, that shit's pretty gross, right? Yeah. It's even more gross when you realize the person who's talking about all this is MK himself. Lee messages Preview while this is going down. Preview, what the fuck are y'all doing? I'm not doing anything LMFAO. They are the MagX server doing that shit. Who is? MK and them. I'm a chud. Who is them? It's MK and Day. Okay, thank you. Who the fuck is Day? Datara. Why the fuck was I brought into that LOL? Because your 6767 account. Yo, Lee, Odie ain't part of this LOL. I think bro's in Vegas. LOL. Well, Odie was messaging the team that Coco was scrimming yesterday, so I don't know if I believe that he's not part of it. That was Odie's old team that he was with before joining this. Yeah, I see that on screen. So everyone that has direct ties to Odie is doing shit. So that tells me that Odie is a shit stirrer. He said nothing. We literally have proof of the opposite. You just said that you saw it on screen. Are we to the point now that you've got away with so many lies that you think you can lie in real time and think that you can get away with it, sir? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What is this? What is life? Is this even a real? Is this a simulation? Am I really supposed to believe that you thought that you could get away with that in real time without even editing a message, without even deleting a message, with not even editing or deleting it after the fact? How are we supposed to live our lives when people like this exist? What am I to do here? Also, Odie saying that was Odie's team that he was with before joining us. Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean that he's allowed to talk shit and like give insider information during a scrim so I have a less chance of like actually being able to do anything? Also, something that I do love here is that Preview immediately folded under zero pressure. We'll see that in the future nobody wants to tell me who anybody else is. I like literally wrote code to like scrape databases to find out who these people are. Lee asks, also, why do you have the 6-7 account to throw Coco's games? You ain't gotta lie. Preview says Odie hasn't been around Magnetic Server or Insurgents for whole MRC because he's been with another team. Okay, then who's behind it all? Why would you make an account to troll after you apologize to Coco? I don't get it. LOL, so we got kicked off Insurgents too. I've never threw Coco's game. We won when I was on his team. Okay, why were you stream sniping then? He was never on Insurgents, so he was never kicked. He's on the team right now. Okay, couple things. Preview saying he hasn't been around Magnetic Server or Insurgents for a whole MRC. Not true. They still play together every day. They're all together hanging out all the time. Odie plays with them on a regular basis, like daily basis. That proves nothing. He can't get off because he was never on.
It sucked.
And then you're not even really on a team with him now, are you?
No, Odie's not even on the team anymore. That really bums me out too, as well.
That's what I'm saying is like it. I never threw Coco's game. We won when I was on his team. So throwing my games could also mean like stream sniping me, getting on the enemy team, and then targeting me the whole time, right? Like you can use a different word, but it's the same result regardless. If you are targeting me to the point where like I'm getting no value and you're causing like a disturbance on my team where my team's like, oh, Coco can't do his job, swap him to the support, and then you spawn camp me on support, like you understand that like that causes issues, right? And you know what? It doesn't even matter if you don't know that because I have video proof of it. We just watched the VOD. The last message is Lee says, why can't y'all just leave him alone? It's getting really weird now, TBH. Preview admits to stream sniping with the 6767 haha funny account. And then I realized if 6767 haha funny is Preview, 6767 haha funny changed their name to that from Coco Loco. That means that whenever I talked to him about it, he lied to my face again. What the fuck? Is Preview just like the evil one here? Are they all evil humans? He lied to my face about who tried to ruin my games, and then he's been stream sniping for months. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, this was all after he apologized, by the way. He apologized at the beginning of March. Everything from now to here, the stream sniping, the lying, that's after he apologized. And I haven't done anything more since. The only thing that's happened is I got a random chance encounter with Shelby in a game one time. That's it. Anyway, I tried to reach out to a friend to see what was going on. We'll just call this person mutual. I know you're not taking any sides or anything, but MK is sending Magex people to throw my games right now and stream snipe to throw. Day, MK, blank, all of them. I want you to know that it's getting out of hand, and I have done nothing to any of them. I've spoken out to them in VC about going after you to troll and saying that I don't think they should because it's stirring the pot and it's going to cause drama. I don't like it, and I don't think that they should do it. They should just leave well enough alone. The only advice I can give is to don't react at all. Don't talk about it on stream, don't comment, don't give them a reaction. That's the only way to combat trolling. If they're going to target you on a GM account, change ranks and play on the alt for a while. That or hide when you queue. Thanks for the advice and tips, but it's literally my livelihood and I can't queue on my Celestial account because of trolls. I just don't understand. They even invited me. They tried to queue before I could leave, just to throw again. I appreciate you saying something. That's all I could ever ask. Yeah, I don't like it and I've brought it up more than once actually. You just need to ignore them and not give them anything to work with. Hide your queue. Big stream snipers like XQC do it to avoid trolls. Preview's doing it true. Odie's also giving teams giving info to teams and scrims about who I play and to focus on me. I'm so overwhelmed. I'm sorry to spam you. It's not your problem. Ramped it up lately, I've noticed. I told both Preview and Odie not to bother you a night or two ago. It's okay, but you seriously don't need to say anything about it. Don't react. Just block and ignore, because if you starve them of attention, they'll get bored and move on. It's been 3 months. It's not going away if I just ignore it. Yeah, it's probably not, but the only thing that you control is how you react. Give them nothing. I told both Preview and Odie not to bother you like a night or two ago. I don't even know what time or what instance she's referring to, but there must have been more going on behind the scenes that I didn't even know about. May 1st was a weird one. No stream snipers or anything, but Shelby still found a way to watch and let me know that she was watching. All right, we'll do one more and then we'll queue it up. Another one. Holy fuck, Lieb.
Let me pull up your chat again.
Fucking Lieb. LMFAO. You could see I was playing words on stream and she submitted a word. I don't know what the point was, to show that she is always watching, to show that she still has power. Mind you, we're in the month of May at this point. This started on February 8th. I was confused how she was even watching given my ban block settings, but then I realized that there was not only a brand new account following, that is, I'm about to Groot, who followed that same day. There was somebody in chat who I recently unbanned who was conveniently chatting about things again. So Jayton caught back in, and I told them that I was talking to Chad about scrims. He that, oh, what team are you trying out for? And I said, nope, not doing that. Not telling anybody. And then, is this the team that you're trialing for? Gotcha. How's scrims been? And then he said we should run some comp. I said, nope, probably not going to happen. You still associate with people who stream snipe me. It's been really hell the past couple days. Not going to engage in that, sorry. And he said, but I'm not even in that faction anymore. What he's referring to is I said, you are on Insurgents' sister team, Upsurgents. So, no, that's not going to happen. He said, I'm not in that faction anymore. He wasn't lying, but he's now in a Magnetics sister faction and doesn't tell me about that. I don't know if it happened after the fact or when, but he starts playing the words on stream. Hasn't done it yet. Doesn't do this ever. Like, doesn't engage or anything at all. And this is when Shelby comes in and says something. Curious if you ever plan on fucking off. It's actually really sad to think that you're sitting at home by yourself watching a stream that you don't have access to with a community of people that you're not welcome in. Super creepy. Hope you get help soon. Should she have done that? No. But she had been fielding nasty DMs and lies for so long that I don't blame her for snapping. She was just like, why can't they fuck off? That's what we're all asking. Why can't they fuck off? They can't. They can't. It's like an obsession at this point. I was up really late that night. I ended stream and I was just up. Why is everything I do being looked at under a microscope? I was having panic attacks again. It was every day for like over a week at this point, and it still wasn't done. So I ended up any ounce of pride or shame that I had, and I reached out to Callie and to Church. I added Callie and she sent me, yo, hey Callie, you never reached out to chat, so I just assumed it wasn't going to happen, which is totally fine. You're your own person and have every right to do so. I tried incredibly hard not to involve you in specifically anything that's going on with all of this, but I'm at wit's end. If there's any shred of truth to you genuinely being sorry, please get them to stop harassing me. Magex is in on it now too. Preview won't stop stream sniping. They're creating fake accounts to dox me again. I know that you're not accountable for the actions, but they are harassing me to the point where I do not want to stream again. Please. I didn't reach out because it wouldn't ever feel right to be in the community. TPH, I'm just here to have fun with friends on a video game. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything at this point. I can't control Magnetics in Preview. I wish you well. Good luck in your streaming career. GG's, Coco. Okay, Callie. Be careful with your friends. GG. I reach out to Church. I know you don't have control over these people, Church, but they will not stop. Magex is in on it now too. Please say something to them. This is getting out of hand. I can do my best, though I have no involvement with Magnetics. I would recommend a couple things for you to try. One, don't give a reaction. I know it's hard, but it's what they want. Also, try hiding your screen when you queue. I know it's not fair that you have to do these things, but I think it would help you a lot. The trope of I can't control them is getting old. You know what they are doing. You see it in the Discords. You scrim with them 3 times a week. Why are we just allowing this to happen? Why are we just saying we just want to game and have fun, and then you engage in the same fucking bullshit ass behavior that they're engaging in? This makes no fucking sense. Bill Nye said it best.
That just makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's just bullshit. Fuck. Oh my.
Harassment 2, Electric Boogaloo. We've gotten to kind of the meat of it now. We had like the really awful week. Now they're finding like newer and more interesting ways to start harassing me. I wasn't going to let them push me to quit again. I was finally building back an audience and it was growing again despite all the bullshit. I put up my defenses and I was like, all right, I'm doing what I can, all things considered. So none of that stopped them or deterred them. Here is a message that I received on May 5th from that mutual. They messaged me saying, let's just say you doing this is good. And it's a picture of my screen being screen shared in a Discord call. I said, are they trying now? LMAO. I won't tell, by the way. I'm just curious. They said, they were a bit ago. LMAO. I'm glad I'm doing it now then, I guess. I'm just so mind blown. Thank you for the validation that I'm doing the right thing, though. LOL. Yeah, it should reduce your headaches. The only thing that you can control is your own actions, so doing this is the best way. I said, they're still going to get in eventually. I just hope they learn that spending your evenings trying to ruin someone else's fun is literally a waste of their lives. Somebody who I met in a game and became fast friends with is named Steezy Drew, in-game known as Drewski. We had queued together a couple times on stream because our banter was good and he was good at the game. On May 9th, he comes into chat talking about how he queued into a game of people talking shit about me. Here's his chats. What the fuck? I'm solo queuing into people talking shit about you. What you do that I don't know of. And I was like, what the fuck? And I said, who? And he said, Spork? Yeah, Spork is Shelby. We've been new. Mind you, it's May 9th. It's been a long time. I'm just surprised she's kept it up for so long at this point, honestly. I was very not kind about it. I was like, what? What is she even saying? You know what? I'll just let you guys watch it. Yo, Steezy, who is it? What I do that you don't know of? What? Tell me. What? Spork? Haha. That's Shelby. See, Drew, the fact that they recognize your username to specifically tell you that I'm a bad person, I think tells you everything that you need to know. Because they watch my streams to figure out who's going and doing what.
That is crazy. Like, genuinely obsessed.
God, like, they just need to get a fucking life, dude. You're like, you're 35 years old, bro. Like, you have two, you're alone, you're 35 years old, you have 2 cats, bro. Like, just get a fucking life, dude, instead of, like, talking shit online. Like, you're fucking terminal.
I'm not too far off being like that myself.
Squirrel Girl goes nuts.
Yo, BBG Gnome, thank you for the follow, you legend and scholar. I appreciate becoming a certified Kokomofo. Big GG's. Well played, well played. Oh, and she's playing with Day? That's crazy, bro. So, for context, Day is the person who was trying to stream snipe me. Or, like, invited me to all that shit. And so, he's part of that team. So, if the OTP Flex is whoever her buddy is right now. So, that's what's happening. That's why you're getting that. They're all really close now all of a sudden because they have a mutual hatred for me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it is what it is. And the fact that she's like, what you don't know or what I'm not telling you is I'm not telling you anything. I'm just saying that there's people who are actively trying to stream snipe my games. I don't tell you anything else because there's nothing else happening. It's not important anymore. Right? Because I am not engaging in anything anymore. So if they're going out of their way, if they know your name, that means they're actively watching to try to slander me. That's it. That's what's important.
Have a good night.
Good night. Another thing, just to put that out there and to be very explicit, I don't say anything about these people until they're all up in my DMs, or I get people who are like saying that. Like, Odie is on the record. I get messages from him from live on somebody else's stream talking about how bad I am and like how to best counter me, what I play during the middle of a scrim, right? preview stream sniping with the haha funny 6767, right? I imagine, I'm gonna be honest, I imagine a lot of these accounts they're playing on alts right now because I keep blocking the other ones, and so I imagine it's like, oh hey, we gotta level up these more to try to get in there, right? So also I have 28 viewers right now, so my numbers are going up, so they're probably watching. So hi, whenever I see somebody who knows you, Day or MK or Shelby or Preview or Ace or whoever, when I see somebody who knows you guys, you know what I do? I shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know why you guys have to watch who I play with and go out of your way to message them. Like, that's just weird. Like, y'all go out of your way to create new accounts. Y'all go out of your way to ruin my games. Y'all go out of your way to fucking talk shit about me. Like, I'm like flattered, but also, I'd rather just you keep my name out of your fucking mouth. Now, Shelby, I know, if I'm being honest, I know the only reason that my name is in your mouth is because nothing else gets into it because you're perpetually alone. But like, just shut the fuck up. It takes zero. Just stop fucking talking. You're gonna get sold? They're not gonna throw your games actively because if they throw your games, then it makes me look like I'm right. No, because they don't know. Like if they throw your game, then I look like I'm justified and they're the bad guys. But if they don't throw, then they can keep trying to convince you that I'm the psycho one. Sigma Rizzler 76. Zephyr, is that your stream? Is that your who's Sigma Rizzler 76? Oh, somebody who's watching right now.
When did they request to join?
I think they invited me so they could capture me. So hold on, I'm gonna mute rivals. Oh, they're in a group. So they can't be joined.
Can you invite them here or will it not let you?
Oh, no, I can, yeah. Yo, what's up?
Mm.
You what up? No, why would I do that? I'm gonna mute your text chat, so like I need you to use your voice. Are you too scared too? Because you think that I'd find out whose account this is?
They could just put the voice changer on. Yeah, they put the voice changer on. That's a dude.
Yeah, you gotta throw out the voice changer though. What? Uh, All right, you're just like actually wasting my time. Congratulations on your 15 minutes of fame, bro.
That's crazy. They literally said nothing when getting invited in.
Oh. Look at that. Shelby's asking to join right now.
Let in.
No, I'm not going to accept your invite.
Not them spamming you. That's crazy.
What do you want? This is wildly inappropriate. I think you know that, especially after you were just talking shit about me. That's wildly inappropriate. Shelby, you're in your 30s. This is pathetic.
It is genuinely so childish. I can't
Dude.
believe you're having to deal with these kinds of people all the time. You could hear her cheesing while she was talking to, like, why are you smiling so much?
Is it childish if it's true? Is it childish if it's true? Like, who gives a fuck if it's true? This is a fucking video game, you fucking weirdos, dude. Listen, I know you're watching right now, right? That's the only reason.
5T.
Dude, I got 31 people watching right now.
Yeah, it's not a good look. Like, behaving like that. Really embarrassing.
No, I mean, to be fair, the only reason that I have any people is because they're all watching on what's it called? Like incognito.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to be very clear. You guys are spending your Saturday nights harassing a random person that you guys have never met before. I just want to be very clear about that. What? Shelby, do you not understand how inappropriate this is? You are spending your Saturday night trying to harass somebody who you haven't talked to in months. Like that's
very lonely 35-year-old with 2 cats who's single. I'm so sorry. I'm so bored. I just want to play the game.
Yeah, we can tell.
I only said that about you because you're fucking you're in the
kidding.
middle of harassing me. Like you understand, like you're crazy,
Actually,
right?
so sad.
Who's harassing you? I just want to play the game.
Go play it with your own friends then. Why are you trying to
Bro,
harass
Shelby,
people?
Shelby, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, Shelby. Like 100%. Please, kindly and respectfully, just fuck off. I want nothing to do with you. Just leave me alone. That's it. Fuck off, please. Jesus H fucking Christ, dude. And listen, for anybody who sees this in real time and thinks that this is normal behavior, look at what am I doing? I'm the crazy one, by the way? Like I'm the one who's wrong?
I don't even think it matters, like, what they're talking about or what the situation was. Like, that behavior is just really weird.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like no matter what happened, spending your time doing this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't even understand. You're just trying to play quick play with like chat members. Like, what is the problem? Guaranteed all the people she's sending to like send all this harassment to you is probably little kids too.
Huh?
She's probably sending all the, like those little kids that she hangs out with to
Oh yeah.
harass you as well.
I'm still getting requests, by the way. I've blocked, I think,
Yeah,
like
they're just
5
swapping
accounts.
accounts.
Right, you can hear how I react and what I say and hear everything in real time. That's a lot of people. That's a ton of people. And I recognize some of the names too. I recognize a lot of the names actually. I start Rain Manning that shit and realize that this is to the point of an actual full-blown conspiracy. Like, I've seen these names over the months. Not just like randomly, not just like here or there. I have seen these names a lot over the last few months. But I put it in my back pocket and I continue with my day. I was leaving in a few days to visit my family, so I'm just gonna do my own thing. They will get bored by the time I'm back. They had to get in one final set of jabs though. So on the 11th, Callie added me in game. I accepted and I sent question mark and she said, "Whoops, meant to look at your profile." Why? Ranked twin. What about ranked? Question mark. Just to see. Okay, just confused is all. Just want to know how your games are. We know they're watching, so that was just really, really fucking weird to me. I thought there's really no point in it, and it just kept going. Also, here's the previous screenshot where you can see the timestamp at the top. So I messaged her and I said, just FYI, I'm going to unadd. It's really painful still seeing your faction doing scrims, and I'd just rather not think about it. I thought I was doing the right thing, being open and honest instead of removing and being sneaky. I thought I was doing the correct, objective, correct thing. But then she just says, LMAO. What? No QP invite? Damn, because I said I was doing QP with the community, and I said, you're in a scrim right now. Why are you being toxic? And she said, why you unadd me? You do you, bro. Am I getting messages from like 2 separate people? Like, this is weird. I told you why I was gonna unadd you. You were not the same person I knew. This is really disappointing. I was really hopeful for you as a person, but this is very gross behavior. Son, I'm 16. Chill on me. You were so different, though. She said, yo, GG's, man. That was the last of the direct contact that I'll ever have with Callie again. So, at this point in time, I fly back home for the first time in 6.5 years. It was really awesome seeing my family and being away from all the drama. It was sort of liberating. It was kind of unfortunate talking to my family about a lot of the things that were going on because they knew that I was streaming, and last time that we had really honestly talked, it was going really well. And then I had to like talk to them about all the other bullshit and stuff that's going on. And just like nobody wants to hear that. Like nobody wants to hear this. Like I know you watching this video, you're not really enjoying this. Like it's just sad. You know, it's not fun, but it was nice. There were a couple times where it was like I got a message about somebody talking about me again, and I tell everybody that I'm not feeling well and I'm gonna go lay down, and that was my way of coping with the panic attacks. It sucked, but I tried my hardest to put on a brave face for everybody, so they all thought that I was going to be okay. That wasn't all the drama, though. Nexus sent me a DM, and that series of DMs was very not fun. So when I received this DM, I'm hanging out on the back patio with all my family around me. They're playing kickball. I got way too hot, so I was just cooling off in the shade. We're all just listening to music. It's a really good time. And then my phone goes off, and I went to go check it, and I look at the notification, and it's a message from Nexus, and it says, hey, I heard about you getting her banned from Twitch. Fuck. Okay, well now I'm dealing with this. I'm sorry, what? It's crazy that you just assumed that I had anything to do with it. I haven't reported her or anything. I'm not stooping to anybody's levels. Oh, well, I wasn't trying to assume. I just thought it made sense that you did it. I want to emphasize, I heard you did this, and I wasn't trying to assume. Do not coexist together in a logical sense. I'm sorry. Maybe he misspoke, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he did assume and then got caught assuming and backtracked. After they've been stream sniping me and trying to ruin my games, I just said, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. I'm just putting up a stream snipe thing and living my life. They are harassing me and trying to dox me. You can watch my VODs if you care to see it. Doxing you? Are you sure? I mean, who specifically? I said, yes, Shelby created accounts to leak info about my family. If like anyone's doxing you, I'll legit be on your side and bring attention to this. Now, again, to just break this down a little bit further, I'll be on your side, implying that he's already not, implying that he's on the other people's side, or he's quote unquote neutral. but neutral parties don't start conversations by assuming stuff. And I said, I have screenshots where she admits to it, specifically the fact that I have a wife. I wanted it to be private so she never got harassed, but she keeps trying to bring it up. I thought she was trying to get your wife to know you were doing stuff behind her back or something. But did Shelby try to publicly dox you? Like on stream or something? And her friends with MagX talk about it whenever they stream snipe me to throw my games. Yes, she created an account specifically to tell people that I have a wife. She admitted to it via text. Well, her saying you have a wife isn't exactly crazy. And then responding to the whole fucking around on her behind her back. My wife watches every stream. She knows everything. I'm not fucking around on her. Responding to him saying, well, it isn't exactly crazy. I say, well, it is when she knows that I want it to be private. Well, it's not like she's dropping your address. I just thought you meant she was leaking super personal things. I asked her not to share it, and she's sharing it. Yeah, I understand that. I thought she only did that because you were being sneaky. He says that he thought she was doing it because I was being sneaky. Not because she thought I was being sneaky, but because I was being sneaky. Again, we're assuming things again and again and again. Also, the whole like, oh, well, I only thought she was doing it because of X, Y, or Z thing. Well, now that you know that she's not doing it because of that, does that change the story? No, it shouldn't. She's still doing something that I asked her not to do, but the fact that she's doing it maliciously and not out of the goodness of her heart, maybe take it more of a big deal? Why does nobody think it's a big deal that I want my private information to stay private? She is going around telling everybody my private info. She asked to not be made public. I asked them to not make her public. She was made public. That's okay? Shelby knew that she didn't want to be public. All that Shelby's doing at this point is hurting Lee even further. There was no point for any of this, and for anybody who's saying that it's not a big deal, you're part of the problem because you are complicit in the leaking of information about somebody that they want private. We didn't want that public, and I didn't think that that was too much to ask for. And I have had to call the sheriff's department because I was scared of getting swatted. I have all these things in place on how to prevent that from happening. I've called the city, I've called the county, I have everything in place to possibly prevent that from happening. You see all these horror stories about people shooting their dogs or people getting shot themselves. I am the one who just wants to play games and have fun. These are the people who are making it their lives' missions to make sure that I cannot do that. Okay, you can just say, I just want to have fun and play games, man. I was scared for my life at a certain point. Sometimes I lay in bed wondering, at what point are you guys going to pull the final trigger and try to really stick it to me? I don't want to worry about whether or not I'm going to be woken up in the middle of the night by a SWAT team with guns pointed at me. But okay, sure, yeah. Leaking my wife and who it is isn't a big deal. You're right. I'm sorry, Nexus. That's okay. And also, it's not up to anyone to decide what's a big deal and what's not a big deal to myself and my family, especially right after Nexus accused me of something that I had no involvement in doing. So if we just keep accusing me of doing things and it's getting worse and worse and worse, like, shit can happen. If I really wanted to do something, I would have reported her stream. I also would have reported Nexus for streaming with her every day despite her being banned from Twitch for ban evasion. I didn't do that. I just took it on the chin. I ate shit like I've been doing. And it sucks. I just hoped karma would eventually catch up. It hasn't though, and that's why I'm here. Continuing the conversation, I said, Nexus, I'm gonna be honest. You only know her side of the story and assume all this negative shit about me, bro. This whole song and dance is so old, and I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm not assuming. I just told you I'll genuinely help you if what you're saying was right. You haven't even told me your side. He said that he would tell me if she leaked my personal information, but not if he doesn't think it's personal enough. If you care to see how they treat me, watch the VOD where they get into my games and throw it, talk about my wife, and then spam invites afterwards to try to capture me and force me immediately into games. And he said, you haven't even told me your side? I said, no, you never asked. You just said, your mom got involved, lol. Then he said, when did I say your mom get involved? I respond to his previous message and I say, just think about how I never spilled anything to you, and she was so eager to tell you how awful I was. This was in February when everything went down. And right now it's May 16th. And then I showed him where he said that my mom got involved. Oh, that was me responding. That was not him just responding. I said, I'm not going to go into all the details over a DM. I'm not going to do all that. She joined, said, oh no, because I was there. I asked her to leave me alone and she didn't. And so we both kept going. That's all I said. And then he responded with, I heard your mom got involved. That was not just him responding. That was him accumulating information from the other side and then portraying it to me as fact like he knows everything already. So whenever I said, I was messaging you saying, I'm not going to talk about it because it's old news. She literally spilled everything. She's watching my streams, seeing who I queue with, and then warning them that I'm a bad person in Marvel Game Chat. It's actually insane. But y'all are close, so I don't expect you to hear me out. Shelby was one of the people in the world closest to me, and she's telling anyone who will listen private stuff about me. I'm just playing games on Twitch, my guy. He said, I've gotten told about how you supposedly got her banned, so I wanted to ask you about it and get your side, and if you're really getting harassed, then I'd bring it to light. I was really just trying to see both sides. It's like watching Parks and Rec and then reading a bad review about The Office, and then saying, well, Parks and Rec is better because you like it and you've only ever heard bad things about The Office. So when someone asks, do you want to watch The Office? You say, no, I want to remain impartial. I want to see both sides. Bill Nye, what do you have to say about this?
That just makes no fucking sense.
Finishing up this message thread, I said, I'm going to be honest, you never followed up with me about anything, and I appreciate you trying to see both sides, but you genuinely never asked for mine, my guy. I think you're a good dude, and I'm not going to assume malice, but I'm tired of begging people to hear me out. If they keep going with it, that's their prerogative at this point. If you actually want to chat about it, because you care about people being harassed, I'd be down to talk sometime this week when I have some downtime. What's happening is actual harassment. I'm the only streamer I know who has people actively trying to throw my games on a regular basis by sitting in Discord, watching my stream in a private browser, and trying to get in and tell people about my wife and stuff. I just want to be left alone and play games and make people laugh. For context, I have 60 subscribers on YouTube. I have 1,700 followers on Twitch. Right now I'm averaging like 25-ish viewers per stream. I'm way too small of a creator to have a Q snipe protection thing and like all of my shit completely locked down because people are going to try to hop in my stream and hop in my games and start just doxing random shit about me. Nobody should give a fuck about any of this. It just makes no fucking sense. Nexus says, I guess all the lore is far too deep now. I'm kind of jumping into war with everyone already dead. I just want to say, if it really does continue and you keep getting harassed by the group, then let me know and I'd really try to help. Because I understand you guys have beef, but just dragging it like this is awful and not fair to you. I've asked them all personally to stop, Shelby, Preview, Callie, etc. They all just say, I can't control my friends. Bye. It is what it is, man. It's not going to stop. You can try. I'd be grateful, but they won't. Thanks for offering, King. And then I said, I appreciate it. It's been almost 4 months. I just want to stream and play games. This is the last that we'll hear of Nexus. That is until I start talking about it publicly and then he tries to save face. Things are normal for a bit. Like, just a little bit though. Like, not too long. Like a few days, like a couple of days. Like a day or so, like a day. Like it was one day. Things were normal for one day, but started getting interactions from them again. It was one day. It was one stream, a singular stream. Preview added me as a friend. So I responded. I sent a question mark. And he said, didn't mean to add you, but I hope you feel better though, twin. And I said, what do you mean? He said, you said you were sick. I'm still live at this point, and I have a sore throat, and I'm not feeling well after traveling. So he's watching my stream. And I said, oh, didn't realize you watch my streams unless it was a Q snipe. Thanks, man, I appreciate it. He said, no problem, bro. Then, whenever I raided out for the night, both Preview and Jay, people who are banned in my chat, started following the person I raided and chatting. That weirdness, whatever they were doing, continued over the next week. Preview said, that guy 100% cheating, bro, you should report him. I said, can't tell if you're serious or not, but I think it's likely, but not 100%. I err on the side of letting Guang Guang decide, though. He said, I'm not being sarcastic, lol. He does seem sus, though. I said, lol, okay. It's hard to read from just text after we haven't talked in a while. But yeah, some of the aim movement looked unnatural. Not that it's not humanly possible, just not what a human would do, in my opinion. No response until I make a post gathering information about merch. And he found out somehow, someone in the server still just letting them know everything. And he said, I heard you were getting merch. I was promised merch, and I want to wear a Coco Loco Yo hoodie. No response. He sends a frowny face 3 hours later. On June 11th, he messages me while I'm live and says, Yo, Coco, want to play Gamble with your friends with us? I said, who is us? Me, Frosty, Callie, and some no-name called Ava. First of all, no name called Ava is not a very nice thing to say. I don't know that they would appreciate you referring to them to that. I said, I appreciate the invite, but I'm not sure why you think I'd be comfortable joining you and Callie in a game after what you guys did to me, apologized for, and then continued to do. Preview said, damn, that's unfortunate. What? I'm not sure what to say here. You put me in a very bad place for a very long time, and then when I was finally in the clear, you started messing with stream again. I don't know what you're trying to do here, but trying to act like nothing ever happened is not okay with me. I'm not trying to act like nothing ever happened, I just want to gamble. But why with me? Because we need a fifth, and you're my favorite streamer. I said, I don't get it, man. Thank you for the offer, but up until a month ago, you were still Q sniping and stuff. I don't want to play with people who have done me wrong and won't own up to it. I hope you have fun, though. He sent a frowny face. So, gamble with your friends, you don't need a fifth. I played with 4 the other day on stream, and it was totally fine. And also, I'm not trying to act like nothing ever happened. I just want to gamble. Why is everyone saying, I just want to play games? I just want to play games. Like, yes, I fucked you over. Yes, I like ruined your life for a little bit. Yes, I made your life a living hell. Like, yes, but I just want to play games. So let's just like put all that aside and play together. I don't know what this is, genuinely. I don't know if it was a troll, if it was a trap. Like if I would have joined and it would have been all these people and they would have been immediately talking nasty about me and trying to like tell stream things. He knows I'm streaming at this point. Now we get to the final straw, the breaking point, and the reason that I'm even making this in the first place. June 16th, after one of the people managed to get into my game and stream snipe me while I was co-streaming, they got my Twitch banned. But I was still live on YouTube, so they migrated to YouTube and began the harassment there too. I'm not lying, this is exactly what happened, and they know that's what happened because I have proof from other people talking about it. I was streaming with W Dawn, a smaller creator who deserves way more attention than they currently have. She is great at the game, kind, and a very genuine person. She took a chance and chose to do her first ever co-stream with me, and so her and I played Marvel Rivals. I tried to take all the precautions that I could. I told her to go offline. I went offline, and we even did some Q snipe protections whenever we thought things were getting rough. And then someone named Heel Kitten got into my game, locked Widow, and decided to throw. And if you're wondering, it's because whether or not they knew that it was me, they called themselves my biggest fan. Here's the clip.
Yo, Coco Loco, the Taliban says hello.
The Taliban?
Yeah, the Taliban.
Who's that?
What do you mean, who's that?
I don't know how I could be any more explicit. No, it's not from Odd. It's definitely an op. Alright, I'm getting my Deadpool upgrades. 1 second, y'all. Alright.
I know the way to Avengers Tower. Follow me.
Oh no. He said that and then locked Widow. I'm sorry.
Yo, Coco, what did you place in MRC?
I got you. That's why you're doing Widow, right?
What? I'm just curious. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
No, you're not, dude. You're a piece of shit, just like all your friends. Go fuck yourself.
My body's fully recovered. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
What a weirdo, bro.
I know, bro. They just can't help themselves.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute them and try to win. Just try our best. That's unlucky.
That's why I have to have the screen up.
Solo I saw, by the way. He's going top right. Oh, she peeked. Just stay alive, just stay alive. Our clock is still coming back.
Dylan, you came just in time to see me get stream sniped.
It's huge. Oh, my Thor is so good. Cloak on point.
I'm ready. Hi there. So I'm in the
It honestly, it makes no fucking sense. Yeah, hey Coco, you have got a job. My job is streaming. I don't know why you're thinking that you're doing something special here. Do you know, I haven't talked to any of them in months, but you're still, like, portraying this why? Like, why is this so important to you?
See what's in my pouches this time.
Bro, I don't know who you're talking about. You're just my favorite streamer. Just want to support the channel, you know?
Okay, then
Give you
come
good content.
into chat right now. Come into chat right now. Yeah, you won't because you're a fucking anonymous pussy, just like everybody else. Go fuck yourself. God, oh my god, dude, your mom's basement must be really fun. Yo, what up, Mad Berserker? Thank you for the follow, you legend and skull. I appreciate you becoming a certified Kokomofo. Welcome in, big dog. Sorry about the thrower.
Squirrel girl goes
It's
nuts.
so fucking annoying, dude.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Ricklepick. Is that you?
Avengers Tower is near here, right? Wonder if they need a new member.
Yeah, because you just created this account. Yeah. The 6-7 really gives it away. Mods, go, just get rid of this guy, bro. Congratulations. Thank you for coming into chat and saying hi. Congrats on being anonymous, by the way. If you can't even say it with your full chest, then you're fucking nobody. Like, imagine, like, thinking that, like, you're behind a keyboard and that, like, that makes you, like, immune to, like, anything. Like, God, you're such a fucking chud. I know, that's how I know you're behind magnetics, because at least Preview and stuff would have said it with his face, but you're a little bitch, so you're giving MK vibes. And MK was the one who also said a job. It's either MK or Shelby's friend. Either way, you're just as pathetic as they are, if not worse. Because you're doing bidding and you weren't even involved.
No contingency plans needed.
Better stop that vehicle.
My body's fully recovered. My brain. A game within a game. How meta. A shield. Don't mind if I do.
They baited half lane. Stop them.
Thank you for throwing me and the other support into the enemy team. That's really cool.
I'm back. Guess that makes me un-Deadpool. Heads up, losers!
I am Asgard's might!
Thank goodness this book has pictures. Help! I'm hurting pretty bad over here.
There's still a chance to stop them. Final score.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the piece of shit.
2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
After this, W Dawn decided to hop off and end stream. She tries really hard to keep a positive environment and was not prepared for her first thrower during her first co-stream, and for it to go so poorly. I was devastated. I felt so awful. There was really nothing I could do to fix it. To paraphrase a legendary king himself, our disappointment was immeasurable and our streams were ruined. I stepped away for a bit after that. I needed to clear my mind. I felt like I was getting lost again. That same, like, heart fluttering, like, building up to a panic attack started happening again, and I needed to just weigh it down. And I checked on Dawn, and I made sure that she was okay, and I kind of just kept to myself for a minute, When I came back, I acted very poorly and in poor taste. I pulled up Microsoft Paint and I wrote everyone's names on the stream, every person who had been banned or involved in any of this. And I said, is this what you want? Is this the attention? Is this the attention that you've been asking for? Is this enough for you? Then I started airing out dirty laundry about who talks about who and how none of them were nice to each other behind the scenes and how they need to just fucking quit it. February 8th to June 16th. It's time to stop. Lots of people were coming in and chatting, creating brand new accounts, thinking that, hey, because I'm doing this, obviously I'm the bad guy, and so they wanted to stir the pot further, asking to be added to the names of the list, etc. While they were doing that, I did the reveal of Lee being my wife. We had planned on doing a big reveal, and we wanted to make it fun and like make it a game. But if the big thing that they were trying to hold over my head that was that I had a wife and they wanted to ruin the surprise for everybody, then it's whatever. I just wanted to get it out. I talked to her beforehand to make sure that she was okay with it, and she said, yeah, that's fine, do what you have to do. So I figured if I took that power away, they would have nothing. No, they just wanted to poke at other things instead and my other insecurities. I started to break down. I started to ask them questions. I was asking, how are they all going to call me crazy and paranoid? How are they all going to call me crazy and paranoid whenever every time I go live, I have to have my head on a swivel for snipers or harassers or people who just want to leak info about me or do anything like that? When I have to elevate my privacy settings regularly because they're never strong enough, and I have to constantly weigh between too high that new people can't join and too low that every bit of harassment gets through. Of course I'm fucking paranoid. Wouldn't you be if every single interaction that you had could be fake or somebody planning to hurt you? This sucks. This is an awful way to live. I don't trust anyone anymore. Maybe I shouldn't have in the first place, but not being able to trust a single soul ever is hard. I've always been a very trusting person, and I've told you that my idealism bites me in the ass sometimes, but I'd rather err on the side of nobody wants to be malicious on purpose. I can't do that anymore, and it sucks because it changes a lot of how I view life. Trigger warning. This is where I'm going to talk about some deep depression stuff and planning on writing the sewer slide. To skip, please go to the timestamp on screen. Then I started talking about how much this hurt me. I started talking about how when I lost everything, I was at rock bottom. Tensions were high at home because my wife and I had money stress. She had work stress. She was dealing with messages from all these people all the time. I felt alone personally. My depression essentially took over, and it got to the point where I would lay in bed all day, and then I would stream, and then I would go to bed right afterwards. Our schedules were totally opposite at this point. I slept all day, and then when she was getting off work, I was usually still asleep, and then I'd get up and I'd say, hey, sorry, I gotta go stream. And then by the time I got off, she was already asleep. I self-isolated to the point where I hadn't spoken. I isolated myself from the world, and that included her. And the list goes on and on and on. I'm sorry, this is really hard for me to talk about. I wrote a note. I wrote a goodbye note. I planned on how I could make it to where herself and my mom wouldn't have to see anything. They would just have to identify the body when it was done. I wrote about how much I loved everybody, and that I was so sorry. I just didn't have any fight left in me. And I'm sorry that I couldn't beat it this time. Whenever I was finished telling that to stream, suddenly my stream ended. Schneebs gave me a call and said, hey, did I break something? I don't know what happened. My Discord was blowing up, and I was banned from Twitch. There was no reason given. I reached out to the mutual again, They got my Twitch banned, by the way. And she said, what? And I said, do you know who Heel Kitten is? Or Valorant E-Boy? And she said, no, those names aren't familiar. I said, well, they stream snipe me. I called them out. They mass reported, created fake accounts. These people are evil. And she said, some of them did. I was going to keys and using slurs. If you're curious about whether or not I was doing any of that, the YouTube VOD is still up. You can watch it yourself. They did report the stream, and I was banned from that. I do understand that I did break terms of service by talking about that. However, think about what I was doing and saying. I was telling them how they drove me to the point of no longer existing. And their response was, let's get him banned. Not, maybe we took this too far, but it's, how can we push him even further? These people want nothing more than to hurt and hurt and hurt. These people told me that I hurt my own feelings. They lied to my face. They intentionally gaslit me to make me feel that I was crazy. They almost made my own wife believe that I was crazy. They took away my team. They took away my livelihood, my sparkle, the thing that made me me. They left me a shell of who I was. It's never enough. Not with these people, it's never enough. While writing this script, I had that same dread creeping again of the ideations of, if I didn't exist, I wouldn't have to relive this again and again and again and again. That's hard. It's talking about this has been hard, and they know that, and they keep going. Do you remember how this all started? Preview told a lie that caused Shelby to think that I was crazy, and then spiraled into everything you see here. Preview admitted to everything. He was behind it all. Shelby said I was crazy, so her response to me being crazy was to harass me because I deserved it. I guess I don't know what her goal was or why she's doing this. Odie hurt me, realized that he was wrong about it, and then took the fact that I called him out on his own bullshit about trying to usurp me and the team, and then he used that as an opportunity to lie about everything that happened so that I could be the villain. Callie's a kid who got mixed up in the wrong crowd. She did bad things, and there's probably much more that I don't know about, but I'm not going to ruin a life over it. She's half the age of Odie and Shelby. Her frontal lobe isn't even fully developed. I'm not talking about Callie anymore. Preview's lobe is also not fully developed, but he's old enough to know better. Everyone else, bandwagoners who think bullying is okay. Remember whenever I said they came to YouTube to also engage in some stuff after I got banned on Twitch? There's a couple things to note. Perk came in because I did mention the perk message that I received. So he messaged me on YouTube and said, yo, I don't know what I did to you or said to you, but keep my name out of your mouth if you want to create issues with me and my loved ones. Thanks. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, keep my name out of your mouth. Keep my name out of your mouth if you don't want to create issues with me and my loved ones, or keep my name in your mouth if you do want to create issues. I'm not going to poke fun at it. It's easy to just type whenever you're heated, so it is what it is. Nexus came into chat. He also had some of his chatters come into chat and try to speak on his behalf. And then Nexus came into YouTube and said, hey, I was just trying to help. I don't know why blocking me was necessary, blah, blah, blah. No, you weren't. Because you weren't blocked on Discord, you could have reached out at any point in time. You're only reaching out now that it's too late. And that's not fair to me. You can't play both sides so that you always come out on top. You're not Mac from It's Always Sunny. I'm sorry.
The reason I'm telling you all this is because I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top.
Kalik, Shelby, and somebody named Marsh all came into YouTube right afterwards. Marsh is somebody who, a long time ago, I am talking like season 1 of Marvel Rivals, he and I got into it about everything, and every single person is on the record of saying that not only do they not like him, they can't stand to be around him. Some people could, but Odie, Preview, Shelby, Kalik, they are all on the record of saying how much they do not like him. It was funny seeing him in my chat as soon as it all went down. I don't know if he's in the Insurgents Discord or if he's in the Magnetics Discord or how he's related, but anybody who doesn't like me is truly a enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation. Super Joel Slaya was once a super good friend of mine, but over time must have gotten pulled into the shenanigans because he was following, I thought, and then only refollowed whenever everyone was harassing during the name on screen thing. He did this with his main and his alt account. For an additional shred of context, Super and Kalik were both founders on my stream. Odie would have been too, but he has a staunch don't spend money on Twitch rule. These people were genuinely day ones. So let's go over all the people who showed up that day just to get their name on stream. In the short time that I was talking about everything, I had to ban 14 accounts. Make sure you pay attention to the account created date too. Fortunately, it matters. Account created June 16th, day of. Add AZ to the list. That's referring to Asmodeus, former DPS player for Insurgents and Magnetics. He said, Kalik wants his voice off your stream, thank you. For context, Kalik's voice was my follow sound. It said Squirrel Girl Goes Nuts, and I had a cute little Squirrel Girl effect that I made that I put on there. He said he wanted that off the stream. And I said, what are you doing here? And he said, is this not a MagX fan club stream? Add Pickle Rick to the list. He said, can you add me to the list? Again, brand new account. Is it Coco Loco though? Spelled incorrect. Coco, you're not the real mofo. Brand new account. Ivan Kenpachi, somebody who decided to hop in stream. They didn't chat or anything yet, but they weren't following. They were following once upon a time. They were subbed once upon a time, and so they were banned. All right, 6-7. Mr. Loco, stop banning me. Now I don't know who specifically this was. I don't know if it's MGX Be All Right. What is it? But somebody is directly engaging in ban evadement. Also, they really love the 6-7 meme. Project Pain came into chat and said, why is little bro crashing out about nothing? I don't know. I just had to ban 14 accounts because you and your people refused to leave me alone. I don't think that's nothing. And I said, who the fuck even are you? And he said, I'm Project Pain. Who are you? I said, you're in my chat, so you obviously know something about me. Banned. Project Exploit. Project Exploit didn't chat on the 16th, but they came in for the first time on the 30th. April 30th. What a convenient time. April 30th, 9:42 p.m. That's right after the scrim. And he stumbled upon my page. We have proof later that he's involved. Netanyahu and Superjoel Slaya. I always knew he was a troll, and he admitted to previously talking shit about me, but I also never expected this. Ricklepick 6-7. Again, the 6-7, so good. Hi, Coco. You're my fave streamer. Do you remember who said that I was their favorite streamer whenever they got into my game to harass me? Throw maxing. Another account created on April 30th. 0 chats. Just hanging out. Not even followed. Just hanging out. Top 256 Squirrel Girl is anti-dive. No chats. Account created on March 5th during some of the bullshit whenever people were apologizing to me and stuff. That was like when that was going down. Account created for just that. Top 256 Coco Loco unemployed. Yo, Coco Loco twin, let's get top 256 together. I love you so much. Pride Month Yas Queen Slay. So not only is that like a fucked up name when you know the context now, but attempting to poke fun at the fact that I have a pride bag to support my community during the month of June is quite disgusting. And I would dare anybody to say it when they aren't hidden by a fake account. These people only get very brazen when they're masked behind anonymity. And that's the only way all of this worked. Not a single one of these people ever used their real name to do anything to my stream. They all did it thinking that one day I wouldn't find out. I do think that it is super, super important to reiterate this fact. I have never gone out of my way to do anything to these people. I have not talked about them in any capacity unless it's in the context of something that they've done to me. The things that I have done to them are the initial messages of mine to MK, and then talking about them all and airing out all the dirty laundry on June 16th. I asked to be left alone time and time again. Preview, Shelby, Odie, and Callie said, I just want to play games without drama. They repeated this time and time again, even when I was ousted. This is not playing games without drama. This is creating a gang of individuals whose sole purpose is to make sure that my life is a living hell. You all succeeded. For far too long, I turned the other cheek, and you viewed it as an opportunity and an invitation to fuck me. No more. Like my deferred dreams, your deeds are left to dry for all to see like a raisin in the sun. As a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow... Wait, that's about communism. Fuck. Whatever. I was going to end it here originally. I was working on this, and I was going to say, here's my little... And then I was just going to do like a little conclusion here. But I was working on this for a few weeks. And while I was working on it, I figured it would be helpful to figure out who these people are. I was trying to find somebody who threw my game, so I loaded up the website, And again, I've been looking at this information like all day, whatever. I type in my name, but I type in my name the Twitch way. Now, granted, I never type it in. I never say Coco Loco Yo, but I'm reading all these messages with my name in it all the time, and I just, out of habit, brain farted and typed in my whole name. And then I was like, why did I type that? And so I reached up and hit the backspace, but I saw at the top it had still autofilled to an account, Coco Loco Yo. And I said, well, fuck, that's not me. When I clicked on it, I looked at it and I was like, why are they playing Wanda, Moon Knight, and Cyclops? Are they full on pretending to be me? And then and then it hit me. I can just look at the name history. It's fucking Odie. You cannot make this shit up. Originally, Odie had an account called Invisible Ass, and he was so happy that he got it past the censors. Need more proof? That alone, obviously, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's just Coco hearsay. Like, how else would he do it? The next name is T Real Freeze Lover. Okay, do you guys know who T Real Freeze is? Well, I didn't until Odie recommended that I raid him once upon a time. Here's a screenshot of that. Also, look at the date that the name was changed. Okay, the 16th of June was whenever the fallout happened. A week later, he changes it to Coco Loco Yo. This is not a coincidence. Okay, this is very strange behavior. This is borderline obsessive behavior from a man in his 30s. I don't know what to do. I don't know how else to get these people to stop. These people will not stop. Before we wrap up, I'd like to share with you something that happened while making this video. I received a few DMs saying that not only are the people who are involved, Preview, Shelby, Odie, are aware that I'm making a video and are actively planning to discredit anything I say, but after I reached out to some people for comment and confirmation that they are okay with the video being uncensored, I received an apology. I'm not sure if it's because they saw how much info I had based on the questions I was asking to certain people. I don't know if in general they knew that everything was going to come out, or I don't know if they were actually sorry. I'll let you decide for yourself. I have a really hard time believing someone whose idea once upon a time was, hey, it's Friday night, guys, I'm bored. How could we fuck with Coco? That's an actual quote, by the way. Had suddenly decided to apologize because somebody said stop? Like, a ton of people have been saying stop for months. Remember, Preview apologized for it, saying, hey, I wish you'd stop. I told her to stop. Callie apologized for it. Odie said he wanted nothing to do with it and just play games. Church said he asked them to stop. Our mutual friend asked them to stop. My wife asked them to stop. I asked them to stop every time on stream that something happened. So why now, all of a sudden? Here's his apology. I'm not going to read the apology out loud. If you care, please pause the video and give it a read. Personally, I don't care anymore. I just want it to stop. In the description, you will see a link to a drive with all of this info. I seriously recommend going through all the screenshots again, now with the context that you have. You could rewatch the video, but I do yap a lot, so I don't blame you if you need a break from my voice. I only recommend this because I myself realized after going through everything again and again and again, that there are some things that I just did not see before. For example, reread the messages from Odie where he admits to telling Callie and Preview about Lee. He claims he only told them because he was worried about my mental, because he wanted what was best for me. Then he hopes that I figure everything out. I want you to think about everything that Odie has done from then to now. I really want you to think about whether this man honestly gives a fraction of a shit about my mental. I also want you to think about how the people who on a daily basis planned the best way to harass me all told me to seek help and get things figured out. I'm sure the irony is lost on them, and I pray that it's not lost on you. Did you catch that Odie, Shelby, Callie, and Preview separately all said they just wanted a game and without drama? You probably did because I emphasized it 18 times after going over all this stuff again and again and again. Read my wife's messages between them. You can see how her speech changes over time, where at first she started from a place of genuine inquiry and not giving me or anyone else the benefit of the doubt. By the end, once she reads every message from everybody and heard Preview's admission, she started defending me and being very direct with them because she herself knows the truth. These people gaslit me so hard that my wife, at the 6 years at the time, wasn't even sure that I was actually sane. Okay, now reread their messages with that in mind, and you'll see how hard they try to twist the truth. Callie, Preview, and the person that I labeled as mutual said that it went It went too far back in mid-February. Not only did neither of them stop, Preview himself became one of the biggest proponents of all of this harassment. It makes it worse because it only happened because of his lies, but also because he and Callie knew that it was affecting my family and livelihood, and they just didn't care. Penultimately, that means second to last, and I'm not mansplaining that to you. I just forget that this word exists, and every time I have to Google what it means, and then whenever I'm reminded of the word, I find any excuse to use it. I love this word. Penultimately, I'd like to remind you all that I shared with Shelby how much it hurt my stream and income by doing what she was doing. I was trying to start my own business, and her harassment and slander hurt me a ton. Well, someone very close to me was curious about the situation and wanted to know what they were like and if they were always like this. They found her Facebook. It wasn't very hard because Shelby uses her full name, first and last, as her username on many, many of her platforms. So she just Googled her, found her Facebook, and she uses it to promote her business because she herself is self-employed. What do you think that Shelby's take on online harassment is, specifically when it involves hurting a self-employed individual? Any guesses? Probably not great, but you never know because she has been harassing me for months. Probably doesn't care that much, right? Well, hey, we don't even have to wonder because we have a review that she left on someone's business a couple years ago. I don't know about you, but she seems pretty upset that someone online is harassing her and telling lies about her business. Okay, I'm done talking about other people now. I can't do it anymore. That sucks. And this isn't fun. None of this was fun. Making this video wasn't fun, but I know that I had to do it. So here we are, the very end. Alexa, play The Reason by Hoobastank. I think it goes without saying that I'm not a perfect person. If I'm being 100% honest with you all, the breakup of the friend group itself is probably one of the best things that ever happened to me. I didn't like who I was around those people. I just didn't know it until I was at a forced distance. My wife recently told me this too without me telling her that I was feeling the same way. I read back some of the messages and I was just not kind about others to other people. As you saw, everyone talked about everyone else all the time. I've made steps towards fixing that personally, but I still look back and I'm pretty upset with myself. To my community, to my friends, to the people I hurt, I'm sorry. I've done a lot of work on myself towards being a better person, and I really do hate that for a long period of time, living up to my own personal mantra of doing the most good. This includes the toxic behaviors that I had when I was involved with these individuals and the toxic behaviors that I engaged with when I was going through the deep depression. I didn't mean to. I just lost who I was for a good long while. You all deserve better than what I gave you, and I will never be able to reiterate how thankful I am for those of you who decided to stick around despite the dramatics and the constant berating of myself and the community by those mentioned earlier. Thank you a million for being the best Kokomofos that I could ever ask for. Okay, that's it. Oh, well, hold on. I lost who I was for a bit, and I promised myself, my parents, my dogs, my wife, that I would never let it happen again. Please don't take my stupid edits at times and like me seeming like mentally aloof as my attitudes towards like complacence and all this. That's just how I cope. I like to laugh and I like to make people laugh. If I made you breathe heavily through your nose during this whole thing while relaying my absolute misery, that means that I did my job. That's how I cope with things, and that's why I do what I do on a regular basis, and that's why I love streaming. I always wanted to create a little slice of the internet where people could feel comfortable to come and hang out and play games and feel seen and feel heard. So I'm not making light of my situation. And I hope that you guys don't take it for less serious than it actually is as a result of that. Life's too short to be too sad all the time. Okay, now that's it. Okay, no, shit, I lied. That's a lot of emotions for one sitting. I don't mean that as like emotions are bad, but in the sense that too much of stuff like this can like wear you out, like physically, mentally. So please go watch something happy or reach out to a friend you've been meaning to check on, or like watch your favorite streamer or something and tell them that you make them smile. It doesn't have to be me, but just spread a little joy today, okay? And that's Joy, not Joi. You fucking freaks. Okay, now I'm done. I'm actually done. This is it. This is the end. I'll end this video the same way that I end every stream. Don't forget to tell somebody you love them before it's too late. Mwah.